you forget.
Well, that was
Well,
anticlimactic.
that's good.
I know how to do my job. I do.
5 minutes to be prepared.
I thought I prepared everything.
5 minutes
But
to
I
be
didn't.
prepared.
Also, good morning. Peggy says good morning.
I say good morning. Good
Yeah.
morning, everybody.
I like how I said, you say good morning. You're like, I say
Yeah.
good morning. You're such a one-trick.
I'm
not
trained.
I'm not punchy at all, y'all.
Oh my God.
I have no. I'm good. I'm fine.
Yeah. So for
trying to make sure I have
just a
reward
little bit
pricing up.
high energy for those of you who may not know.
I've been neurotic for weeks. It's fine. I'm ready to be normal again. Oh yeah, Barb just said that
I'm ready for you to be normal again.
You probably are.
I've been waiting years for that.
So have I, but neither one of us have lucked out in that department.
Okay, come here.
Yes, sorry, I got distracted, which will be literally the way it goes
closer.
today. But Barb said that my the audible version of my audiobook is
Bruno
on sale
desperately
right now.
needs up to say good morning.
Yeah, he's been very needy today.
It's got nothing to do with the fact that I just had some food and he's scared that I might have had saved some for him and not gotten it to him.
Oh, only US Audible. Right. Okay.
Audible, what?
The audio version of my book of Unlocking the Tarot is on sale in the US for 99 cents right now.
Cool.
Why be normal when you can unicorn? Also, this is tradition now. I don't know what I'll do if I ever lose this particular head. I guess I could get a new one, but I literally lent it to my son for an event, and I'm like, you need to give it back when you're done. Like, give it back. Good morning. 4 weeks, girl. Okay, it might have been a little bit longer.
Wait, who said what?
Spacia says I've been neurotic for weeks and then said, girl, lol. Somebody knows me.
Neurotic.
Is a better definition. Agreed.
How you doing?
Take it easy today, Artie. Oh gosh, we'll be thinking of you. Happy launch day, everybody. I'm so excited. We're gonna be
not a fun way to start today. Oh no, and the evening.
Yeah, because overseas. So I have all kinds of things to show you guys because the prototypes literally just came in yesterday.
She's like, she was.
That timing. Oh my God. So FedEx was like showing it out for delivery. Poor Peggy, because I'm like, listen for the door. Because our courier people out here will sometimes just not even buzz. Sometimes they don't even bring pack.
If they're behind, they'll just put the notice on the door and keep going.
So I checked. I've got prototypes going out to a few friends as well, and so I reached out to Dawn, whose prototype was also out for delivery on Friday, and I was like, okay, backup plan. If for some reason.
Oh yeah.
If for some reason mine does not arrive, can you please take pictures?
Photos.
And she of course agreed to do that right away. But I do have them here, so we can look at prototypes together. I've spent most of the evening last night because I'm me, making little changes, which is normal. Prototypes come in and you're like, oh, that's not quite where I want it to be, and I want to darken this and lighten that, and blah blah blah. So I did that like all last night. But the prototypes are in and basically really, really good.
Look at Bruno. He's over here going like, she's got a lot of energy. I don't know what to do. He's just watching you. He's like, oh, is mommy in crazy mode?
Yeah, he's in like, I don't know what he called, like therapy dog mode practically, because he was like cuddling me all morning.
Oh, Bernadette says I'll keep checking that Audible deal, but I don't see it yet. I'm in the USA.
Oh, keep an eye out. Yeah.
Could be that you need a coupon.
I was so excited I know life does life, but I got you already because you've seen the post, so you're good. So how this works if you're new. Hi, welcome. If you're new to launch parties, here's how we roll. I'm here to answer questions so that when we hit the go live button, y'all are ready. Okay. So everybody who's here will get first crack at like early birds and all that kind of stuff. So I'm here to answer questions about pricing. I'm here to answer questions about what's in the tiers. I have prototypes to show, stretch goals, like whatever y'all want to know. I'm here to tell you, and Peggy's here to put up with me and offer emotional support so that I don't explode.
He's being my support. Bruno is being my emotional support animal so that I can be your emotional support human.
Yeah. Good job, Bruno. Keep it rolling. It all begins and ends with you.
Bruno's paying it forward. That's what he's doing.
He is really needy with attention this morning, but yeah, it's probably my energy. Also, I have coffee that I literally need to drink. I mean, I don't probably need to drink it, but
he's been in a good mood.
I want to drink
couple days.
So, if you have a question,
cardstock size cost. Oh yeah, she's going to answer all of that before we hit the live button.
Here. Okay. Cardstock is the same as my previous projects because I'm a snob. So top tier, best I can get, 330 GSM, black core, German black core, and linen finish, casino grade finish so that it has like the perfect amount of slip. So it's not perfectly matte. It's not perfectly glossy. I will show y'all what it looks like. But it's the same as UJT finish and cardstock. It's the same as Sassy Dragons finish and cardstock. It's just the only way to roll because I want to use my cards, not just like look at them.
Yeah, early birds were like gone in like 2 minutes.
I can pin a link to the campaign. That's super smart. Thank you so much, Barb. Okay, let me grab the link.
Oh, Brisa said I do have an Audible membership with credits, but if it's 99 cents, I don't want to use a credit. I already bought the book. Oh, God, that's always good.
Okay, and pin. There. Okay, cool. So, cardstock. That answers the cardstock question, and I will demonstrate. I will show y'all. Size, exactly the same size, corner rounding, everything. That I literally sent my printer a physical copy. What are you looking for?
You were showing me that at the
I'm gonna get there. Yeah. That's a surprise.
Oh.
Okay. So
I'm just gonna sit here.
I literally sent a physical sample because that different printer for UJT. After UJT, we switched printers. So new printer for Sassy Dragons, new printer for Unicorn's Journey Oracle, but they've been great. But I literally sent them a physical sample of UJT and was like, I need the box to be the same. to look right on a shelf next to it. So like, here's your physical sample, check it, please. And they did, which is amazing.
Yeah, so UJU and UJT are the boxes are the exact same size.
Pretty much, yeah. They're a little bit thinner. Like I'll show you. Are you because there's a different guidebook size. So here's UJT.
Enough hair on me yet.
And here is the box for Unicorn's Journey Oracle. So on your shelf, they will be the same. There's like maybe like a they're like,
always okay.
There's going to be a tiny variance, but you shouldn't be able to detect it. But
that's normal. That's how do you do
it that way? Yeah. So if you're stacking it this way, it looks like that. The text here is going to be a little bigger. These are just little tweaks I get after I get a prototype. But yes.
Okay. If you have 10 copies of UJT, the tarot, and you set them side by side,
there'll be slight variance.
You will find because that difference is less than a millimeter.
I know you're preaching the choir. I work at a CNC machine shop, y'all, and so I see what tolerances are and how they have a little teeny micro variance between products. But yeah, so micro variance, but it should be it's as perfect as I could get it. So some little fun details you might not know about the difference between these two decks. So I used a darker lilac design that Francesca illustrated for us for the Oracle. So this is the lilac design for the tarot. Launch will start when we hit the button together. So you'll know the moment it happens because I'll tell y'all. Okay. Yeah. So this is we're
gonna give a little bit for people to ask questions and probably hit the launch button in half an hour to an hour.
Yeah. In an exercise of manifesting what I dream of for this deck, this prototype includes almost all the bells and whistles. So we've got some spot gloss accents on this box, which you can't see because the finish isn't quite right behind it. But, you can catch it in the light there. And my lighting's not perfect in here. But there's a little bit of spot gloss accenting on the text, on the side, and then on the back. I also made the back text bigger because it was a little crunched. It is a magnetic wraparound. If we meet the stretch goal, which y'all, we're going to meet the stretch goal. Wait till you see what the goal is. Like, we got this. It's gonna be no problem. But like, anyways, but that is the fold open box. There is a quote here.
Lisa wants this to happen no matter what. So she made all the stretch goals super easy.
Yeah, I did. Okay. Guidebook is thinner. So let me just show you the difference because the layout's different. So in Unicorn's Journey Oracle, it's about half the size in thickness for the Oracle. So this is the Oracle guidebook. This is the UJT guidebook. So you know how in UJT we have these like colored card edges? I did the exact same thing for the Oracle, for the suit. So you have the colored card edges, right? This is the Serenity card from the deck. And yes, of course. Oh, sorry, size, tarot size. I should have said that. But yeah, because it's not that I can't stand oversized oracles. It's so pretty to have the big artwork, but like from a working with a deck standpoint, I like a deck to not be any bigger than tarot. There are 70 cards, so it's almost as much cards as a tarot deck. Okay, what else do I want to show you? Cost. We'll do cost and then we'll show more prototype things. But yeah, so it will have a ribbon in the box, but it doesn't yet. So the prototype doesn't have the ribbon. There is only limited, Artie? No. Basically, no for just the Oracle. There's technically a limit on the bundle, but I can I can change that limit and increase it if we have room from other tiers, which we should.
I have to put on a hair-free shirt.
Peggy's going to change her shirt.
And so I think I'm being caught.
So Artie, you should be completely good to go. Don't stress about it. We'll make sure it happens. You're good. Just take care of yourself. What? I'm confused. I thought the link you had for early bird was for when the deck launches would happen. It looks like 99 have already, I have no idea what you're talking about. Where do you see that 99 have already backed it? I don't see that. So because I haven't launched it yet. So let me look at my back end and just double check. But
99 what?
I have no backers, so I'm not sure.
No, we haven't started anything yet.
Oh, I've backed 99. Yes, I am like right on the cusp. I need a good Kickstarter to back because I've backed 99 projects. But no, nobody has backed the deck yet. It's not. Oh, thank you. Aspasia. Y'all, I'm so scattered. I'm going to do my best. Okay. Thank you so much, y'all, for clarifying that. Yeah, that's what that is. Francesca's here. Hello. Okay. Look at that box, Francesca. You can't see your name. I'm fixing this. Just so you know, it was way too dark. So your name is here. I swear. It needs to be bigger and brighter. I'm fixing it. I already fixed it last night for the new. This is just a prototype. It looks so good. Thanks for showing up. I'm so glad you could make it. Y'all, I'm obsessed with Francesca's art. Y'all know. And yeah. Okay. Cost. Let's talk cost and then we can get into more details about like the prototypes and I can show you stuff. But let's talk backer tiers. So, and again, if you have questions, maybe I haven't said this yet, but if you have questions, put question in all caps or like tag me or do something because there's a lot of y'all up in here and I want to make sure I answer the questions. And yes, there is a bundle. There is no mini of a Unicorn's Journey Oracle. It is something I'm willing to consider in the future, but based on how UJT mini went, it went and I've still got lots. And I wanted to just keep this campaign simple, especially with all the crazy customsy things happening in the world right now. I just wanted to kind of keep it straightforward. We don't have any, just so y'all know, I have no plans for any physical stretch goals that will be in addition to the deck. So deck plus any add-ons you get or with the tarot or whatever is all the physical products associated with this campaign because I just wanted to keep it simple while things are still a little bit weird. Okay, let's talk pricing real quick. Thank you, Barb. Yes, Francesca, by the way, if you love her art in Unicorn's Journey Tarot and you love her art in the Oracle, and we want to do a Lenormand. Anyways, if you love all of that, make sure you follow her on social media. You follow her on her Etsy because she has the most adorable things on her Etsy shop. She has t-shirts and art books and like just so many cool things. It's amazing. So yeah, make sure you're following her everywhere, all the places. Okay, let's talk tier prices. So there will be, I'm keeping the tiers streamlined. So number one, we will have just the Oracle deck. Okay. So the regular Kickstarter price is 92 Canadian. Somebody's going to have to throw that into a converter and see what it is in US like today, or Kickstarter will tell you when you go to back, it'll say about this much US, but my suspicion is that's going to be about US. Well, let me just throw it into a converter right now and see. I mean, don't forget converters are, they're so accurate because banks usually have their own conversion fees on top of that. So usually it's not quite as good, but around 67 US is the regular price, I guess. The early bird price for just the Oracle is, I did that backwards, Lisa. 85 CAD is around 61, 62 US dollars, I guess. Okay, so that's the price for just the Oracle. There are, let me double check. I think I have 100 early birds available of just the Oracle. I'm going to double check that number though. Hold on, let me double check that number. Make sure I'm not lying to you. No, there's 150. Whew, thank goodness, because there's like 100 and some odd of you here already. I will also have the, where is it? The Oracle and Tarot bundle. So you can get the Oracle and the Tarot. Let me just throw them. You can get them together as a set. And that is, oh, sorry. Did I say the early bird? Yeah, I did say the early bird price. So 92 for just the Oracle Canadian or 85 early bird, right? There's 150 early birds available of just the Oracle. Then we have the bundle, the bundle is 160 Canadian. Oh my God, can I math? Which I tried to make it so that it basically works out to be CAD. Hold on. 116 US dollars. It's like you're getting, it's basically like you're getting the early bird. I think wait, no, I lied. Don't listen to me. 170 Canadian early bird. 170 Canadian early bird. So sorry. 170, which is, I was looking at the wrong thing. Hold on. 170 exchange rate. No, not 17. Y'all, I'm so slow at this. Poor Peggy. She's like, I'm running away. She had to change her clothes. 120. It basically works out to be early bird plus a decentish price on this. I think it's like around the same as the Etsy price. So it's kind of like if you bought early bird plus an add-on, or you get the bundle should still be a little bit of a better deal if I've done my math right. Let's pray. Oh, thank you so much, Francesca. Oh, you're the best. So bundle. There are 100 bundles early bird at 170 Canadian. So like almost enough for, well, not almost enough. I'm sure some of you are going to get just the Oracle and some of you are going to get the bundle. So if you get the bundle, there's 100 early birds available. Then there is, if you miss the early bird, it's only an extra $10. So it should basically work out to be, if you think about it like this, the regular price bundle, the non-early bird bundle is still cheaper than early bird plus this on my Etsy shop, not counting shipping. Because this on my Etsy shop right now is, I think, 102 Canadian. And this is 85 early bird. So 180 for the bundle is still better. Because I don't want y'all feeling like you have to like get an early bird and then add a tarot in order to get the best deal on the bundle. Do you know what I mean? So if you miss the early bird on just the Oracle, you know you want the set. Even the regular price set should be the better price than just getting the Oracle plus an add-on tarot. Hopefully you follow all that. No, I mean, not a set time. Basically, once everybody's questions are answered, we've previewed the launch video. We've looked at the prototypes. Then we'll just hit the button when we're all ready, basically. Okay, and then there is one more bundle that I'm offering, and that is called the Lumivaria bundle. Did I call it the Ultimate Lumivaria bundle? That's hilarious. I called it the Ultimate Lumivaria bundle. There is not an early bird for the Ultimate bundle, but it's a really good price. So it's basically $230 Canadian. You get both of these plus the mini deck. Oh my God. And they are limited because I only have so many minis left. Plus the children's book, like that in a set for $230 Canadian. And somebody also have to do the conversion because my hands are full. So that is all of the different tier options. For add-ons, you can, of course, add an extra Oracle. All the add-ons are at like regular prices, basically. So you can add an extra Oracle. You can get the mini. You can get UJT. You can get either of these sassy dragons. Just please be aware that NSFW is more limited than classic currently. I think I priced the Lumivaria bundle, y'all, so that it's like decent. It's like the bundle price plus a discount on the mini. And then basically, I think the children's book is free. If I remember the math, I think that's about how it works out. So it just... I'm really proud of this little thing, y'all. And if I ever sell out in my Etsy shop, I will put it just like up on Amazon for purchase, but I have lots of these I'm still holding on to. And just as a super secret insider tip, I still have some stickers left from the original sticker packs from the Kickstarter. And I don't really announce this publicly because it's while supplies last, but I always tell my fulfillment center when somebody orders a children's book, you also get stickers. Just so you know. So it's just a little insider tip. Again, I don't promote it because I want it to be like a surprise when it shows up, which I just blew for y'all. But you know what I mean? Like, I don't want it to be an expectation because I don't know how long I'll have stickers, but I do that with the children's books. Thank you so much, everybody. There's so many of you here. Oh my God. And I probably missed 8,000 questions. That's the pricing. Oh, I can give you the add-on pricing in case you want to know the individuals real quick. So add-ons work like, hopefully this will open for me. Add-ons, open up, please. Oh, now I did turn on, Kickstarter has a pledge over time option, but I think your total pledge has to be over a certain amount to qualify. So you may see that option at checkout. That was an optional thing. I did turn that on. So hopefully that'll make it easier for any of you on a budget. Would I ever do a set of books for the UJT minor stories? Oh, I would love to do that. Maybe. That'd be fun. That'd be really fun. Okay, sorry, add-ons. Will it take me to the add-ons page? Oh yeah, here it is. Okay, so no. Take me to add-ons. Why aren't you working? Okay, I might have to go into my back end here. Hold on. Let me go out of the preview real quick because I want to share the campaign page too, but I have to. Okay. Also, don't forget, if you are a magical or badass unicorn, to check my community tab. That's all I'm going to say about that before you back anything. Is there a deck bundle UJO and UJT with the children's book but without the mini? No, but you can get the deck bundle and just add the children's book as an add-on, and I'll tell you the prices for that. So if you want to add, I've got them right here actually. If you want to add the children's book to any pledge, it's $10 Canadian, which makes it like, I want to say 7-ish or less US. So to just add this, it's an extra $10. If you want to add a mini, it's 60 Canadian to your order, which is about 40-ish, I guess. Sassy Dragons and NSFW are at their regular price of $75 Canadian each, which you can add on to your pledge. And then, of course, you can add a Unicorn's Journey Oracle at the regular price of $92 or a UJT at a couple dollars cheaper than its regular price at $100 Canadian. So you'll see all those prices when you're getting ready to check out. I believe, and don't quote me on this, but I'm pretty sure that when you select that you're going to back an early bird, that Kickstarter gives you a couple minutes to check out before it whips it out from under you. But maybe those of you who back early birds better. I always miss early birds, which is why I do these launch parties. If
I'm back.
I think you have a bit of a timer.
Look, no hair.
No hair. It's not going to last long.
For those of you who don't know, if I cuddle Bruno too much, I get absolutely covered in dog hair and have to go change my shirt.
Yeah. So because of the absolute,
I realized you were doing all that, so I took my time.
You did good.
Get out of the way. She needs the space.
Yeah, pretty much. So
is there a deck bundle, UJO, UJT with the children's book? Did you already answer that?
Yes, I did answer that. Thank you.
Yes, there is.
That's what I'm doing.
$175. Wow.
Welcome to the Unicorn. Wait, you're already in the Unicorn fam. Welcome to Badass, Sarah. Okay. I have my mini and both sassies.
Okay, I've just noticed something.
What?
I'm gonna make a decision for.
Uh-oh.
No. I just noticed that our stream doesn't look like it's very. We're only at that.
No, ignore it.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, it's a glitch. I've had it happen on several streams.
Oh, okay.
It does that the whole time, even if our internet's super strong. So it's 100% not us. I've already checked it.
Well, if for any reason the stream drops, we will immediately hit the go live button.
Ow.
Regardless of where we are in any chatting. That way nobody has to.
That's a good call.
Yeah.
So yes, we did rearrange furniture. So I'm in a different spot. We have a window behind us now.
Yes, I have my spots now over there where Lisa's spot. My spot's now where Lisa's spot used to be, but is pushed out away from the wall by a couple of feet.
Yeah.
We kind of turned. We have two love seats instead of a love seat and a couch. So we turned them into an L shape.
Thank you for clarifying, Artie. So Artie's referring to, the pledge over time. You have to be backing for 125 or more. I don't know if that's Canadian or US. So just so you know, that's where you hit that option. So if you're thinking about, or if pledge over time is going to be useful for you and you want to get a couple more things, that might make it easier for you. But just one deck won't get you over that place, I don't think.
The quilt. Thank you.
It's the Alice in Wonderland quilt.
It's the Alice quilt.
Someday I might change it, but I'm kind of obsessed with it. So maybe not. We'll see. That's US. Thank you, Artie, for clarifying.
That was an easy one to make. I did it lazy.
Lisa, check my comments, or not my comments, my community tab on my YouTube channel before backing. That's what I was saying. So I answered that question. I'm just scanning for any other questions, and then I'm going to show and tell some prototypes, and then we're going to look at the Kickstarter video, and then we'll be ready, I think. Okay, so in the meantime, while I'm showing off prototypes, if you have other questions, throw them in the chat. Poor Peggy, I'm so sorry. I love you so much. I'm just nonstop talking.
That's your job right now.
I know.
I am here for emotional support. to just, rub your little leg. That's she's got one leg over me like I'm a footstool.
It's more like you're a cuddle blanket or a anxiety support animal or something.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
I'm just the one that goes.
So great. Thank you.
Instant relaxation.
You can pant at me anytime. I don't mind.
That's not the kind of panting you want, though.
No, it's not. But we're also on camera.
Oh.
So okay. So, y'all, let me show you. So this is the basic prototype. This is if we hit no stretch goals. And I know y'all, so there's already too many of you in here for us to not hit stretch goals because I set the goal. Oh, our goal is only 15,000 Canadian. So if you do some math on that real quick.
That's like 11 or 12 US.
Yeah. Something like that. But if you do the math on that, we don't need that many of you to hit our first goal. And I set the stretch goal super attainable because I don't want to stress about this campaign.
Thanks, Jamie.
So this is what it looks like if we don't hit any stretch goals. So we still have the exact same high quality cardstock and finish. We just have a painted sun.
You're always going to pick 330 as your cardstock, no matter what, unless we ever do a mini that's small. Oh no, wait, your UJT mini is
UJT is 310
because it's so small that it has to be thinner to.
Yeah, a lot of mistakes that deck creator.
Is there cake? Maybe later.
Maybe
probably tiramisu later.
A lot of deck creators make that mistake if they make their mini the same cardstock as the standard, but because it's smaller, physics says you need it to be a little bit more flexy. Otherwise, it doesn't shuffle nice. So, anyways, the mini is 310, but always German black core if I can get my hands on it. Anyway, so
far you've got
it's all the same, but no painted edges, and the sun is Francesca's beautiful little illustrated sun. But if we hit all the stretch goals, and that's what my prototypes are because I'm manifesting. If you hit all the stretch goals, we have blue painted edges. Y'all just be joining the membership like wildness. Welcome to the membership.
Like wildness.
Yeah. This is what, oh my God, can I get the light to catch it right? We have a sparkly gold holographic. Oh my gosh, let me get it up.
Just remember to hit the community tab and read the most recent message there.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, that is sparkly gold holographic foil, and there's little rays coming out from the sun. It's kind of hard in this terrible lighting, but you know what? Screw it. Let me just, hopefully I can get it too. You see that?
Barely.
It's hard to do on camera, but there you can kind of see there's a lot of sparkliness happening in the sun.
It's shiny.
It was really fun picking a sparkly foil. But anyways, and then blue edges to coordinate with the sky.
Certificate of authenticity.
Yes. There's a copy. Well, roughly what it looks like. It's not numbered yet, and I don't know how many copies I'm ordering, but I did get a test one printed. It's the same style as our other certificates of authenticity, and it will be foil numbered and foil signed.
But it says right on it what the deck is. Unicorn Journey says right at the top.
Yep.
Unicorn Journey Oracle.
First edition. Yep.
So and if for any reason you take it out of the deck, and set it aside and can't figure out, you'll always know what deck it's for. It says it right on it.
So the book has a rose petal finish, and the box, the prototypes don't, so I've got to talk to my printer, but the box is supposed to have a rose petal finish, and this is the magnetic wraparound style.
And there will be a ribbon.
Yes. So that is the box style. It's the kind where it opens completely flat as opposed to like being stuck like right here, because I don't like that. I like it when it's flat. So same as UJT. Will you be doing a top-down video of the prototype before the campaign ends? Yes. And also, I have sent prototypes out to Sylvia at Fairlight Tarot, Danny Mystic, Dawn Michelle, of course, Elwyn LaFay, who has a lovely channel. If you're not subscribed, make sure you're subscribed to these people. And also to Krista Chronicles. Is that it? That might be it. That might be it this campaign. So make sure you subscribe to Elwyn, because Elwyn will be getting a proto, and Danny, Dawn, I will of course show it to. So yeah, you will have an opportunity to see all the cards. I do have, let's do a quick preview of the campaign page, because I do have all the cards. Just keep in mind, I've changed them a little bit. So I'll just show you the changes. They're super fiddly. Nobody else will notice but me probably. But I made the banner slightly bigger from this prototype. So it's a little bit bigger, and it's scooted up just a little. So we have a little more color on the bottom here. And there's a little more space above the top letters, basically. It's just to make it feel less cramped.
He's sweating, needs a nap.
I'm so sorry. I know. It's a lot. The only other thing I changed from the prototype is I adjusted the positioning of some of the characters to kind of bring them more into the center of the card. For example, it's in the earth suit, because I love their little butts. That's what happened. So Oh no, this prototype, we have all of this earth unicorn in the scene, but in the picture on the website, the crop might look different. And then this bloom card, I also got her little bum on the card. But you can see all the card images on the Kickstarter page.
Oh, and those changes that people ask for, like the legs and the octopus.
Oh yeah,
they're already done, right?
Yes, I've done those. It's on this. No, it's not on this prototype, but there's 2 octopi, and their legs were sort of tucked up underneath them, and so this one's been fixed already. So this is the discernment card. It was only seeing, you could previously only see like 5 of their limbs. Now you can see all 8. And I also fixed
the little tip of the legs, the back right
there. And then I also checked because we also had a octopus in the reflection card, which is, oh my gosh, where are you? Reflection is in water, Lisa. Oh my God. Okay, here it is. In the reflection card, this one's not yet fixed in the prototype, but I have Francesca did fix the art, so we also have 8 visible limbs in this octopus as well. That's the only real art changes. Oh, and the only other thing is a couple little keyword things, like the wounded card I changed to woundedness as like a state of being, for example. And
the community tab is available to anybody.
Wait, we were trying not to.
Oh, so he was just asking about the community tab.
No, the community tab is access to everybody, but the post we're referring to is for magical and badass unicorns only. Anyway, okay. Yeah. So here,
super secret.
Sorry guys, but it's how it be. Oh, and then this card from Pretense, this Pretense card, the 3rd word was misleading. I changed it to duplicity, and I think that's the main thing.
Burnaby says, look for membership. I don't see a separate community tab anymore.
Oh, okay, yeah, then look for the membership tab. Sorry, y'all. YouTube's always changing crap. Anyways,
yeah, because we don't see that. Because actually, I suppose I do.
Oh, I found it under posts. They keep changing the name of things. Yes, posts. There's a posts tab and a membership tab, and if you are a magical or badass, you'll find it in both places. Sorry, y'all. They keep changing things. How dare they?
They keep making life mildly inconvenient. This is horrible.
I wish I could have added the Llewellyn book. That's such a good idea, Mac. I want to add some signed copies of that to, believe it or not, when Peggy shop is off Etsy off vacation mode, we might add them to hers, because everything in Peggy's Etsy shop ships from here.
From Canada.
But everything in my Etsy shop ships from my fulfillment center. And any copies for me to sign are here. So it's a logistical thing. I need to figure it out.
Well, we need to, well, as long as if it's in my shop, it's a signed copy.
Yeah. And just so nobody, just so this is said, because I don't want anybody feeling pressured to go become a member for this, there is a special deal for Magical and Badass Unicorns. However, just keep in mind, pricing, you might not, depending on how many things you're getting, you might not actually save anything by becoming a member just to access it. So, but you're welcome to. I'm just letting you know. I don't want anybody to be disappointed or throw money at something and then be sad. So it is a little bit of an extra discount for Magical and Badass, but it is you're already paying for that in your membership, if that makes sense. So I hope I said that right. Yeah, maybe for the next deck, right? Okay. Oh my God. If I have any other questions, let me know. And then we'll do a quick preview of
are we almost ready to hit the go button?
Almost. Yeah, thank you for clarifying the wording so much better. So membership does not offset the discount fully.
So any further questions? If anything that's been answered you think still needs clarification, or you don't understand the answer, it's fine. Don't agonize about, I think this question, it's like, I think this question's been asked, so I'm not going to ask it. It's like, don't worry about that.
Yeah. So we're going to take a quick peek first at the campaign. And we're just going to scroll through real fast so you can see it. So we're going to watch the video together here in a couple minutes.
Let's go.
Oh, I forgot to point this out. So it's on the screen now, hopefully. This is a shorter campaign than my previous 2. So 3 weeks total. It's going to end on August 8th at midnight or August 9th at midnight. I can't remember, but it'll tell you once it's live. Okay. So most of this was already visible on the page. Most of this was already visible on the page for I cannot speaks.
I cannot speaks. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
You pluralized. I cannot speaks.
I know. The launch.
How many speaks do you need?
Shut the fuck up.
Can I help you with a speak?
Yes, please.
Here's a speak. Help yourself.
Oh, thank you. Nom nom nom. Okay, so most of this was visible on the pre-launch preview page, but let's just scroll through real quick. So the text hasn't really changed here. It is a Made by Humans project, which I've highlighted because for some reason, if you fill out Kickstarter as a spot where you put whether or not AI was used, and if you say yes, it shows up. But if you say no, nothing shows up. So I wanted to highlight there is no AI. I highlight the beautiful work of Francesca Paocchi in this deck. She's incredible. And then the deck is organized into 5 suits, which you'll be able to tell because here's a hack. Spirit suit features Mystic. Mystic is in every single card. Mystic's our white unicorn, our classic white unicorn from Unicorn's Journey Tarot. And then also some of Mystic's friends. So Spirit suit, Mystic.
The cards that you're showing there
are before any tweaks. Was that what you were going to ask? What are you going to ask?
Well, no. You mentioned how you raised up the banner a bit, and it's obvious in that.
No, these haven't been corrected.
Oh, they haven't. They look like they have.
No,
been.
I don't think they have been. I think these are the older versions. So the banner will be just a titch higher and a titch bigger.
Let's clarify this. She showed me the corrections. She's going to do it. The card shows this, and here's what I'm correcting it to, and I'm like, what are you talking about? They're the same card.
Claire's like, stop talking and launch the campaign. I'm getting there. Okay.
We'll get there.
Fire suit's really obvious.
Shut up and take my
Fire
money.
suit's really obvious because it's all dragons and fire unicorns. So again, you should always know what suit you're in very easily. The water suit is all underwater. So done. Water unicorns and the nymphs from the UJT are in there. Air suit is all air sylphs and air unicorns, as we can see here. And every suit is balanced between positive, neutral, negative. You're going to hear me say that a bunch of times, but like that is what it is. And then earth, of course, we know is gnomes and earth unicorns. And of course, the color palette is also there. Does anyone know a way to get to the post tab on an Android phone or the membership tab? You should be able to do both. If not, Michelle, send me an email because it's not time sensitive. You have like a week.
Oh, yeah.
So if you get stuck, just message me. This shows the difference between the backs from photos I took last night in a GIF. So I'm real proud of myself. Guidebook. Let's see, a little flippy at the pages, which I've already shown you. This is what I forgot to tell you. I forgot to tell you this part. So the way I set up the guidebook, you'll see this in the video, but the way I set up the guidebook is the guidebook has the same title and supporting keywords from the card itself, but then you get a little description of what's happening in the image because I always like to share that. Sometimes you don't know what's happening. So it tells you what's happening. Then there's an inner reading section, which tells you how to interpret that card if you want that guidance.
Yeah, that would probably be great, Barb.
Yeah. Oh, yes, please, Barb. That would be great.
Make it easier for everybody.
Yeah. So you'll only be able to view that link, Barb, that Barb's posting if you're magical or badass. Okay. Anyways, and then self-worth message, just like in UJT, and then 3 journal prompts that you can use as just journal prompts, but I've tried to check them all to make sure they also function as a 3-card spread. So I've written them first as journal prompts, but I've tried to make sure they also make sense if you want to lay out a spread and use them that way. And we have pictures of the box. So most of this stuff you guys already know. Oh, here's our stretch goals. So my main goal is 15,000 Canadian. If we hit 20, we get the box upgrade to a wrap around. I can't imagine us not hitting that. Gold foil accents hit at 30, matte colored edges at 40, and spot gloss accents at 50. So we'll keep an eye on it, but that's the plan. So yeah,
going through the page, answering. Sherry just said, "Has the Kickstarter launched yet, or are we just going through the page?"
We're going through the page.
Going through the page and answering any questions people might have.
This is your last call for questions, basically, and then we're going to preview. Shipping is after the campaign. Quick note on tariffs, y'all. Oh, here's some shipping rates if anybody wants to take a quick peek at those. These are estimates because they can change, but this is my best guess right now on what shipping is going to cost. Everything will be shipping from the United States. If you're in the United States, that means you don't got to worry about tariffs, period. Because I'm paying any of those when stuff comes into the US. So don't worry about it. It's taken care of. When you order, it is what it is. You've already paid whatever. You're just going to pay your shipping. That's it.
But like if you're outside of the US,
then you need to be aware of any
whatever. Like like if you're in Canada, there may be a tariff. There may be a tariff fee, and we have no way to know what that because the U.S. is charging tariffs on the tariff issue from the U.S. is they are charging tariffs on things that are going into the country.
Correct.
Once it's in the country, you can send it around anywhere else in the U.S. for no extra charge.
Correct.
But once it's in the U.S., to bring it into my country, because we're in Canada, if there's any tariffs that the Canadian government is charging, then that is where it will apply.
Just be aware just be aware that on the paperwork, this is probably what you were about to say, but I want to make sure I'm really clear. on the paperwork, the country of origin, which is what is used to apply tariffs typically, the country of origin is always China on my stuff because that's where my stuff is manufactured. So when it ships from the US to, say, Europe, it's going to say country of origin China with a tariff code for playing cards. So if you want to look up and see whether tariffs are going to apply, look up any tariffs on China, origin,
but don't
cards.
Don't look up the US tariffs, because the US tariffs are what's being charged on goods going from outside the US into the US. If you are in a different country, then you need to look at what tariffs are being charged on products from outside of your country coming into your country. So import tariffs.
Yeah.
Look, you need to look up import tariffs for your country.
I also want to highlight this because it's been a problem with every campaign. If you are on an Apple device and if your Kickstarter account is linked to your Apple account, there's a good chance that the email I'm going to have for you is a private relay Apple email. And that works about 20% of the time to get you your survey. So if you are an Apple user, and I've sent an update out to everybody, so you want to keep checking the campaign page. And if you see an update that says, hey guys, I've sent all the surveys. If you don't have yours within an hour of that post going up, reach out right away to the pledge manager. And I will have all that information in when we send out the surveys. But I'm hoping to go to print. They might not get that.
They won't get the information.
That's why you have to come back and check the campaign page if you're an Apple user. So don't assume that you're going to get your updates properly by email, because sometimes they don't come through. The difference is Kickstarter updates are more consistently going out to Apple users than pledge manager emails. So when the pledge manager sends the survey, there's a good chance you're not going to get it if you're on an Apple private relay.
Which is fine, because you know that the Kickstarter is going for 3 weeks.
I'll probably be sending surveys within a month or so of the decks going into production.
Yeah.
So probably within about 4 to 6 weeks after the campaign ends, you'll get survey.
And let's clarify this. If there's an issue and you haven't gotten your survey, then if you contact Lisa directly, she can give you the link that you need in order to get one sent to you.
I will give Peggy a countdown timer so she can track how long it takes us to fund. It's like a thing now. People want to know how long it's going to take. So I'll have you ready with I have a stopwatch thingy on here.
Yeah,
you can just hit that.
I've got a stopwatch
there. Okay. So yeah, just really important on the Apple thing. And I have had people not get their surveys for a very long time. Depending on how popular an item is, just be aware that after
Miss Lucy says, I'll probably wait until it's in your Etsy shop later, because that way I know beforehand how much it will cost, international shipping, VAT. And we totally understand that that's a concern. Mm-hmm. That's why we will be ordering extra decks. But we have no way to guarantee how many. We don't know how many we're going to get yet, because it'll depend.
I'm sorry, Maze. I'm almost there, guys. We're almost there.
It'll depend on how much we get in pledges as to how many extra decks we can afford.
Sometimes, okay, like let's say we need to print at least 700 decks, then we might get 1,000, for example.
Yeah.
But we're depending on where we land on that, how many people want copies depends on how many we print.
Yeah.
So, okay, anyways, I want to be quick about this, but just a quick heads up. So I've said it. After about 3 months after surveys, assuming that decks have already shipped, if I have not gotten your response, I can't promise you that I will have stock. I will do my best. So far, that hasn't happened. I've been able to get everybody their stuff, but surveys are really, really important. Without the survey, I don't have your address and I don't have your shipping payment. So that's the most important part of the campaign.
Mac Halo says, coming to the UK, you don't need to worry unless it's over 135 pounds.
Good to know.
Now that's the VAT, I think. I'm not sure how VAT works. I get that tariffs is a big conversation for a lot of people.
Yeah,
but and it's a made in China product, and if it's going to your country, your tariffs will be based on whatever your country charges for tariffs on Chinese goods.
Yeah. Okay.
And as far as we know, it's not. So far, it hasn't been a huge deal.
Yeah. So we're gonna watch the video together, and that way we can get. Some of you are waiting for naps and walking dogs and all kinds of things. So I want to get going. We're staying after we hit go, so you can still ask more questions. And yes, we will absolutely. I'll be happy to give readings of the Oracle. So yes, let's get going first though, because y'all are on the edge of your seats. So let's watch the video and
watch the video and then go live.
Y'all ready? All right, here we go.
What if your whole story, the easy parts, the hard parts, and everything in between was sacred? That is the heart of the Unicorn's Journey Oracle. Hi, I'm Lisa, and I created the Unicorn's Journey Oracle deck, a 70-card beginner-friendly oracle designed to help you reconnect with your magic and your worth. This deck is divided into 5 suits, each representing a different part of life. Spirit for healing and spiritual support, fire for passion, drive, and confidence, water for relationships, self-care, and emotional awareness, air for communication, thoughts, and self-expression, and earth for managing your responsibilities and staying grounded even when life feels uncertain. And just like real life, the topics covered in these cards are balanced between uplifting, neutral, and shadowy themes, because every part of your experience matters. Each card has a title and 3 supporting keywords, so it's easy to work with right out of the box. But if you want to go deeper, the guidebook will include a visual description, an interpretation of the card's meaning, a self-worth message, and 3 journal prompts for every card.
I'm sorry.
These prompts are designed to help you go deeper into your practice or to support you by creating a framework for a 3-card tarot reading to accompany your oracle draw. Whether you're reading for yourself or offering guidance to someone else, this deck was made to work beautifully all by itself. But if you're the kind of reader who loves pairing tarot with oracle, my first deck, the Unicorn's Journey Tarot, makes the perfect companion with or without the guidebook prompts. I created this deck to support you through it all, the easy days, the hard days, and everything in between, because your journey is worth honoring exactly as it is. If you'd like to see this deck printed and out in the world, then I need your help. So please consider backing the Unicorn's Journey Oracle on Kickstarter today. Thank you so much for your support, and may your magic always shine from the inside out.
Oh my gosh. There's so many of you here. Oh, I closed it. I cut off the end of the video. No, we're not muted. We haven't been muted for most of that.
Oh, I thought we were.
No, we're just chit-chatting over here. That's amazing. Thank you all so much. Okay. I didn't do makeup this morning though. I was like, it's not happening. Okay, so Cherie says, this is likely already been answered, but I got here kind of late. Are edges getting same color as UJT? No, they're blue. If we hit the stretch goal, they are blue. Let me show you. And then we will go hit the button together. So
do it right now?
Yeah.
Now? 5.
No, hold on. So blue edges. So they're not the same. Also, so this has got that like daytime looking up at the sky from Mystics Grove at the sun, whereas the other one is the tarot is the star.
Mackie says, "Doggone needs to pee."
I'm so sorry, Mac. Okay.
Okay. We're gonna hit the button.
Okay, I've got to get ready. Let me just unzoom this real quick. Reset. Exit preview.
Okay.
Hold on.
Get those
Stop
twitchy
sharing.
fingers ready.
I won't be able to put the thing on the screen right away. So it'll take me a second, but let me just go back to project overview. Somebody asked, they said they can't see the post. First of all, don't panic because it's not time sensitive the same way early birds are, but you have to be a magical or badass unicorn to see the post. So if you are a supportive unicorn, you're not going to see it. And it's just like Jenny said earlier, the membership price does not offset any special discount. So keep that in mind before you become a member for that. But anyways, okay. I'm ready to launch. I'm going to hit the button. Are we all ready?
Ready to launch.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Go.
Oh, wait. You have to reset it because I have to say that I agree first.
How do I reset? Oh, reset.
Yeah. Okay, check the box. Yes, my launch date is now. Okay, it's till Saturday, August 9th at 11:59. Project is all or nothing. Yes. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, I'm so sorry. Okay, now we're hitting it. 3, 2, 1, launch.
Okay, it's gone.
Oh, it still says drum roll over here. Is it live now? It's live. Yay!
It's live.
So I'm going to open up my dashboard and then I can share that screen.
Oh, wait, I think. Let me just take your time and do all the things. We did not take general lag into consideration.
Oh, yeah, there's always a bit of lag.
23 seconds.
I need to figure out how to share this. I need to get out of all the pages. Will this work? Is it launched? Is it live? I can never tell. Hello?
Yeah.
It's launched. Okay.
21 backers already.
Okay, let me just share this screen so we can watch it together. Where is our
present or invite?
Okay, share screen. That one.
There you go.
Share. And then I just need that view, I guess.
What you doing?
remove that, add that. There we go.
There we go.
That's good enough. We can do that one. There. Woo! Okay, now we
1
can
minute,
watch it.
still not funded.
Do I have to hit refresh? Does this not do it live?
Refresh it. Hit refresh and see what happens. Yeah.
Hold on. Let me just go to the actual page because this dashboard page is not doing the trick. Okay. Can I hide this? Yes. There. Now we can watch it more live, I think.
Yeah.
I think we're fine.
Yeah, it's already at 9,000.
Oh my God.
91, 92, 93, 94, 95,
Backer
96,
24.
97.
Backer 11 for Bird Nest.
I wish there was a way to do it so that you can't, there's no guarantee as to what number your certificate of authenticity will have on it.
Yeah.
I wish there was a way to do that. 1 minute, 45 seconds.
What are we trying to beat? Oh, shoot.
2 minutes. We're not going to beat 2 minutes.
Nope.
That's okay.
I mean, technically there was a tiny delay. 3 minutes. I bet you we will beat Backer 20, Backer 2. Oh my gosh. Nice. That's amazing. If you want to, you need to back one, then add one. Yeah, there is not a buddy tier. So you do need to back one, add one. If you want to. Yeah. Does the Oracle come with a printed guidebook? Oh, yes. Yes, it does. So I can actually see it if I'm on the StreamYard tab. There we go. Yeah, right? How do I add on Peggy's deck? So when you back, you first pick your tier, you'll be taken to the add-on page. And you should have a whole list of stuff you can add on, and Peggy's deck will be in that list. Yeah.
And you can go back in and get it later, too.
So physical guidebook, we have a single page per card that has a...
Did it!
Yay! Stop the thing. Oh, my God. You were so slow. It was like 2 minutes, 45 seconds. Yay! Thank you, everybody! This is the best! Oh, my God.
And we hit... Okay. When Lisa hits launch, there's about a 30 second. Anything that I'm saying right now is going to be about a 30-second delay before you guys see it, so we can safely take off about 30 seconds.
Probably, yeah.
Before you guys would even have heard us say that it's live.
Just take care of yourself, Artie. Okay, yeah. So sorry to answer the guidebook question. You have a description of what's happening in the card. You
stayed under 3 minutes.
You have an in the reading section. And then you have a self-worth message and then 3 journal prompts or card spread things. Thank you guys so much for
let the thank yous begin.
Yay! All the sparkles. Thank you.
Yep.
And I think we're almost to the first stretch goal, which is amazing. Amazing. Well done and congrats. Yay! Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, let's face it.
I've got to keep an eye on it over here because I feel like the StreamYard. Yeah, we're trucking along here, people. That's amazing. So, yes, I will do some readings and we'll hang out. And now I can chill out a little bit. The first part is always like the most intense. Thank you so much, Elowen. Thanks, everybody. You can tell what number you are.
Oh, no, I don't want to change my shirt again.
You can tell what number you are by going to.
Yeah, it took some time for it to load, so we gotta.
Yeah.
We have about we always assume that whatever we're saying now is about a 30-second delay.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. But even without that time correction, it's still under 3 minutes. 2 minutes, 47 seconds.
Go walk your dogs. Go take your naps. Go eat your snacks.
Yeah.
And if you want to come back and hang out, that's cool. And if not, all good. Otherwise, go to work. Do your stuff. Thank you for hanging out, but we're gonna be here for a little bit for sure.
Yeah,
I'm gonna do some readings.
I'm gonna go check on puppies. I'm probably gonna get out of your way and let you do readings.
Okay, I'll be okay.
Yeah, I'll be right there.
Okay.
Do you want me to just stay here?
I mean, no,
I can just
they're
sit here
looking at us.
Because you know what?
She might want her breakfast finally.
Well, if we say certain words, they think that they're gonna go OUT immediately. So at the very least, I have to do that.
Oh, yeah, fair enough. Oh, sorry. How do we get our backer number? Okay, so if you go to your Kickstarter account, click your face up at the top right, go under View All for your backed projects. And then next to any of the projects you've backed, if you hit the little plus sign, you'll get like a whole page of information about you backing that deck, what pledge tier you were at, etc. And down on the bottom right, it'll say backer number. It'll say backer number.
Is that the only way to get to it?
Yeah. As far as I know, there might be another way to see it, but that's the easiest.
I will be back.
Okay. Peggy's going to go take the doggies for a little walkie. Let's go if you want a reading, then drop a question in, but please put, tag me or put question or reading or something in all caps so I can see it, and I will start building a list. I'm loving seeing the backer numbers. Oh my God, are we almost? Oh my God, we are almost to the first stretch goal. That's amazing. That's amazing. Thank you all so much. Oh, and the video that I showed you guys will be going out on YouTube at noon, like in an hour, and it'll go on Instagram in an hour. So, but initially it's just for us. I'm so glad you got to hang out with us, Artie. And just like I said, stay safe, and we love you. And thank you so much to those of you who are just like here and hanging out and ready. I appreciate it so much. I'm going to open up because I feel like my stuff is everywhere. Okay.
And don't forget, if you still have questions, continue to ask them.
Yeah, if you have questions about the campaign,
This is
also.
not a questions are closed moment.
Okay. Question. Message from Mystic. Oh, GA, I'm sending you so much love, but I've got you on my list too. Oh my gosh. So many backers already. That's amazing, you all. Thank you so much. And an email goes out from Kickstarter too, I think, telling people about the launch, but this thing does give me a headache after a while, so I'll have to take my horn off eventually. But we funded, so I feel like I can do that soon. Just hit the manage button, and at the top it shows your backer number. Oh, that's a quicker way, Vintage Moon. So yeah, if you're on the campaign page, click manage your pledge at the top, and it should. And Vintage Moon says that will show you your backing number. Oh my God, I've got to start these questions. Reading. Thanks for hanging out, Lisa. I know it's getting late overseas, so I appreciate you all who are here and hanging out despite weird hours and locations and lifing. And thank you for bearing with the hour or so it takes to get through questions and cover everything. I just want to make sure that when I go live, you all have a chance to already know things, so you don't have to worry you don't have the info you need. Oh, cool. Kickstarter sent an email to all the Unicorns Journey Tarot. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know it did that automatically. Or if I did know, I forgot because, yeah. Oh, we hit the first stretch goal. Yay! Okay, let me go update the campaign page because that's how I roll. And I'll just keep throwing your questions in. And also, if you think about it, let me know. Or if you want to, let me know. Well, I guess I'll probably just do it anyways. I was going to say, let me know if you want me to read the self-worth message from the guidebook, but I can just do that. Just because I just freaking feel like it. I can just do that. Oh my gosh. Okay. I'm probably going to not get to everybody on the readings, but I'm definitely starting them as I see them. I want to just update. Let me go in. Is this the page I'm sharing? Yeah. So I can't update it right now. I need to open a new tab. Hold on. So that I don't update it while y'all are watching the countdown. Or count up, I guess. Okay. Let me go in. I'm going to try and snag these reading requests as I can. Y'all are the best, legitimately the best. I'm so curious. I should check how the tiers are going. Let's scroll down and see. Oh, let me scroll down and see. Wait. I'm going to scroll down and see on my own because I don't want to spill beans for secret tiers. Okay, so looks like 127 out of 150 of the Oracle deck only early birds are snagged already. So there's 23 left currently. And then for the early bird bundles, we got lots left. So you're good to go on those. And the Luma Varia bundle, we're good to go on those. The only reason any of those other things are limited is just because I have to keep an eye on my UJT stock. I've got plenty, but just to make sure I don't end up accidentally overextended on stock. Oh, Robin says, wait. Robin was saying, hold on, I don't want to miss this. Continued. I spent a whole day getting nervous about missing a campaign that never happened last week. So something like this makes it so easy. It's just a breath of fresh air. Oh, I'm glad. Oh, good. Wait, Charmed, did you repost I want to make sure I get the right version of your question because I think okay, I got it. Hi, Dawn. Good to see you. Thank you, Michelle. I'll star that so that I remember that. Yay. Hi, Allie. Of course, you crush funding quickly. I know. I'm so excited. I want to go update it while I think of it. Okay, so let me go into my build campaign button. and go in and make sure I make a note at the stretch goals that are unlocked. I'm just going to keep this page open so we can edit as we go. Where are my stretch goals? Unlocked. Okay. So we have our wraparound box. I knew we would get that one. No problem. And I made the next one the gold foil accents because I feel like y'all are like the most excited for the gold foil accents. So, okay. We're good. We're good. All right. Okay. I'm going to have to take this thing off. Oh my God. There was something else I was going to do, but I don't know that did I actually save the change I just made? I hope so. I think I did. Okay. Oh, this is a good question that is not a reading yet. How confident am I with the December delivery? Well, I will tell you a little something. As long as funding stays solid, my hope, I've already got my prototype. So this means that there's very little else I need to do. I've made some updates to the card files. I've made some updates to the box file and the guidebook cover just to change font sizes and placement and things like that. So those things have been updated. Once I get the new files to the printer, they're going to send me a digital proof because I've already seen the quality is what I need. I'm going to make sure they get the rose petal finish on the outside of the box and things like that. Once all that's confirmed, I'll be placing my production order pretty much as soon as the campaign's over. I do not need to wait until funds are in my bank account, as long as I know we've hit our funding goals. So as soon as the campaign's over and I know where we're sitting, I'm hoping to have my production order ready to go right then. So then it's about 6 weeks or so for production, and then another 6 weeks for it to arrive at my fulfillment center, give or take. So that means roughly 3 months. So if we're finishing on August 9th, let's just do the math together. Then my hope is that we are ready to ship. So if let's say August 9th, we'll say August 11th for the order, right? So that's September 11th is month 1. October 11th is month 2. November 11th is month 3. So I'm hoping we're shipping actually by the end of November. And for me personally, end of the year is like drop dead last possible. That would be me being late in my brain. Okay. And if you know from my previous campaigns, you know that typically we are shipping ahead of our estimate unless we run into trouble. And then I've never been late. I've always been at or before my schedule. Because to me, late is like, I always add at least a month to what I think I can do. I just don't want y'all holding me to that because life is lifing and it happens. But yeah, I'm very confident. The biggest thing is that there are like slower processing at customs. So things can sometimes get hung up. That happened with Sassy Dragons. Everything arrived at port together, but like half my stuff took like an extra 2 or 3 weeks to arrive at my fulfillment center because customs.
The classic showed up on time and
NSFW was the one that was delayed. And most people had multiple items and I can't really start fulfillment until everything shows up. If there was a massive delay, I would figure it out. But like for just a few weeks, I'm just going to wait and make sure everything comes in and can ship together. Okay.
This is only a 1-deck run, so there's a big difference there too.
Yeah, and actually UJT had the most bumps in the road because I had major issues with my printer that round. So, which is why I switched printers. But yeah, that one, the fact that I managed to get that out on time despite the issues, whew, that was dicey for a minute. And yeah, you can definitely go look at my previous campaigns, y'all, and see how things have been handled, read updates, see what other people have said. I always recommend that on any Kickstarter. Go look at previous campaigns for anybody you back and see how they've handled stuff. How have they handled issues? How have they handled updates? Have they been communicative? And I'm proud of that because I treat y'all the way I want to be treated on a campaign. So I'm very communicative.
Oh my God, you're communicative.
It's a problem. I'm a little bit hovery. It's a thing. Okay.
Well, you're super, super, super like. For me, I would have to like go, okay, I'm going to sit down. I'm a slow typer, yada, yada, yada. I have to go click, click, click. And you're just like, blah, 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 and then typing 400 words a freaking minute. She types almost as fast as she talks.
It's true.
So and you're super like your social media and email and stuff like that. That's just something you're just like really good at.
Lisa's a helicopter creator, but in a good way. Yeah, that's what it is. I'm a helicopter parent over my babies, over my deck babies and my book babies. Yeah. It's just how I roll. I have like 40 questions in the queue, y'all. So But yeah, always look at creators' backgrounds if you're nervous about backing. That'll tell you so much. At least I have backed the Oracle, but I'm moving house, I think around September, October. Will I be able to change my address before it's shipped? Just keep me posted. What I will do is I will send out an update when I do the survey. And usually you can update your address. Like you'll submit your survey with your current address or whatever address you think you're going to be at and pay your shipping. And then I'll have all that information and be collating all that information so I can send it to fulfillment. But typically you can update your address. I'll tell you when addresses will be locked. And so you'll have a heads up. It'll be like, you'll know. Yeah. So I'm guessing if you're probably moving September, October, I think it's unlikely I would be shipping in like September or early October, but yeah, keep posted on the updates. It'd have to go pretty fast for us to do that. It's so transparent. Oh yeah. Yeah, I do. I tell y'all everything. Yeah. Because I want to know everything. And also I'm a nosy bitch. Too.
You are okay. Sorry. Okay. Basically it's like Lisa has a tendency to micromanage. And she's putting this skill to use for good instead of evil.
Yes, that's what Peggy says. Use your powers for good, not evil. And this is an area where
it's like
I don't control freak.
It's like I don't need to so you don't micromanage. You try your best not to micromanage in the day-to-day world, but when it comes to something like this that's got so many moving parts, it really works out.
Yeah, the thing about having keywords right on the cards is the way I work with oracles is I don't want to have to use a guidebook. So I built the oracle so you don't have to use the guidebook. But then I built the guidebook so that if you do use the guidebook, you get something extra. That's why there's journal prompts in here as well as the self-worth message, because I feel like for an oracle, it needs to do something extra in the guidebook for me to even want to pick it up. It's just how I am with oracles. I want the oracle. I want to be able to shuffle it and throw cards on the table and just use it. Because with tarot, we already know the system. With oracle, it doesn't even have to have a system. Mine totally has a system.
There are no basic rules that govern oracle.
No.
Every single creator does. It's a free for all. So without a guidebook or without something really obvious in the card or a guidebook to help.
Yeah, exactly. I'm also a backer.
Thanking on Lisa's behalf, of course.
Other campaigns. Oh, yay! Yeah,
Lisa has been a backer, so she knows how we feel as customers too. Absolutely.
Yep.
99 times.
I'm not at 100.
We'll talk.
You love me.
Apparently.
You married me. You knew what you were getting into.
Yeah, that's what makes me sad.
Oh, thank you, Mac. And by the way, in case you were waiting to see, the Tabby Carta Awards ceremony is next weekend. So I'll know by the end of next Saturday if either UJT or Unlocking the Tarot won any Tabby Carta Awards. I feel like I keep cutting Peggy's face off of the.
Actually, you can wait for a minute.
Do I read the cards linearly or is there a system and elemental considerations? For me with this world, there's always elemental considerations because I created it, and each part of actually I can tell you this part because I don't think I have this anywhere on the campaign page. Let me give you a quick intro to what is covered in each suit. So the spirit suit is the self-worth theme of the spirit suit. It's aligned with the element of spirit or ether. These cards offer messages about self-knowledge, connections with self and others, and a journey of personal growth and healing. So you're going to see like cards in the spirit suit like awakening, for example. And the supporting keywords here are enlightenment, elevation, and realization. Disconnection, right? Which is like, these are deeper things than like what you're going to find in like the emotional suit, the water suit. You're going to see, what's another example? Synchronicity. So you're going to see things more about like spiritual support, your spiritual support team, etc. I'm your first Kickstarter, Jamie. So hi, Tara. They're similar. So you're going to get to see it in real time because I've got like 41 readings queued up. For anybody being patient about that, thank you so much. Anyways, okay, so that's what's in the spirit suit. The fire suit self-worth themes are personal power, drive, learning to take up space, following creative impulses, finding purpose, and managing intensity. The water suit themes are relationships, sensitivity, connection, tenderness, emotional maturity, healing, and trust. The air suit, much like in tarot, honestly, the air suit is communication, the realm of the mind, understanding, clarity, logic, and thought patterns. And then the earth suit is giving and receiving energy, growth, foundations, boundaries, and personal responsibility. So you're going to see like, it's going to feel energetically aligned, whatever suit you're in. You're going to see that the topics, and I've got some like, I'm kind of when I think of elemental energy, I'm semi-informed also by chakral energy, just because I've worked with that energy system a lot. So you'll see some of that overlap kind of subtly behind the scenes. If you're familiar, you would know. I've probably missed a bunch of your readings requests, but I've got a lot in the list too. So I'm just going to start. I'm just going to snag some. Oh, hold on. Let me get to the questions. Kate D, are you still here? And then we'll get to see how the deck reads, and we'll go from there. So the question is about a future vocation in mediumship. Oh, jolly little teapot. UJT is why I joined Kickstarter. So Lisa was the catalyst for my indie deck collecting addiction. Oh, you're so welcome. I apologize for your wallet though. It does feel great to support creators directly. It is. I love backing Kickstarters. And I think because one of my favorite things about it is that you back the deck and then like months later it shows up and it okay, I'm not saying this is a healthy thing, but I am saying that I kind of like how it just shows up and it feels like a present. Like you paid for it. Like you paid for it. Like it shows up way later and it's kind of like a present. Saw the comment too late, haven't recovered yet.
I'm still here for the shit talking, guys, but I'm getting out of the way so she can do it.
Yeah, did I miss Mac's comment? Oh yeah, don't check how many because then you'll see how much money you spent. Yeah. I mean, my very first Kickstarter was that was tarot, was the last unicorn tarot, and it took like, I want to say like 2 or 3 years to make.
It was slow.
It was really delayed. They had artists that fell off. They had to find new artists. It was a whole thing. But it was so exciting. I still love that deck.
Breaks because of other projects.
Yeah, well, ish. Yeah, they kept going to cons and people were getting upset. But I will say, when it finally came in, everything was beyond expectations. It was, the value for that campaign was incredible. Are the Oracle early birds left? I mean, gone? The bundles should still be there. But don't forget that the regular price is still... What was I going to say about that? There's something about the regular price. Oh, maybe that's the bundle. Regular price bundle is still similar to the early bird Oracle plus the tarot. Anyway. Kate, are you still here? Did I lose you in all of the sea of comments? Oh, Jenny, I can't wait to hear what you think when you get not UJT, last unicorn tarot. Somebody also flag me if we hit our next stretch goal so I can go update. Yay! So glad you're able to get add-ons. Yeah, it's exciting to be able to have all the add-ons on there too. And this will be the 3rd round of fulfillment for this fulfillment center. Can I tell you all, when my decks, sorry, Kate, when my decks arrived at my fulfillment center when Peggy and our decks, the Sassy Dragons, arrived at the fulfillment center for shipping, once they were received in, it takes them about, the decks physically arrive and then their warehouse puts them in a queue to be received into inventory. That process takes about a week or so. Once they're received in, can I tell you that every single deck that we had a survey back for was shipped in the first 48 hours. 48 hours. There's no way I could do that myself. And people in the US were getting their decks like a couple business days later in most cases. Like, it's just crazy how fast they are. They're amazing. And they've been... Yeah. Keep an eye out though. Sometimes people drop off in early bird, so you might see one open up again later.
Sometimes people lock one in so they have choices, and then they change their minds later. During the Saucy Dragons, there was quite a few people that changed their pledges and their early birds became available.
Yeah, that happens throughout the campaign. Oh, somebody asked earlier why only 3 weeks for this campaign. And my main reason is because during the campaign, I'm still a nervous wreck. Even though I know we've funded, it's very
expectations too, thanks to keeping a seed fund going.
Yeah, we keep a seed fund so that we're not panicked about funding, but it's just nerve-wracking because during the course of the campaign, and this is like, you always do what's right for you. Do not let anything I'm about to say not let you do what's right for you. Always do what's right for you. But there is a lot of yo-yoing and up and down, and people come in and then people drop off and then all this stuff. And it's kind of stressful behind the scenes. So I'm trying a little bit of a shorter campaign to see how that feels.
So we lowered our goals because we now have a seed fund that we didn't have before.
Yeah, John says it's for Lisa's health. Yes,
and
this is
Lisa's mental health, because Lisa can get absolutely overwhelmed.
And all of my people have to deal with me that whole time. I'm so sorry, Kate. if you've said you're here, I don't know. I'm going to read for you anyways. So the question was future vocation and mediumship. Okay, sorry. I've been shuffling for an hour, but I mean, the shuffle is also super satisfying. So, all right, what do we got? Oh, cool. Okay, so the card we got for you is curiosity. And the supporting keywords here are interest, inquiry, and observation. In this card, we have a little air unicorn who was flying around and then poked its head behind a waterfall. And there's this glow coming out of this cavern. And the idea here is to be open to the mystery, to be open to what's unfolding, to not go in with such a fixed idea of what it's supposed to look like or feel like, so that you lock yourself into not being able to experience the joy of it, like experience the magic of it. Think of this vocation kind of like unwrapping a gift. You don't want to shake it too much before you unwrap it, because you want to be present for it as it happens. You want to allow it to unfold. You want to be willing to kind of dip into those little corners and discover. So think about words like discovery. Think about asking questions. Think about like paying attention and keeping your eyes wide open. So let's read the self-worth message. So that is an air card because it's a flying unicorn. Curiosity. Oh, and they're alphabetical, by the way. When you go into the little yellow section for air, they're all alphabetical within that subsection. Does that make sense? Because navigation is important. Anyways, so here's the inner reading that I wrote. Now is the time to follow your curiosity. There may be something new calling for your attention, an idea, an experience, or a mystery yet to unfold. Let yourself wonder and wander. Lean into discovery and remember that curiosity is the key to new possibilities. The self-worth message is curiosity is a gift. Don't stop yourself from asking questions, no matter how silly they may seem. I literally wrote to me. These are the things I need to fix in the guidebook. Don't be afraid to ask questions, no matter how silly they seem. Where's a pen? Lisa needs a pen. Baby, do you have a pen or a pencil over there?
I can go get.
Can you get me one?
You found something you need to change?
Yeah. Anyways, where was I? Yeah. Don't stop yourself from asking questions, no matter how silly they may seem. It's time to uncover something new.
All I have are gel pens.
I don't really care because this is a prototype. A gel pen is fine. Oh, well, it'll probably smear though, huh?
It'll smear all over.
Do you have a pencil? Pencil's perfect.
Yeah, I have pencils.
Okay. So anyways, I hope that was helpful, Kate, if you're still here. But by now you're probably gone, which is fine. Are you still here, Mother Whiskers? Thanks, babe. Oh, okay. This is what I'm going to be doing, is going through the guidebook and like this is part of it, is finding these little things that I need to fix. Yes, to answer Gail's question real quick. Is there any plans for art prints in the future? I have several plans. Yes, I would like to do art prints. It's something I would probably just bring into my Etsy shop. It's more about making sure I get the right cardstock for that, so that it's sturdy and holds up in shipping, especially if shipped with something like brick shaped, like a deck. So I want to make sure that I have the right packaging sorted out. So I have not hacked that all out yet. I also, for those curious, and I usually try to keep this on the down low, but I will just slip it in here real super quick. I would like to someday do a special edition of UJT with a prettier book someday. Prettier, bigger book. And no, you're fine, Kate. It's all good. No plans to attend Newts this year. No, I've got so much going on, y'all. So yeah. Any plans? I think that was the main question. And y'all, if I miss your question, like especially about the campaign, feel free to repost. It's the way it's going to be. Okay. Mother Whiskers. You are Danielle. Hi, Danielle. Okay. So your question was, why are you so stuck? Let's just see what comes through. Again, the shuffle is like, it's just, let me do it again because I just love it so much. I love black core cardstock. Okay. Come on now. Anyways, okay. Why are you stuck? Let's see. So we pulled the intuition card for you. The sub keywords, the supporting keywords are inner compass, guided awareness, and instinct. So look at what's happening in this card. So Mystic is walking along, not looking where they're walking, but they instinctively know they need to sidestep around this pit in the ground, this pitfall, you could say. Let's pull this up in the guidebook. But to me, when you're talking about feeling stuck, it could be that you're blocking your intuition. You're not listening to your gut. There's something your gut is telling you to do or to pause on. And so that can make us kind of spiral a bit where we're like, Do we move forward? Do we not move forward? And a lot of that comes from a lack of self-trust. When we lean into the ability, when we trust our ability to guide ourselves around danger, when we trust our ability to guide ourselves around the pitfalls, we do such a better job of moving forward because we're not afraid of those pitfalls. We're not letting our fear of falling keep us from moving. Yeah, Barb calls it intuition constipation, and that is the best thing ever. Yes, that is absolutely what I'm referring to. So in the guidebook, I say, this card is a reminder to trust your inner knowing. Intuition often appears as a subtle nudge, a quiet pull, a feeling that defies logic but proves true nonetheless. Not everything requires proof before action. Sometimes you simply have to trust that you know more than you realize. There's no need to second guess yourself. The self-worth message is simple. Trust yourself. Your instincts are guiding you in the right direction. So that's what you need to lean into, is that self-trust. And if this helps you, I'm going to give you the journal prompts in this case. Journal prompt 1, when have I trusted my intuition and been proven right? This is really helpful because when you can lean into past success and explore that, it can remind you, you have earned your own trust, right? Where in my life am I ignoring my inner voice? And how can I strengthen my connection to my instincts? So you could use those 3 to pull 3 more cards for yourself and dig in deeper to this question if you'd like to. Witten Whimsy wants to know if I can say anything about the Convocation of Witches Tarot. Yeah, no sooner than next year. For sure. Francesca and I are working on the majors right now, and some of the slowness there is, it's not Francesca, it's definitely coming from me because I am like kind of really tweaking and moving with that as we go along. But we just completed the Devil, the Tower, and the Star cards art. So we're moving on to, we do 3 at a time. So we're moving on to Moon, Sun, and Judgment next. So, and well, actually we'll do Moon, Sun, Judgment, the World. We'll probably do a batch of 4 for the last 4. And then we'll be into the minors. So a lot of it's going to depend on how quickly I can refine and get the information to Francesca, because I give her the story so she knows exactly what I'm trying to convey. And I also give her a full art description. And in this last group of cards, I was like trying to communicate something. So I even like sketched. I showed my members my sketch. It's bad, y'all. But anyway, so we go back and forth with sketches and stuff until we get it right. And then she will illustrate it. And then sometimes we still tweak. So like I wanted more light in the Tower card, or I wanted to change the perspective, or we needed to like move a character forward or back. So there's a lot that goes on in that process. And Convocation of Witches to me feels like I'm building my spiritual ancestry, if that makes any sense, or a spiritual ancestry, an ancestry we can kind of all connect into, this wisdom ancestry. It's very rich. And so it's slower in a way. Like UJT had this like, I don't know, momentum behind it because there's this story. Whereas Convocation of Witches just keeps taking me deeper and deeper and deeper. I don't know. I cannot draw, Jenny. Don't lie to these people. Anyways, Deb, let me add your question to the list. And I'm sorry, I've probably missed a ton of questions as I've been gabbing my heart out over here. Okay. Sorry. So Danielle, right? Was it Danielle? It scrolled way up now, but I think it was, oh, I already read that. Why am I stuck? Yes. Next question. I was like, I did read that one. Okay. So Stardust, I'm having my first sample meeting with my artist on Tuesday. Yay! Okay, what should you know for that day? Let's see. Oh, Dawn, that's the sweetest comment. Thank you. Yeah, I'm pumped for it too. And Peggy and I have other ideas. Like I have other ideas. Like I do want to do a Unicorn's Journey Lenormand, because we can't have a star and a sun and not have a moon on the backs. Like it's just a thing that needs to happen now. It needs to be a trifecta.
Sassy Pam.
That Sassy Pam is something else. Peggy's excited about that one. I got to figure out how to lay that one out. That one's going to be a fun project also. Okay. Sending you love. Okay. Stardust, you're still here. I'm sure you are. Anyways, okay. First sample artist. What do we got? I love how we get such a good, like meaty, I was going to say chunky, but that sounds kind of gross. We get like a good meaty, like 1 card pull. Will Sassy Dragons continue to be available on Etsy? Yes, we do have some stock reserved for Etsy. A limited amount, but we do have some stock reserved for Etsy still. So it's still there. You can go buy it there right now. You don't have to back this campaign if you don't want to. And if you, totally you can wait. I think that's going to be fine. If Sassy Dragons sells out, particularly for the Not Safe for Work, Peggy and I have already talked about this. If we get close to selling out, we are going to reprint. So there's no FOMO with NSFW.
By the way,
we want to keep it in stock.
We're incredibly grateful for the support, especially that one.
Yeah. Jolly Little Teapot, let me add you to the list. There's so many people on the list though, so like no promises. We'll see how we do. Sorry, Stardust, back to the list. Okay. So what do you need to know for this first meeting with your artist? This is so good. It's the inspiration card. In this card, we have a little baby dragon who is watching all the grown-up dragons make their fireworks with their fire magic. And if you can tell, as this little dragon is watching these other dragons kind of do these big displays of fireworks, there's a tiny little firework blooming in the mouth of this baby dragon. It's like this teeny, you know what I've called so many things this, but like I did this with my yoga studio and everything, my book, everything I wanted to do. I always tend to call it my teeny tiny baby dream, because that's kind of what it feels like. When you have an idea or you have a creative project you want to do, it feels so tender and so vulnerable and so like you need to keep it kind of safe for a while. It's like in the mouth. Like he's not quite ready to release it yet. You know what I mean? The supporting keywords here are vision, purpose, and wonder. And what you kind of want to hold on to in this meeting with your artist is that sense of magic, because that is going to drive everything else you do. If you create a project from a place of real belief in that project, the rest will take care of itself. It becomes its own momentum as you go. So inspiration, in the guidebook, I say, inspiration often begins as a spark, a whisper of possibility that sets us on the path to something bigger. You may not yet know how to bring your vision to life, but the desire to create, explore, or reach for something greater is already within you. Let your magic lead the way and see where it takes you. The self-worth message is even the most extraordinary accomplishments began, oh my God, I say it in here, began as a teeny tiny dream. I forgot I used that wording in here. That's so cool. Your dreams deserve to see the light of day. Believe in them. And if you get stuck, if at any point you're like, I can't do this, imposter syndrome, blah, 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 go pick up the book, Big Magic by Elizabeth Gilbert, and you read that shit cover to cover, because that will get you out of a funk. It got me out of a funk. Danny recommended it to me when I was like really frozen about my first book, The Self-Worth Path. And that got me to finish it. It really did. It got me over the hump. So if you get stuck, okay, thank you, Robin. Take care. Excuse me. Take care. Have a great day. So yeah, hopefully that's helpful. Being on mobile shouldn't matter. Sometimes you have to finalize your pledge. I've done that and missed it before. I am not sure. If you guys have questions for me, hit me up. I'm not quite following what's happening, but if you're stuck, let me know and I'll do what I can. But yeah, Big Magic is so good. So good. Anyway. All right. So next up we have GA. Are you still here? I broke up with the love of my life a couple days ago. Oh God. What do I need to know right now? Well, be gentle with yourself, number one, but let's see what the cards say. I might need another coffee or a pop or something. Babe,
what?
Can you get a second? Will you grab me some caffeine? I appreciate it so much.
Do some caffeine.
Yes, please. Thank you so much. I have one in the fridge, I think. Okay, so GA. Right now, you need a breather. You need a distraction.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, I didn't realize you were showing it to me for like my approval. Yes, of course.
I want to make sure.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. I'm gonna have to take this headband off in a second here. I'm trying to wait till we hit our next stretch goal because I feel like that's a good marker point. Yes, good point, Stardust. They weren't the love of your life if they're, you know what I mean? Like if they're still out there, your love of your life is probably still out there. Okay, so here's the card. It's distraction. So diversion, escapism, and avoidance. Now, this can be a negative card. It can point us to where we're checked out on our life. We're in a shadowy place about it. But when you're going through something really emotionally taxing, a little intentional escapism, a little intentional avoidance can be really good. I don't think that's how I addressed it in the book, but let's just see. But that's how I would interpret it in this context. So here's what it says. Something or someone is pulling your attention away from what truly matters. Yeah, if you're feeling scattered or unable to commit fully to your goals, ask yourself if there's a deeper reason why. I don't think that's it. You are capable of focus and follow through. It's okay to enjoy small diversions, but don't let them keep you from what you truly want. I think that's important to keep in mind because this is meant to be a shadowy card. But again, in this context, let's have a conversation with this card with this question. When you're asking, what do you need to know right now? It's what you like. What I'm feeling from that is, what do I need right now? What do I need right now? So in this context, I would say you do need a little healthy distraction. You need something to put your energy and your focus on that is going to feel, it's going to let you have a bit of an emotional rest, because what happens is that emotion can build up and feel so intense and hard to process. So make sure you're taking some emotional escapism breaks, play a fun game, dive into a book, something that will really pull you into its world and lose yourself for a little while. Just make sure you find yourself again. You know what I mean? So that is the distraction card. In this card, our little sylph is like hanging out with a butterfly while their friends are like flying off without them because they're just kind of distracted. So don't let the world leave you behind. But can you have a self-worth message too? Yeah, I'll read you what it says. Let's do a different one. Let's do a different card for a self-worth message, because that one felt like it was more like practical stuff. Sure. Let's pull discernment, recognition, lucidity, and eyes wide open. And the self-worth message for discernment is: your perception is a gift. Trust yourself to see things clearly, to recognize truth from illusion, and to move forward with clarity. That's your self-worth message. Oh my God. Yes, water too. Okay, done. We need one of those grilled cheeses that Peggy makes. I know, right? She'll probably be taking me for some food after.
Yeah, I don't have any of that right now. We need to go get me some more.
Are you out of your crescent rolls?
Yep.
How did we let you run out? It's not okay.
Because I'm a pig and I eat them like 3 days a week.
Fair.
It's done. It's like awesome.
It's basically she rolls out crescent roll dough and sprinkles it with cheese, and then puts the other half of the crescent roll dough on top and bakes it, and then cuts it.
16 minutes.
Yeah.
Little bit of butter on top as a crust.
Yeah, it's real good. It's real good. You're welcome, GA. Hang in there. I'm sending you love.
Depending on how much
it's a lot.
cheese you like, it can be a really, really cheap lunch.
Yeah, it can be.
And because it's crescent roll, it tastes really good without a lot of cheese.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh my goodness. Okay. So let's do the next reading, which I'm shuffling forward without putting it on the screen. And it says pledge is full on just the deck. It will not let me. Let me go check. It shouldn't be. There shouldn't be a limit on that, but let me just double check everything on my end to make sure it looks right. Reward tiers. No, it's not limited. Are you looking at the early bird? Because it is definitely full on the early bird. But the regular price of $92, that tier for Unicorn's Journey Oracle, is unlimited. You can have as many of those as you want. But the early bird has sold out at $150 right now. There was 150 early birds available, and that's sold out. So Soul Dreamer, try to click the tier that doesn't have the banner, the one that doesn't say early bird special. Try to click that tier. It should let you back that one. Or if you want the bundle, you can still back the bundle. Oh, shoot. The Oracle and Tarot bundle is almost out. I will add more of those. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add more bundles, and then I'm going to reduce the number of UJT add-ons. Okay, so wait, this says, wait. No, I'm not in the right one. Was that that was the early birds. Oh, shoot. I can't change the early bird. The early bird bundles are almost sold out. No, they're not. Yes, they are. No, they're not. What was I looking at? That said, I read it wrong. I thought it said 298 taken of 300. No, it's 2. We got plenty of bundles. I was being ridiculous. I mean, don't listen to me. I don't know what I'm talking about. Once I get past the add-ons, it won't let me do anything. What does it say? That doesn't make any sense. No, the regular deck says, is anybody else having trouble backing? Because I don't see any problems on my side. Basics. Everything looks normal on my side. Let me go. I can't even try to back my own deck, so I can't even reproduce it on my side. Oh, it says pledge is full and everything is grayed out. Can anybody else test this? Like, don't back it again or anything, but like, is anybody else able to test
What are you
it?
looking at?
Soul Dreamer says she's trying to back the regular deck, but once she gets past the add-ons, it won't let her do anything. It says pledge is full and everything is grayed out. If you haven't backed many, you have to choose pay option. Is that what it is? But what does this pledge is full part mean? I don't know what that means. I've never seen that before.
Just a minute. What are we doing here? So what am I clicking on?
Do you have a Kickstarter account? Because otherwise you won't be able to see anything, I don't think. You're clicking like you're going to back it. Just the Oracle only.
Yeah. I've got an account. So.
Okay.
I'm just going to kick you my computer. And then you can
okay,
look
yeah,
at
and I'll test it.
You'll be... If you have to go through the process and actually purchase just to
test it,
then go for it. Because
okay.
I can just get a refund later.
She can. Okay, so we're going to say continue. And tons of options are available for add-ons. Did you add anything on? Oh, if the amount isn't high enough, you have to pledge in full. Yes.
What?
So, okay, like if basically there's pledge over time available, but if you don't have a high enough total, it won't let you use pledge over time.
Yeah, if you're somebody said that if you're pledging over time, you have to spend at least $125.
Oh, it doesn't say pledge is full. It says pledge in full. Soul Dreamer.
Oh.
What you have to do, the reason it's grayed out, there's a little checkbox underneath the total, right? And the checkbox says backing means supporting a creative project regardless of the outcome. I understand that rewards or reimbursements aren't guaranteed by either Kickstarter or the creator. You have to check that box before the pledge option and make sure you filled in your credit card information before it will ungray. So it will stay grayed out until you check the little box and fill in your credit card information. So if that's where you're stuck, that's why it's still gray. It makes you check that box that says you understand. Yeah. That's the piece you might be missing. Because that collection plan just says pledge in full, not pledge is full. So you're good. Thank you, babe. That was super helpful, actually.
No problem.
Here you go. I just closed the window, so you're back.
We need to be confident in what they're doing here.
That's why we do this live, so that we can troubleshoot and answer questions and all that stuff.
Well, if there's going to be issues like this, it's going to happen in the first hour or so after launch.
I don't know if I was on a reading, y'all. Was it Michelle's? Yeah, Michelle was asking for a general month ahead. Are you still here, Michelle? Michelle is probably going to be in and out, so I'm going to still do the reading. But no big deal if you're not here, Michelle. Good luck. If you can find it, you can watch it back later. Okay. Thank you so much, Sophie. Okay. Oh, I got to change my page so it's back up at the top so we can see the funding total. There we go. Doop, doop. We're almost to them gold sun backs. I want to know how things are looking out for me right now in general. Okay, Kagwana, I'm going to add this. If I don't have it already, I will add. You're back now, sort of at hospital. Okay, good. I'm glad you're there. Stay safe. I'm glad we can be a good distraction for you, though. Just keep you company. Okay. All right, Michelle. General month ahead. Oh, okay. So here's the call. Don't get hung up. I'll show you the card in a second, but I want to talk first. You know how I roll in member readings. So before I show you this, because it's a more confronting card, I want you to just remember that your job right now, your job, the thing you need to do every day when you wake up is to be gentle with yourself, to tell your inner critic to shut the fuck up and get in the back seat because you're at the driver's wheel. I don't know why the internet is down now showing only one little.
That's what I warned you about.
Yeah, well, we're live. So if I get disconnected, I will come back. But if I do get disconnected, I'll probably have to restart my router. So if I have to do that, it'll take about 5 minutes and then I'll be back. But the live will still be going. So anyway, sorry, back to Michelle. So your job is to shut your inner critic up and not let her run the show, right? And to really listen to the part of yourself that knows your worth and not get caught up in beating yourself up for past anything. Doesn't matter whether they're successes or perceived failures or whatever. Just remember that every single thing is a stepping stone to where you are now. So the card I pulled for you is shame, self-reproach, inner critic, and wallowing. So the wallowing is a bit of a reminder and a warning not to get caught up in the negative thought loop and be your own worst enemy. So let's see what the guidebook has to say on this one. And by the way, I say it that way because I legit don't ever remember what I write. I use my own guidebooks because I don't remember. Like I practically channel this stuff. Okay. So unlike guilt, which acknowledges wrongdoing and seeks resolution, shame convinces you that you are the mistake. Shame is not a reflection of who you truly are. It is a reflection of your pain. And pain tells us about the wounds that need healing. Practice self-compassion and self-reflection to grow, expand, and heal. The self-worth message: shame distorts the truth, making you feel unworthy, broken, or isolated. What you feel is not who you are. Let me say that again. What you feel is not who you are. You are whole and unbroken. Really important mantra for yourself: whole and unbroken. Prompts: what truth can cast light on the shadowy fear that shame is pointing to? What does my inner critic have wrong about me? And how can I redirect my thoughts from shame to an opportunity for growth? Oh, Sophie, if your Facebook account is less than, I think, 6 months old, it will auto reject your application. Drop me a private message on Facebook, not at my business page, Lisa Papez Tarot, but if you can just find me, I should be listed as an admin of the page. Send me a picture for that. Blurry for you too. I might be a little blurry. Was it because I held the card up and freaked out my camera? Yeah, maybe refresh. The blur could be coming from my, y'all, the blur could be coming from my internet being crap.
Yeah, that sometimes happens.
Okay, tell you what, we're going to take a little breather. I'm going to make the campaign full screen for a second. And I'm gonna leave the studio and reset the internet real quick, and I will be right back.
That should fix it.
That should fix it. So give me a sec here. I'm gonna mute myself first of all. Okay, BRB. I'm back, I think. Am I back? I think I'm back. I'm sorry. I thought it would keep the countdown up, but it totally didn't.
Yeah, you're back.
You got to turn me off or down.
Yeah, no. I will.
We're getting an echo. Thanks,
Fine.
Peggy. She kept an eye on things. Okay, let me get the thingy up again. I have to restart my stuff. Okay, there it is.
You restarted your whole computer, didn't you?
I did restart my whole computer just to be safe.
Yeah. You're still a little fuzzy, but it might be where you're sitting.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a softness because of the backlighting. That's normal. As long as I'm not
the rest
blurry.
of it's back to normal.
How do I make this bigger? Let me edit this. Can I crop it instead of? Maybe what I can do. Hold on, I've got an idea. If I make this bigger and then move it back, we'll just update that. Okay, there. Now we can see. Look how close we are. Oh my God, we're almost to the next stretch goal. Okay, thank you so much for hanging with me despite that mess, but we are better again. And let me pop out that chat so I can see it again. Cool. All my stuff is working again. Hooray! And we're back to readings. I'm trying to close all my extra tabs we don't need open right now. Okay. How can you add? So you go to Manage Pledge. You don't change your original tier. You click your original tier again, or whatever, and then it should take you to the add-ons page, and you can just add more on. I'm back.
Are you still taking reading requests?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not guaranteed.
Did you lose track of the first bunch?
No, I've still got everything starred, so we're good. You can go ahead and throw your reading request. I'm just not making promises on how far I'm going to get. Well, I'm going to go until I can't go anymore. That's how we're gonna do this.
Hey, Kiguana.
We're gonna have to call them reach goals, not stretch goals, because this stuff is too easy.
I never did take the time to go through and say hi to everybody this morning. I'm like, I'm not awake yet.
Also, I don't think I let you get a word in edgewise, babe.
Well, that's for a while. I wasn't awake yet, and I had dogs all over me.
Thank you, Irene. Oh my God. Okay, you might have pushed us over the line. It just might be a little bit delayed. Okay, we're so close. All right. You can't. No, you can't. You can only do that one once because that's a tier. So basically, you can only do one tier, and then you can do as many add-ons as you want, basically. So you have to pick just one base tier, and then everything gets added to that. Okay, Sophie, I will add you. Okay, who was up next on my list? Oh, it's Benny. Benny, are you still here? I know you were a trooper because you were here way before we started, but I'm going to do your reading. How do I show my gratitude to my friends for supporting me during my 15-year sobriety? Congratulations! I had 15 years yesterday. That's amazing.
Congratulations.
That's awesome. Okay. How can you show your gratitude to your friends? Let's just see what we got. Oh, this is such a beautiful card for that. So you have the rooted card, and the supporting keywords here are groundedness, stability, and solidity. And if you look, it's like two little friends sitting on these big roots from this aged tree. And it's like honoring that stability that they bring to your life, that the way that they keep your feet planted, the way that they make you feel supported, and just telling them that can go so far. But let me read you what it says for rooted in the earth card. Things are solid and stable, and you can be sure of yourself and what supports you. You have deep and sturdy roots. The certainty you have in yourself and all that surrounds you keeps you strong no matter what life throws at you. So that's referring to obviously your friend network and like the people that have supported you. When life feels uncertain, reconnect with what or who makes you feel safe and secure. The self-worth message: you don't have to prove your place in the world. You are already part of something bigger, strong and steady, just as you are. So I read that as just letting the people who are this support network for you, who do make you feel this way, who do make you feel held, supported, and grounded, know that that's what they do for you. And just verbalizing that can be so powerful. Oh my God, we hit our next stretch goal. Yay. Okay. I gotta go edit it. Oh my God, it's amazing. So gold foil sparkly backs are a for sure thing. Oh my God, I can't make them look so pretty in this light. Hold on, can I get it back here? You can get there's a sparkle. There's also a shine, but there's also a sparkle. you have to just see it in natural light. It's really hard to bring it. There's like tiny little holographic like dots in it. So when you shift it, just so you get, oh God, it's perfect for me right now. I just don't know how to recreate it on this, in this crap light. Oh, wait. There you go. You can see them. See them? Ah! Okay. Sorry. I got to go edit that. I got to go edit our stretch goal. Hold on. There's a card in. Oh, that's the certificate. That's why it's in there. Okay. Bird's Nest, I don't know what to tell you. Barb told us you don't need to be is it an Audible member deal? I have no idea. I don't know Audible very well, and I'm not in control of any of that. So I'm sorry. Barb spotted that deal earlier today. It could have been maybe just for, maybe it's an algorithmic thing. So maybe Barb's getting that discount, but not everybody gets that discount. I don't know how Audible works. I don't know.
Sometimes they can set up deals so that if you have purchased X number of books over a certain amount of time, they'll give you a deal or whatever. It can be very, or if you've looked at the same book, if you've checked the listing X number of times and the deal shows up, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Computers are amazing for how insanely specific they can get.
Oh, nice. I'm going to mark our second stretch goal as unlocked. That's amazing. Thank you all so much. Next up is matte colored card edges. I'm sure we'll get there. Not going to stress about it. Just going to let it be what it's going to be. Okay, Miss Lucy, are you still here? General, what do I need to know at this time, please? Are you still here? Sorry, I'm not keeping it up on chat either. Sharon, so you're totally fine. Oh, good. You were talking to a different Lisa. Cool. Sure, we will get the blue edges. Yeah, I'm sure we will get them too. I'm sure we will get them too. Just give it a little time. We got 21 days, y'all. It's going to be fine. All right. Don't forget to tell your friends. I didn't do any ads for this campaign because I don't know. I want it to be community and like organic, and I use such a squishy marshmallow. It's just, I don't know. Okay. So, yay! Thank you so much, Sophie. Okay, Miss Lucy, you are here. Yay! Okay, so what do you need to know at this time? I love how much we get out of Oracle cards. This makes me so happy. This is how I want an Oracle deck to function. I basically just built my dream Oracle deck. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I'm going to sidetrack for a second. I have your card right on top, Lucy. It's ready to go. I'm not going to flip it yet because I don't want to get distracted. But the process I went through for choosing the keywords, you all would make so much fun of me because literally I was poring over every favorite keyword I've ever like seen, used, felt, experienced, and like created this massive spreadsheet. And then I looked for keywords that felt the most potent for each like feeling or each idea. And those were going to be the main keywords on the deck, right? So I found all of those. And then once I kind of highlighted those, then I looked for where they might overlap too much because there's nothing worse than having a deck where you have like all these cards, but then a lot of them are like saying the same thing, but just slightly differently. There's probably still some that you guys would feel that way about, but I tried really hard not to have there be any overlap, right? So I created this massive spreadsheet. Then I like highlighted my favorite keywords. And then I started like, so neurotic. So then I started like grouping them like energetically. Like this one feels like spirit, and this one feels like earth, and this one feels like water. And what chakra does it feel like? And where does it belong? And like what story is it trying to tell? And then on and on and on. And then I eventually got it like grouped up. And I'm like, okay, but I also need balance, right? So this is how nerdy it is. I literally counted. Okay, so there's 14 cards in every suit. And I made sure that there is an even number mixed in of positive, neutral, shadow. So it's perfectly balanced throughout the deck. Because also, I don't like an Oracle deck that's like leans too positive, or it's not that I don't like decks that lean too negative, but that wasn't the right vibe for this. Like it wasn't a shadow work deck. It's got shadow work baked in. So it's evenly in there. It's evenly in the mix. But also shadow work is also positive, neutral, and like negative. So like technically it's still shadow work. Yeah, we funded in 2 minutes and like 47 seconds, but that accounts for like a delay of like
30 seconds,
10 to 20, 30 seconds, somewhere in there. So in the 2 to 3 minute mark, basically, which is amazing.
2 minutes and 40, it's still less than 3 minutes, even with regular bundling.
Bundle and Miss Peggy's deck, yes. I'm so sorry, Miss Lucy. I literally said I had your card. I'm going to have to refocus again because I had your card on top and then I just shuffled absentmindedly.
Oh my God, should have just...
The worst. I should have just flipped it. Anyways, okay. What's meant to come out will come out. Sorry. What do you need to know? What do you need to know? I'm just going to focus on Miss Lucy for a second. I'm so sorry. All right. What does Miss Lucy need to know? Oh, wait till you see it. It's the best. Okay. Oh, okay. Something to be aware of. This is something to think about. This is a shadowy card. So we're going to think about this from the terms of where is this energy in your life? Are you perpetuating this energy, or is somebody perpetuating this energy in your direction? And how do you need to manage that? So the card I pulled for you is manipulation. And the supporting keywords are gaslighting, coercion, and toxicity. We're going to read about it. But I want you to come into this with an open, hold it loosely and hold it openly. So think about how this energy might be at play. And keep in mind that if it's coming from you, and all of us do this sometimes, I don't think anybody gets off the hook for this, but sometimes what's happening when manipulation is at play from yourself is that there's some need, unmet need, or there's some unexpressed feeling, and we don't know how to get that out, or we don't know how to address it directly. We're often afraid to address it directly. Often there's like worth issues at the core of that. So how can you advocate for yourself in a direct way rather than trying to get to the end result you want without meeting it head on? So that's just some things to kind of toy around with in your mind. Now, it also could be coming at you, but let me read what I actually wrote because I don't remember. Okay. Manipulation can take the form of guilt trips, twisted words, subtle coercion, or even making someone question their own reality. Authentic relationships are based on honesty and choice, not manipulation. Question any person or situation that requires you to surrender your agency. Self-worth message is, you deserve relationships that are built on trust and respect. Disengage from behaviors. Oh my God, my eyes went funny. Disengage from behaviors that rob you or your loved ones of personal power. So the journal prompts, in case they're helpful. Where in my life do I feel pressured or controlled, and how does it affect me? When have I used persuasion, coercion, or guilt to influence someone's actions? And what does healthy, honest communication look like in my relationships? So you really want to kind of dig in here and like uncover where this energy is present. It can be very subtle. It can be very innocuous. It can be very well-intentioned, but that doesn't mean that it's not having an effect. So yeah. I hope that was helpful. But yeah, so when you're talking about what you need to know, you need to pay attention to where that energy is at play, interplay within your relationships. Yeah. You're welcome, Miss Lucy. It's just Crystal's up next. Are you still here? All right. Focus. Yeah, right, Jenny. Aw, thank you, Augustina. And I love babbling about my thought process. I always worry it bores people, but then everybody's like, no, we like hearing it. I'm like, okay, cool. Okay, good. Whew. Yay, you're still here. It's just Crystal. Okay. Thanks, Barb. All right, so let's see. Your question is how to overcome the barriers getting in the way of your current project. Okay. How to overcome the barriers getting in the way of your current project. Oopsies. Ooh. Love the unicorn hat. I know it's the best. Unity. I love this card. Connection, oneness, and solidarity. Sometimes the barrier in our projects has to do with us feeling like we're over here on an island alone trying to like take care of everything. To me, this card is a reminder that you are part of a greater whole. You don't have to be the answer to everybody else's problem. You don't have to be the solution to everything. So instead of thinking of it as I've got to maybe get ahead of any potential pitfalls, Peggy calls this rolling the boulder uphill. There's actually a card in the deck where Mystic is rolling a boulder uphill. But anyways, the idea is that when you have something you're trying to accomplish, try to think about how you can start assuming that it's possible and then worry about the obstacles like on the way down. Like tip your boulder over the hill, let it roll down, and it'll knock the obstacles out of the way on the way, rather than trying to get ahead of all of the potential issues. And with unity, connection, oneness, and solidarity, this is also a reminder to lean into your community, lean into connection with either like spiritual, energetic connection with who it is you're trying to serve with this project. For example, this helps me. I don't know if it'll help you, but for me, when I'm working on a project, my sort of check-in point is, why am I doing this? What is the heart of it? Who am I trying to serve, and how am I trying to serve them? And then everything else starts to fall into place because I'm less worried about who isn't going to like it, because obviously those aren't the people I'm trying to serve, right? So I'm more worried about how can I make this the best it can be for the people it's meant for. if that makes sense. Now that's a creative project, but it might be different kinds of projects. So just think about that connection to the greater whole. Try not to see yourself as this island alone, and try to see yourself as connected to everything and everyone. And you'll find that a lot of times that makes it way easier. So let's see what the guidebook says, because it might say something totally different.
You only wrote it.
I know. Solidarity doesn't require, this is a good one actually. Solidarity doesn't require that everyone be the same. True unity does, however, require that we recognize our differences as strengths that bind us together. This is the time to strengthen the bonds of your community in order to support and be supported. So again, leaning into that connection, right? There is strength in coming together, in holding space for one another, and in knowing that you are never truly alone. Lean in. The self-worth message is being willing to stand alongside others doesn't make you weak. It makes you strong. Your presence matters. So sometimes what happens in a project is we start to feel like we need to shrink or hide or be behind something that kind of put a barrier between us and whatever it is we're trying to do. And this to me is a reminder to not hide behind things, but to actually lean in, to lean into that connection. I'm Haagen-Dazsing, but to each their own. Oh my God, that's amazing. Oh my gosh. Does the guidebook include any special spreads? No, because the idea is that technically every single card entry is a spread. So essentially I built this so that you pull an oracle card. You can do this if you want to. This is not mandatory, but you pull an oracle card, right? Here we have the shame card, and you go to the shame entry and you'll see 3 questions. You can either journal about those questions, or those questions should also serve as a tarot spread. And for that, I would pull in UJT. That's what I do. So for example, I go to the shame card, and the first prompt is, what truth can cast light on the shadowy fear that shame is pointing to? You pull a tarot card for that. Prompt 2, what does my inner critic have wrong about me? And you pull a tarot card. And then third, how can I redirect my thoughts from shame to an opportunity for growth? And you pull a tarot card. So let's see how that were to look. So here's our shame card. Where's our tarot? Let's do this in real time together. See how these function. Okay, so I'm gonna take this reading down so we don't get things twisted here. Hopefully that was helpful, Crystal. How do I hide? Okay, there we go. Okay, so now that we've got our shame card, we're just gonna pull. I'm just gonna pull whatever is like. I'm just gonna split the deck. We're just gonna pull. Okay, so here's the shame card. The first prompt was, what truth can cast light on the shadowy fear that shame is pointing to? And we have the 7 of air, right? So the 7 of air is often about like something we're not seeing. There's maybe, again, that manipulation can come through with this card. Also assumptions. So the question was, what truth can cast light on the shadowy fear? Maybe this person who got this shame card in this context is afraid of somebody screwing them over. They're being hypervigilant, or they maybe feel like that's all that's ever going to happen to them because that's the type of people they attract to themselves, right? The next prompt, what does my inner critic have wrong about me? And we have the moon. Maybe my inner critic thinks that all I am is fear, that fear drives everything I do and will always be the thing that stops me. And maybe my inner critic is just telling me, why are you even bothering? You're just going to get freaked out and run away from it anyways. Why are you even moving forward? How dare you? Like, you're wasting your energy. That's what my inner critic has wrong about me. That's a voice I'm hearing, but it's wrong. And so this points us to what is untrue. So that tarot card stands in for what is untrue. And then the third card is, how can I redirect my thoughts from shame to an opportunity for growth? And we have the 2 of air, which is a card of checking in with the heart space, even though your mind is taking up so much space. And so to me, that would be like, remember that if your inner critic or like shame is telling you, you can either go this way or go that way, then the 2 of air is reminding us that there's a third path. And if you see here, there is a third path. There's over to the castle on the one side, back to the lilac grove on the other side, and then straight forward, right? So that's how I would work with it together. So instead of it being like a few spreads at the beginning or end of the guidebook, every single card basically has a 3-card spread baked into it that is meant to take you deeper into the work. If you want to, and you don't have to use UJT for that. It's just that it's so perfect. Of course I'm going to, but like, you don't have to. You can use any deck for that. You could even pull another oracle deck for those prompts. You could pull, based on the prompt wording, you might want to pull an oracle deck for one of the prompts, and then a couple of tarot cards for the other 2 prompts, or whatever. There can be any kind of combination of how you mix and match with those, but it's meant to give you that guide so that, because a lot of us, I feel like I shouldn't say a lot of us. I know that I do, and I know my friends do, often will pull an oracle first to create the framework for a reading, whether that is to begin the conversation with your cards or whether it's to use the little supporting keywords as 3 prompts. Like here we have trust, surrender, integrity, and honor. This is another way you can use it with spreads, right? So you've pulled the trust card. Okay, so I've got my tarot deck in hand. I'm not even going to look at the guidebook this time. So the card is trust. Where do I need to surrender more? Because that's one of the supporting keywords. I love doing this with multiple keyword decks. Where do I need to surrender more? And I have the 2 of fire. I need to surrender to possibility. I need to allow that sort of energy to come in. I need to create a space where it is welcome, where possibility is welcome. So that's where I need to surrender. Okay, where do I need more integrity or to behave in more integrity? Where's my behavior lacking integrity? And I pull the 5 of air. Ooh. When I'm too focused on winning and not on being present, this can happen in arguments, right? When you're more focused on winning, and if you're focused on winning a point or winning an argument, that is when you throw your integrity out the window, right? Because you're not seeing the other person you're in conflict with. Instead, you're so focused on winning the point that you're losing the relationship, right? Anyway, so that's a place where I could do more in integrity. The third one is, where can I show up with more honor in my life? And I'm going to pull the third card, the 6 of water. Ooh, maybe what I need to honor more in my life is where and how my experiences of the past have shaped who I am in the present and how those things create barriers for me with healthy connection. So do you see what I mean? Like you can even just use the keywords and build questions or prompts on those 3 keywords and then have this really powerful spread. I wanted this oracle deck to feel like you could just pull a card and dive in without a whole lot of barriers between you and the diving. I hope that makes sense. Clearly I'm passionate about the things I create. Oh my gosh, Pamela, that's amazing. I'm so glad. Oh, that's good. Okay, let me put the tarot away because if we get down this rabbit hole, we will be here all damn day. So today I'm just going to try to focus on oracle card readings, but you get the gist. It's very harmonious. Thank you, Sandra. Okay, who's up next for a reading? Lisa Kingwood, are you still here? I feel like I just saw you active in the chat a few minutes ago. Yeah, quick deep dives. Yes, exactly. And you don't have to be so, you don't have to go to all these like deep like places with it if you don't want to. I tend to read that way. I read myself that way. I tend to read others that way. But yeah, okay, what do I need to do for deeper spiritual development? Oh, thank you so much, Witch of the Moonlit Tides. I know, I love the water cards. I had so much fun with those because I knew that in the Unicorn's Journey Tarot, because of the interactions with Mystic, who was our main character of that deck, our water characters were mostly seen in their land forms or poking above the water. But Francesca does magical things with underwater environments. And I was like, I need to have the entire water suit be fully underwater because we didn't get to do that with the tarot. Because otherwise I couldn't have Mystic there because Mystic was not a water unicorn. So being able to go fully underwater for the water suit was so fun to do. Okay, what do I need to do for deeper spiritual development? What do I need to do for deeper spiritual development? Okay. Oh, you need to identify where you are chasing something that is too ephemeral. Basically, where you have allowed your imagining of what could be to become the thing you're chasing and not reality. So essentially, we're looking at illusion. So the supporting keywords here are distortion, mirage, and misconceptions. And in this card, what's happened is that Mystic from and we got a spirit card for this, which by the way is so perfect. But anyways, Mystic saw this shadow of what looks like a unicorn and like immediately is like plucking flowers and racing in that direction because new friend. But then they get there and it's just a shadow from this bush here. It's not actually a unicorn. And what can happen when we do that, when we start chasing something that we're making assumptions, we're kind of diving after something that isn't concrete, but we build up all these expectations around it. We start to imagine and we build it up in our heads and then we get there and it cannot possibly ever live up to what we're hoping it's going to be. It just can't. And so if you want to dive deeper into your spiritual development, it's about opening your eyes wide open, maintaining more flexibility in how you view the situations around you, the people around you, the relationships around you, so that you allow them to be what they are and who they are, rather than having to live up to these ideas or expectations or assumptions about you. Or about that you've built up about them, rather. Okay, so the illusion card, I'll read you what I wrote. Says, something in your life may not be as it appears, whether it's an assumption, a long-held belief, or an illusion shaped by hope or fear. You may be seeing what you want to see rather than what is truly there. This is the time to investigate further, to see what new awareness or understanding waits beneath the surface. Dig deeper and see what you can uncover. And then the self-worth message is, you deserve the truth, even when it challenges what you once believed. Dig deeper, interesting choice of words, and trust the new insights that await you there. Yes, the blue edges are a stretch goal. So plain edges until we hit 40K, and then we'll get the blue edges at 40K Canadian, 40K Canadian. I don't know what that converts to US. You're welcome, Lisa. I hope that was helpful. Jenny's up next, and then Wit and Whimsy. Yeah. So that's our next stretch goal. That's our 40K stretch goal. Okay. Any message from Mystic for Jenny? Keeping it wide open. Any message for Mystic from Mystic for Jenny? Message. I cannot words. Message from Mystic for Jenny. All right. Synchronicity, serendipity, confluence, divine timing. We do have actually a mystic message, a mystic card, a spirit card. So let's see what this one says. This is synchronicity. Okay. Life is full of subtle, meaningful alignments, things falling into place just when they need to. Like here in this card, Mystic has turned up, opening their mouth just to catch an apple that is falling from the tree, perfectly ripe, right? Hold on. Let me tell you, life is full of subtle, meaningful alignments, things falling into place just when they need to, encounters that feel too perfect to be coincidence, help that shows up just when it is most needed. If you've been looking for a sign, this may be it. Pay attention to the patterns, symbols, and opportunities presenting themselves. The universe is always speaking to you. Are you listening? The self-worth message. You are in harmony with the flow of life, even when you don't see it. Trust that things are unfolding in their own perfect timing. Faye, did I see which request? Was it a reading request? I can check and see if you're on my list. I think I did, though. Hopefully that was helpful. Yeah, Faye, actually, so it goes Jenny, then Wit and Whimsy, and then Faye is on my list. So Wit and Whimsy's up next, and then you, Faye. I've just got a general week ahead for you. If it's a different request, let me know. How can you not words after Peggy fed you speaks earlier? You nom-nommed the speaks. I know. I feel like I used them all up. I need to nom-nom some more speaks. You're welcome, Jenny. I need caffeine. Yes. I lost track of time and YouTube didn't notify me. Oh no, Samantha, but that's okay. Go check the posts tab. Go check the posts tab on my channel or the membership tab because you're all good. I got you. You're fine. How are you still going? Sophie, in my membership, for Magical Unicorns and Up, I come on once a month and I do readings and I start at 10 a.m. and I usually finish at around 4 p.m. This is nothing. I'm good. Oh, this wasn't a reading, Wit. Confirmed. Kickstarter sent an email. I don't know why I thought that was a reading request, but apparently I started. It is you, Faye. You're up now. So yeah, this is nothing. This is nothing. I'm fine. I'm good. Yeah, definitely not lying. Yeah, I usually do 60 plus. I would say 60 plus readings those days. And I chit chat and I hang with my members and I talk about all my projects and where I'm at and I give behind the scenes stuff and like we vibe for the day. That's what we do in membership. That's what we do in all of our membership things. We just vibe. Our tarot test drives have been running like 2 to 3 hours. That's our Badass Unicorn hangout. It's amazing. Anyway, okay. So Faye, unless you've changed your mind on your question, I'm doing a week ahead. Exactly. I don't really have any thoughts on Reiki. I've had Reiki done on me and it was nice, but that was years and years ago. But I don't have any real opinions one way or another. It was cool. And yes, Jennifer, I will add you to the list. Let me flip over here and grab that. Yeah, we derail Lisa, gets unhinged. Yeah, last time Peggy was like force feeding me applesauce and water because I got a calf cramp in the middle of reading day. It was quite hilarious. Anyway, where am I at? I don't want to lose all my thingies here. Hello? I just got to get some of these other starred previously messages. There we go. Okay. So, Faye, let me just shuffle again. And then food again. I know, right? I love this since I only have 2 friends outside of YouTubers. I have a very tight circle as well. I've been burned a lot. So like, I'm going to keep it very tight, very high and tight up in here. So I love the hangouts. I love just getting to like, just chill with all my tarot friends. Okay. So Faye, general week ahead, it is a week for listening, for being open to voices of experience, making thoughtful, carefully considered decisions. So this is not a week to be rushing into things. This is a great week for like second opinions, running things by people, checking yourself a little bit. So the card I pulled for you is wisdom, experience, good judgment, and prudence. And since I think we're just basically reading from the guidebook every time because like, why not? It's a great preview to the guidebook. Okay. In a reading, real wisdom comes with time and learning from lived experience. Now is the time to lean into the wisdom from within and from without. Insight from past experiences will light the path ahead and make it easy to make the right decisions. This is the time to integrate those experiences so you can move forward with confidence. The self-worth message is you know more than you think you do. Lean into the lessons of the past to carry you forward and you'll find your way. I don't think I did, Tracy. There's been many a distraction, which is usually how this goes. I think you're quite a ways down. Yeah, I've got like 5 or 6 at least, I think, if not more, before I get to yours. Hopefully that was helpful, Faye. Recurring dreams about apples. Oh no. Okay. I would love reading. April, are you still here? How is my appointment on Wednesday going to go? Let's look at the energy around the appointment. I don't tend to do fixed predictive stuff, but I will happily tell you what the trajectory is looking like, maybe what you need to know to prepare yourself or support yourself for that appointment, that kind of thing. So I think more like kind of present grounded generally. Does Lisa do readings in her sleep? Maybe I do. Fina Ray, I'm not sure. Pop it up again and I'll make sure to add you and then I can check and see if you're on the list. Oh, Sophie asked you if I do readings in my sleep.
Probably. You're always moaning and groaning about something.
Wow, thanks for that. Feel so exposed. Okay. Okay.
You don't say shit out loud then if you don't want me to say shit back.
I was talking to them.
I know, but I'm sitting right here and can hear you.
Put your noise canceling on and then you won't be able to hear me no more. And then I can talk about you like you're not in the room.
That's healthy. Let's do that.
Oh my God. Okay. Sorry. April. Harvest, abundance, reward, and fulfillment. So when we're talking about this, to me, number one, this is a very positive card. It talks about like having everything you need. Let's see what the guidebook says. I love how I'm always surprised by my own writing. It cracks me up so much. Harvest. Okay. You've worked hard and now you get to enjoy the results. I feel like that's pretty straightforward. Whether this is about a project coming to fruition, personal growth paying off, or simply a moment to appreciate what you have, take it in fully. Okay, there we go. I was like, did I word something weird? Take it in fully. Let yourself feel the joy of fulfillment. And remember, abundance is meant to be shared. And then the self-worth message, you deserve to enjoy the good things in life. Your effort, your care, and your journey have all brought you to this moment. You've earned it. Very 9 of Pentacles-y energy. At Lisa batting those lashes? What? Oh my God. Oh, did I bat them at Peggy? I didn't realize I was doing that. That's hilarious. Hopefully that was helpful, April. Okay. Peggy, oh, that's so funny. I did not know I did that. Honey, do I bat my eyelashes at you?
What?
Do I bat my eyelashes at you?
You're doing it right now.
I don't feel like I'm doing it.
You're like,
am I actually? I don't.
You do it. Oh, you're not doing it right this second because you're paying attention. And you're trying not to blink.
Is it when I ask you like
Are you
for
like
things?
counting? Don't blink. It's got to
No.
be 10 seconds.
Maybe a little bit. Anyways, whatever.
Yes, you do.
Okay, literally right now, Lisa says Sophia. I definitely have the "Hey babe" down when I wanted to bring you
The
something.
eyelashes may not be literally batting because
The energy is eyelash batting.
Batting eyelashes energy is always there. How did you ask me for that pop 10 minutes ago?
That's what I was just thinking of when I took a
Hey,
sip.
honey.
Can I please have? But it works,
Lean
right?
forward, your head tilt. Hey, honey.
Look how cute I am. Give me what I want, please.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And you can't.
I'm a princess on the inside, y'all.
Every time you talk to me, every time you ask me about something when you're on camera, you do it.
Really?
So the evidence is there.
Oh,
you
boy.
Can't pretend it's not there.
There is no lying to myself. I am an eyelash batter.
There's no lying to the internet either.
Yeah. Okay. I feel very exposed now. You only can't see me blushing because of the lighting. My face feels hot, so I know I'm blushing.
Yeah, we gotta sort out the lighting.
Peggy likes it when I blush on camera. Okay. Twirl. How do I move forward from my mental stalemate? Wait, you're all the way over in freaking India. Are you still awake? Are you still with us? She is my biggest supporter. There's a full octave shift, is there? Oh my god. Okay. Peggy knows all about it. Yep. All right. Well, we're gonna do Twirl's reading regardless, but I have a feeling Twirl's in bed. But let's just see what happens. All right. How do I move forward from my mental stalemate? Okay. Oh, trust. What? I love that card for that question. So the supporting keywords are surrender, integrity, and honor. This was the one that we did a little sample spread with. One of them, I think. This is a little baby unicorn who is literally asleep on the back of a sea turtle. It just touches my heart every time. It's like that tenderness and that vulnerability being carried, like knowing you're held, knowing you're good, but you can give yourself this. This doesn't have to come from an outside source. I'm just gonna throw that out there. I literally just tried to look up twirl in my guidebook because I knew this reading was for twirl. That's so funny. Trust. Okay, now's the time to lean into trust, but that doesn't mean tossing your instincts out the window. Blind faith asks you to ignore your gut, but real trust is built through consistency, respect, and showing up with integrity. When someone or something truly feels safe, letting go and leaning in will feel right. The self-worth message: you don't have to keep waiting for the other shoe to drop. If someone's earned your trust, it's okay to relax into it a little. So, mental stalemate, lean into trust. Aw, did I have a nice day on my actual birthday? I did. Oh my gosh. I'll be talking about it when I do my recent roundup. But Peggy and I got to go to the bookstore. My foot was doing better. For those of you who didn't know, I legitimately I bounced my cheek off the concrete. Like I face planted like the Friday night before my birthday. My birthday was on Sunday. We had our birthday hangout on Saturday here on the channel. And then Sunday we were supposed to go to a bookstore, but I wasn't sure how my foot was going to be, but it was doing okay. So we got out to this bookstore. Bookstore was like an hour and a half away. So it was a fun little road trip. And it was called The Bookman. It was such a fun little shop to go to. And then I went to another store called Witchy Boo, which was a whole vibe. And it just so happens, if you didn't see this on my socials, it just so happened that at Witchy Boo was the first time, my book has been out now for almost a year. The first time I've seen my book in the wild at a bookstore, was at this little Witchy Boo shop. And it made me so excited. I was like, oh my God. I picked up a copy and held it, and Peggy took a picture and we put it on Instagram. But it was such a serendipitous moment because I've been low key kind of looking. Are there crows here?
I put that pizza outside.
Yeah.
I put that pizza outside, and the crow has dragged an entire piece of pizza into the water dish.
Oh my God. Of course
Probably
he
to
has.
make it easier to break it down.
Yeah.
Usually they'll break it down.
Yeah.
And then maybe dump some of it in the water.
Yeah.
He just dragged a whole
slice of pizza into the water dish. Nice,
yeah.
love that.
I'm making this easy.
That's amazing.
Now he's grabbing a piece of salami and he's flying.
Oh, that's awesome. But yeah.
And left the pizza in the dish, so it's going to be...
Yeah, Barb saw my book on a shelf before I saw my book on a shelf. Other people saw my book on the shelf. It was just a weird coincidence thing where I just kept not seeing it. And I was so excited because it was like I said, it was the first time. And I think it's the first time it really felt really real. I think because somebody else had it and I don't know how to describe it. Somebody else had it. I didn't have anything to do with them having it. Like, you know what I mean? It just felt different. So that happened on Sunday. I got some goodies, got some decks. It was so fun. Anyway. Also, can we get a preview of you reading the journal questions? The journal questions. Do you mean from here? I have been reading them throughout. Not every single draw, but pretty regularly. Happy birthday, Stardust. Yeah, it was so fun. It was such a fun trip. So yeah, we had a great time. Okay, Hype Priestess, are you still here? Let me know if you're still here. Wants to know what's going on with my current job. Let's see. Okay. Something involving communication. We have the communication card. Supporting keywords are connection, listening, and responsiveness. So in this kind of energy, there's either a breakdown in communication that needs to be worked on and worked through, or communication is just generally communication expression is really needed in the workplace right now. So I guess that's the same either way you look at it, but communication's at play. Let me read what the card says. I'm going to read the inner reading part. I guess I have been reading that. Okay, yeah, inner reading part. Communication is about more than speaking. It's also about really listening. Make sure you're expressing yourself clearly and make equally sure that you're listening to understand rather than only to hear. When both sides of a conversation feel heard, trust blooms and connections deepen. So we're talking about like work connections and wanting things to flow smoothly. Make sure those conversations involve listening to understand the other person's perspective. Like try to put yourself in their shoes when you're listening to them. Try to see things actively from their perspective. This is something that I think is a trap a lot of us get caught in. And I'm real bad for it, especially if I'm like hijacked emotionally or if I'm feeling really intense. I have to literally actively remind myself, and I don't always do this. I often don't. But when I can succeed at this, I remind myself that I'm not listening to respond. I'm not listening to counter or to explain or defend. My job in that moment, even if I'm unhappy about it, is to listen, to hear that other person's perspective, imagine what it felt like for them. And then whenever I can do that successfully, I find that everything settles because I'm really listening and not just hearing, Anyways, self-worth message. Your voice matters and what you have to say is worth hearing. Just remember to give others the space to be heard too. So here's an example of journal prompts here. Where in my life do I need to express myself more clearly? How can I become a better listener in my relationships? And what helps me feel truly heard and understood? All of these questions that if you take the time to answer them can help you in this department. All righty. Laura, it is bone. I was like, is it Bane or bone? It's bone. I'd love to know how to deepen my spiritual practice and my next step forward as I'm feeling quite stuck right now. Are you still here, Laura? Yeah, it's really, I wrote it so that again, I like to use an Oracle deck without the guidebook. So my mission, which I chose to accept clearly, my mission for this project was to make sure that the guidebook offered something extra. Because like in tarot, a lot of times we go to the guidebook because we need to know what the card means. But in Oracle, I wanted the deck to work without the guidebook. So you don't have to go to the guidebook. So if you're making the choice to go to the guidebook, even though you don't need to, I wanted it to feel like you get rewarded for that effort. You know what I mean? Like it should be worth it for me in an Oracle deck. I don't want just a meaning. I want something extra. So journal prompt, self-worth, message, those things. Okay. Anyway. I got Circle of Doors. I finally picked up Wizard of Oz too. Lisa made me. It's all her fault. Well, we did do the fandom thing in the Badass Unicorn Tarot Test Drive. Yeah, totally. Okay. Deepening spiritual practice for Laura Bone. Okay, Barb. Oh, let me grab your question, Fina, because I'm not sure if I have it. Were you the one that was asking if I had it yet? Let me go check, because I said I was going to check, and then I did not. I I do have it. And actually it's coming up. I think. Is it coming up? Am I lying to you right now? I do have you, but I have you further up than just now because I already had started your question. So it's up there, but I've got a bunch before that. Actually, we're not doing too bad. We've got like 15. Have I just been cruising or am I crazy? We got like 15 readings on the list right now. So that's not bad. Okay, anyways, back to Laura. Jenny, you do it too. So don't even. Okay. All right, Laura. Deepening your spiritual practice. And my next step forward is I'm feeling quite stuck. Interesting. The card that I pulled for you is codependency. So this has people pleasing, enmeshment, and entanglement. Here's what's interesting. Sometimes what can happen in a spiritual practice is that we can be or feel over dependent on it. We can feel as though we can't function without it. And therefore, if it feels like we're not connecting spiritually, we're not connecting with our routines, our practices, our rituals, or whatever it is that we do, right? It could be meditation, it could be prayer, it could be spell work, it could be whatever. But whatever it is that you do to connect spiritually, if you're not feeling that, if you're not feeling it, if you're not feeling like it's like really working for you, you can end up feeling adrift. So you're either adrift or you're locked in. Sorry, that was really aggressive. In this image, we see two water unicorns who are perfectly content. They're fully entangled with one another, but they are so wound up together and they've been so stuck in this place that they don't realize they're bound to the seafloor, right? With the seaweed that's grown around them and entwined itself around them. So there's this idea of like enmeshment where we can become so over dependent on our spiritual practices that we feel lost without them. You want a spiritual practice to support and uplift you and make you more independent and more strong and more able to lean on your own, to trust yourself. You want your spirituality to help you trust yourself, to feel grounded and secure. I think that's just my opinion. And so if you're feeling stuck, it could be that you're expecting your spiritual practice to kind of do it all. And maybe you need to like spread that out. So let me just read what I wrote in here. There is a fine line between deep connection and entanglement. That's kind of like what I was saying. There's nothing wrong with closeness. And again, when we're thinking of this closeness being with your practice, that's a context we're looking at this through. But when a relationship becomes all consuming, it can restrict your growth. If you're so focused on someone or something else that you've stopped noticing your own needs, it may be time to make a change. The self-worth message is healthy relationships allow both closeness and space. Love and loyalty should never come at the cost of freedom. So some questions. Where in my life have I become overly entangled in a relationship, habit, or belief? How can I maintain deep connections while also allowing myself room to grow? What small step can I take to create space without losing what or who is important to me? So again, you want to look at where you can create more flexibility and space. For example, here's a simple like kind of example of what I'm describing. A lot of us can get locked into, say, a daily reading, like a card a day pull. Like if we've got a tarot practice, right? Like, okay, every morning I'm going to pull a card for myself. And that's going to be my lesson for the day. And then what happens is we get very dependent upon this to have all the answers. And then one day you pull it and you get nothing. And the next day you get nothing. And you're like, well, I'm just going to keep doing it because that's what I'm supposed to do. That's when you start to get locked in. Now you're dependent upon the ritual, but not getting the benefit of the ritual, if that makes sense. So now it's time to be flexible about that ritual and change it. So when that happens for me in like a daily practice or a guided practice, a self-driven practice, whatever it is, when I start to get stuck in that place, that's when I will change it, right? I'll shift it. I'll shake things up. I'll do something different. I'll lean in a new direction. So that's just like food for thought, right? Oh, you still have Lacrimosa in a cart? You're so on the fence. Lacrimosa is so good. It's so good. And so is Dreaming Waves. I'm not helpful. Oh, Augustina says, I had requested a reading, but I might not have phrased it right. I'm happy. I could have just missed it though, y'all. The list has been, or sorry, the chat has been popping. Can you just repost your question? Because I don't have you on my list and I'm happy to add you in. Nice. Okay. Becky, are you still here, Becky? What do I need to know to feel more grounded and emotionally balanced? What do I need to know to feel more grounded and emotionally balanced? Deb, I think you were, but let me just double check. Yes, Deb, you are on the list. Yay, Becky's still here. Okay. What do I need to know to feel more grounded and emotionally balanced? It's so fun shuffling this sparkly version. Oh, look at this. I got the trust card again. So I just read this, but I'm going to read it again for you. But in this case, if you want to feel more grounded, emotionally balanced, look to those who have earned your trust. That can be yourself, friend, connection somewhere. Look at what and who has earned your trust and lean into that. Allow yourself to feel supported. Allow yourself to get the benefits of having built that trust up with someone. So again, I will read it. I do not mind rereading ones we've already covered. Now's the time to lean into trust, but that doesn't mean tossing your instincts out the window. Blind faith asks you to ignore your gut, but real trust is built through consistency, respect, and showing up with integrity. When someone or something truly feels safe, letting go and leaning in will feel right. You don't have to keep waiting for the other shoe to drop. If someone's earned your trust, it's okay to relax into it a little. And then the prompts are, in what area do I struggle the most with trust? What can help me discern the difference between blind faith and trust? And what would change if I allowed myself to practice trust instead of vigilance? Bird's Nest says, Don, you're unlocking the tarot. The deck that I bought to write on was a panoramic deck that had lots of extra room. Oh, that's cool. That's smart. Okay, Artie. Take care of yourself. Okay. Pauline, are you still here? You're allergic to your job, literally. Oh, God. That's terrible. I'm looking for guidance on what direction to take for a possible new career. I immediately just legit got a flash of being in a vet's office and allergic to almost all the animals that come in, like cats, dogs, hair in general. I don't know. I'm probably way off base. That's just the first thing that popped in my head. Probably because Peggy and our eldest both have pet allergies. Oh, that's it? Okay. Well, that was an easy guess. I'm not going to give myself too much credit, but that's cool. That's cool that that's what it was. Okay. So new career, but also how frustrating to have built a career in an area like that. And then you're allergic. Oh no. My nose just started itching. You're a registered vet tech and allergic to cats and dogs, and my allergies are so bad. Oh my God, that's the worst. So put all that time and energy. That must be really frustrating. I'm so sorry. But let's see what to think about as you consider other paths that might be right for you. Okay, Augustine, I'm going to just snag that so I don't lose track of it. Okay. I'm still getting some slightly low internet warnings, and I don't know what's up with that. It's kind of making me cranky. What's going on? Peggy's not even doing anything that takes that much internet. I think she's just browsing the internet. What the heck? I'm going to try to hardwire in. See if that made it go away. So maybe the Wi-Fi is just being weak. I don't know. We'll try that for a little bit. Let's see. If anything went funky on your side, hit refresh because my quality may have dropped for a minute. And YouTube, what happens is that YouTube will throttle the quality to make sure the stream still goes. So if I have a quality dip, your quality may dip and it may not recover itself automatically. No, it's still acting like it doesn't have good connection. I don't know. I'm right by the router. I should have no problem right now. I don't know what its issue is. Oh, it went away again. I don't know. All right, Pauline, let's just see. Let's see what we get. Okay. What do we got for you? Oh, interesting. So, big obstacle in front of you. There's a part of you that wants to force it to work anyways. Probably a big part of you. And I feel like that's very understandable in this context. So don't beat yourself up about that. But there is a really easy path forward in this that you're missing. And I feel that looking at this card, I'll show you the card in a second. I just don't want to get distracted from what's coming through. So I'm feeling like when I look at this, what I'm thinking is it may not be so complicated of a problem. It is, but it isn't. In other words, you might be able to take your skills and apply them creatively in a similar field that doesn't put you in direct exposure with the critters. I don't know what that means because I don't know where the I can't tell you exactly how that would look. But let me show you the card and talk through the card a little bit. This is one where no matter how I put the artwork on the card, there's a detail that gets easily hidden. So I'm glad I get to point it out to you guys. But so this is the card I was talking about earlier where I said Mystic is rolling a boulder uphill. So our supporting keywords, this is the resistance card. Our supporting keywords are stubborn, opposition, and rebellion. So the card tends to focus more on the fact that we're pushing this boulder uphill. But down here, and it's almost the same color as my text banner, which is why it's kind of hard to point out, hard to spot. There's a flat path forward right here. But Mystic is like, got to get the boulder over there, got to get the boulder over there. And it's taking the boulder up this, it's all weird, but it's taking the boulder up this hill, pushing this heavy boulder up when they could have just rolled the boulder along this flat path down here. But sometimes we can't see the forest for the trees, right? We can't see the possibilities in front of us because we're so busy like pushing this thing up that we can't see there's an easier way. There's an easier way forward. But let me read what this says. And it's just something to be open to think about whether there is a way for you to apply all of that education and knowledge or your passion, but in a way that is maybe more distance related. Yeah, the first place I went was like online vet services, but I don't entirely know what that looks like or how easy that is to get into, but it might be something you could pursue if you wanted to stay in the same field. Or it could be that there's already a skill set you're using in your life that you could easily turn into a career path, but it's so easy and it's so obvious. When things are very close and they're very obvious, that's actually when it's often easiest to miss them. So let me read what this says. You may be holding on to struggle when an easier way is available. Resistance can sometimes be necessary, a refusal to compromise on something important, but other times it stems from pride, fear, or an unwillingness to change. Consider where you may be making things harder than they need to be. There is no shame in choosing ease. Self-worth message. You don't have to prove your strength by struggling. Not everything has to be a battle. And I think that's the thing is there's an easy route. You just might not be spotting it right now. So stay open to the easy paths around you. Oh, rad text can work on animals or people. Oh, interesting. Oh, Trill, you are here. And yes, I did do your reading. I thought for sure you were in bed. I was like, well, if you could ever find it. But if you move the slider on YouTube, sometimes it will show you kind of like a preview of what's happening on screen. You might be able to spot your question that way. But I don't feel like it was a long time ago. Anyway, I hope that was helpful in some way, Pauline. Lisa Kingwood. We did that one. That might be a repeat. And then we also have Ann Schurer. Ann Schurer, are you still here? Will you ever come out with, this is not a reading. Will you ever come out with a book that puts the guidebooks for both books together? Stranger things have happened. You never know. Maybe. Hard to say. In my heart, I would love to do, especially for the tarot, a bigger, I'm saying bigger, no, not coffee table, probably, maybe, I don't know, something bigger and more expanded. And it'd be cool if that could involve the Oracle too. I don't know. That's far off in the future. Probably. Hopefully that was helpful. Although I'm sure you're long gone by now on that question. Okay. Dan, charmed viewer, I decided to go vegan. What can I do to support me on my journey the best way possible? Why is my thing popping off? I'm just going to make sure I'm not missing something that is urgent or something. Let me just quickly check. Nothing urgent. Okay. I think we're good. I'm going to take like a 30-second breather and just make sure I haven't missed anything urgent. Oh my gosh. I'm not going to be able to see though because there are so many. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you to those of you who are leaving Kickstarter comments. Much appreciated. Okay. Are you still in here? Charmed viewer. You still here? Yeah, Plain says, thanks for all the love and for the great reading. There are options, just hard to not be in a clinical. Rad Tech is an option, but I'll have to go through a different 2-year program for that. Oh, gotcha. I found it. There was a lot of eyelash batting involved. That's hilarious. Okay, I'm glad you found it, Toro. All right. So supporting your journey with going vegan. Ooh, clarity, understanding truth, and precision. So the first thing that jumps out at me with this is precision. I love the little labyrinth that our little air unicorn is looking at. It doesn't show up on camera very well. It shows up in person really well. But there's a Cretan labyrinth on this stone that the light is illuminating. For me, this precision is the word that jumps out. This idea that in order to support yourself best, you'll need to be precise about things like nutrients, making sure you get everything you need. So you will be kind of stepping into like a new intellectual realm. This is an air suit card. So there's going to be more to unlock as far as knowledge and data you'll need to explore. Let me see what I wrote in the guidebook. Clarity. The search for clarity sometimes feels like being in a labyrinth where you constantly seem to be repeating the same question or lesson, but each time through the path, you get closer to the center, seeing a new perspective until you finally arrive at the truth. Trust that even when it feels like you're going in circles, clarity is near. So then the self-worth message is even when you feel stuck, you're still on the path. Every step and every moment of uncertainty is leading you to the clarity you seek. So I think it's going to be a bit of a journey, right? You're going to have some twists and turns. It's going to take you in some new spaces or new directions. You're going to have to learn new things, come at things a little bit differently, and just understand that it's not going to be perfect, right? You're going to make mistakes, and you're going to possibly even have some waffling type experiences, and that's all very normal. Just trust that it's all part of the story and the journey. Nicole, I don't think so. Oh, I totally forgot. Michelle said I could give her slot to someone else. That's okay. Let me check, Nicole. I don't see you. So repost your question if you'd like. 1 second. I'm going to just have to yell because I don't know if Peggy's literally did put a noise canceling on. I don't know. He's boofing. He's like growling, like brrr, doing that business. So I don't know what he wants.
Hey, Bubby. What you doing? What's up?
Oh, that was nice, Stardust.
What's up? It's fine. Did you make any of the keywords that makes them think something's happening?
No BYEs or anything
it's
like
all
that.
Done.
Okay.
It's time for work.
7 by 9 with both would be great. Like James Eats book with Prismavisions on one side and Cosmo on the other. Oh yeah, that'd be cool. But I'd love an integrated book for UGT and UJO. That's definitely something to keep in mind for sure. For sure. Birdnest, let me add your question. Did Nicole repost hers yet? I don't think so.
We're gonna deal with Bruno.
Okay.
Make a Bruno nest and we're gonna stick him in it.
Next up, I've got Tracy Woodman. Can I get a reading for next month? Next month, we will get our niece back again. Her mom cannot handle life and her daughter. This has happened every year for the last 4 years due to CPS. Oh my goodness, that's a lot. Let's see what comes through. What you need to know for navigating next month. What you need to know for navigating next month.
No. It's okay. Mommy's all done.
Okay. Let's see what we got for you, Tracy. Are you still here? Things are happening in the timing they're meant to happen. That sounds really cheesy in this particular situation, but I got the synchronicity card. And the supporting keywords here are serendipity, confluence, and divine timing. It's like things are falling into place when they are supposed to, or they will. So if you've got nervousness about like, is this going to come through at the right time? Is that thing going to happen at the right time? I feel like the answer there is definitely yes. There's an element here of like, trust the process and know that it's going to unfold how it should. There's a certain amount of also recognizing what you are and aren't in control of. And again, trusting the timing. Trusting the timing is big here. So here's what the guidebook says. Life is full of subtle, meaningful alignments, things falling into place just when they need to, encounters that feel too perfect to be coincidence, help that shows up just when it is most needed. If you've been looking for a sign, this may be it. Pay attention to the patterns, symbols, and opportunities presenting themselves. The universe is always speaking to you. Are you listening? And then the self-worth message. You are in harmony with the flow of life, even when you don't see it. Trust that things are unfolding in their own perfect timing. So again, we have this element of like giving yourself over to the process and sort of trusting and leaning into that. It sounds like a lot of what you have to do is to stay open because of the situation and to stay present and available. So keep moving in that direction. And there's a lot up in the air. Just kind of trust that things are going to fall into place as they're supposed to and lean into that. Obviously, always do the practical things to make that most likely, but recognize what you can't control and just like trust that it's gonna come out and happen the way that it needs to come out and happen. Deb is up next. I'm moving into my first people management role. Any advice for me to start with the right foot? Yeah, let's see. I need to remember to drink. Terrell, I'm all caught up. Thank you so much for reading this. Oh, you're welcome. Oh, you're literally struggling with trust in the spiritual space right now? Ah, yes. Hi, Deb. Okay. All right. I really need to turn this chat to a live chat. All right. All right.
What'd you do? Okay. Okay. Is that you?
What happened, babe?
There's some vomit here.
Oh no, is his tummy upset?
Yeah, I don't know if it's him or Shayla.
Well, maybe offer him a little treat.
You gotta...
Okay. All right, sorry, let me reshuffle Deb. I got a little distracted. Bruno, come here, baby. Is it a lot or a little bit?
It's quite a bit. Okay. He wants it. It's okay. It's a really okay. This is something that we learned in diabetic school. Is that as much as it's a gross thing that dogs go back after it, it guarantees a certain minimum of food. If he, oh, I know what he did. He grabbed something on the balcony, made him gag.
Yeah.
I'll give him a little bit of stuff.
Yeah, give him something fun. Maybe a bit of hot dog. Or even some extra kibble.
No, I'll take care of it.
Sorry. We have a diabetic dog. So if there's a throw up, there's a chance of low blood sugar. So we actually have to keep an eye on it. So Peggy's going to have to give him. We have to make sure he gets some extra goodies to make sure he's good.
No, he was licking the freaking balcony. So he probably ripped up something.
Yep. Now is he doing something with it?
He's licking the carpet.
Then it's probably his.
Oh, almost guaranteed.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get always take an AT. So he was probably just staring at you because his tummy was upset.
Probably. Poor baby, I know.
I'm gonna clean the carpet and then we'll give him half a hot dog and there should.
When in doubt, some carbs.
Sorry for the disgusting conversation and an overthink, but
this is how life goes. Yeah, carbs too. Huh? Make sure you get some carbs too.
Yes, dear.
I'm sorry. Yes, dear. All right. Yeah. Okay. Ooh, we just rolled over 32K. Thanks, you guys.
Okay, so is that going to teach you to be eating things you shouldn't?
Oh boy. Well, you'll know if he actually does eat anything. Oh, what she got for you? She's gonna get you something good.
Oh, yeah. We don't need to worry about carbs because these are the chicken wieners and they have a filler already in.
Oh, good. Okay. Can you take it? Oh, good. Okay.
He could be mid.
It is Bruno. Yeah.
He's fine. He'll be fine. We just have to keep an eye on that.
Yeah. We can also test his blood sugar if he has to later. He's probably fine. We run his blood sugar a little bit higher than you would run like a person's blood sugar because dogs can't tell you if they start to feel funky. My diabetic ex couldn't tell me if she started to feel funky either, though. So I don't know that humans have it much better, but it's better to run his sugar higher.
This is not some immediate emergency. It requires an immediate discussion to make sure we're handling it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be shuffling.
Yeah. It requires an immediate discussion to make sure we're handling it properly. But if there's going to be a problem, it's going to be really obvious and take enough time to happen that we have lots of time to deal with it.
Maybe offer Shayla something too in case it was hers.
I gave her the other half.
Oh, sorry. I'm helping. I'm micromanaging.
No,
I don't mean to
I'm
be.
pretty sure it was him.
Okay.
He's acting like he was acting. Once I found it, he was acting like it was him.
Yeah, that's probably why he got upset. He's like, I made a mess. You got to go clean it up.
Well, yeah. That's why he was upset. That's why he was upset that he made a mess.
Yeah.
We are upset because of what it represents.
Yeah.
But no, he's.
It's been enough time since breakfast too that he shouldn't have too much.
I don't think we're. I don't like I said. The poor baby is going to get hot dogs today.
He's gonna get extra treats. Yeah, he'll be fine.
The
He's
thing-
real excited now. He's like, "This is the best day ever."
Well, and he's not sick. He just ate something that
Yeah.
he ate something. He got out on the balcony and he ate something off the balcony that he shouldn't have.
Yeah. But no, he won't learn.
No,
He's not built that way. Okay, Deb, I'm so sorry. Okay, people management role. I can't speak. Any advice for me to start with the right foot? Rooted. Interesting. So this is about stability, groundedness, solidity. So you represent that force for the people around you. So this is about you locking in as the rock, for your team. That means you need to be the source of calm. You need to be the source of stability. You need to help level out the shakiness that you're going to kind of end up being, I think, a bit of a filter of any chaotic news or like new rules or new processes, and like really set that stable foundation so that they feel really supported, but also feel like you've got this. So there's a certain amount of confidence to bring to the table for sure. So the rooted card, let's pull this up.
Will you come in? Want to here for snuggles? Come for a snuggle. Come here. Come snuggle.
Rooted card says,
Come here. Wow.
things are solid and stable, and you can be sure of yourself now and what supports you. You have deep and sturdy roots. The certainty you have in yourself and all that surrounds you keeps you strong no matter what life throws at you. When life feels uncertain, reconnect with what makes you feel safe and secure. So it's going to be like lock yourself in so you can be that for other people, right? You don't have to prove your place in the world. You are already part of something bigger, strong, and steady, just as you are. So trust your own groundedness, right? Lean into that, and then you can offer that to others. Plain says, if you haven't heard of the Freestyle Libra, it's a cool device that lasts for 14 days. You don't have to poke for PG. Connects to a handheld device, and you just push a button and it tells you. I have heard of that. It's great for active dogs. It's more active dogs, especially if they're going to get a lot of like pops in activity. Bruno is like 12, 13 years old. So he is like pretty slow moving. He's got bad knees. He's not a high active dog, and his sugar has been very stable. What we do is we minimal blood sugar checks because he's very stable and predictable. We poke him if we think we need to, and otherwise we run a curve every once in a while. And that just basically tests him like every 2 hours for an entire 12-hour period to make sure where his low points and high points are, what his blood sugar is hitting at those peaks. Because we feed him we literally measure his food by the gram and feed him stable amounts of food and stuff. So we know predictably what his sugar is going to do based on his average day. So we just did a curve actually a couple weeks ago, and his sugars were in a really healthy range. We actually went to a specialist when he was younger, because it's really scary to try to figure out all the blood sugar stuff. And you can get in this cycle where you test your blood sugar before every meal, and that's recommended. But our specialist recommended not. She said, actually, there's certain things that happen to dogs that don't happen to people. And there's a lot of things that happen to people that don't happen to diabetic dogs typically. So what the biggest thing is that diabetic dogs pretty much 100% of the time go blind within a few months of their diagnosis, which happened to him. Once you're past that hurdle, and Bruno, he did go blind, but we got him new eyes, I guess. We got him new lenses. He got diabetic cataracts, and he was young at the time. He was like 5. So we got him the surgery. We had a specialist near us. So we got him the surgery. He got new cataracts, so he sees perfectly well. And that's the most extreme thing that happens early in a diagnosis for diabetic dogs. After that, the specialist said, basically, make sure that you run his curve. His blood sugar is a little higher, because that is more protective. The more dangerous thing for a dog is a low blood sugar, because again, it can kill them pretty quickly. If they run high for too long, they can get ketoacidosis and all kinds of other issues. But if that's if they're too high. But if you get them in a good range where they're not getting too high, but they're not at risk of dipping too low, you're golden. As long as their activity levels are stable and their food levels are stable. Babbling. But it's like different than people, because people are going to snack and do whatever and get into stuff. But like dogs, get what you give them so you can have more control over it. Wow, that was a lot of diabetic dog information that y'all probably didn't need. Thank you, Barb. Okay, where was I at? I lost my place. Oh, we finished Deb's reading. Let's do Jolly Little Teapot. Any advice for the next stage of my life? Any advice for the next stage of my life? Okay. Let's see. Yeah, you never know. You never know. That's the thing. Did I read the guidebook? Deb? I think I did, right? Why am I suddenly feeling like I didn't finish? Did I finish? Yes, I did. Okay. I just had to like read it and be like, did I just read that? Yeah, making other people feel safe during the transition is what I got up to. Yeah, I know me exactly. Barb says, I don't normally get to whack someone over the head with my wrench on Lisa's channel. That felt great. Yeah, y'all are so well behaved. You really aren't giving my mod much to do. I'm just saying. No, it was a really good time. Okay, advice for the next stage of your life. Okay, what do we got here? Ooh, it's gonna have to do with direction. So this could be acknowledging where you're feeling right now, and it could acknowledge. Sometimes what happens is that we don't want to acknowledge how we're feeling because then we feel like we have to immediately do something about it. It's not quite like that. Sometimes acknowledging the feeling, acknowledging the experience we're having, or acknowledging where things are off can help us to set a new trajectory, set a new path for ourselves, because we're not invalidating our experience. We're validating and honoring that experience even when it's uncomfortable. So the card that I pulled for you, and let me know if you're still here, Jolly Little Teapot, is lost. So the supporting keywords are lack of direction, avoidance, and denial. So like in this case, our mystic, our little unicorn, is just trotting along on the path, but has literally missed their turn. And their little bunny friend is like, excuse me, the place you want, it's back there. Like, you want to go back there? And sometimes what happens when we're in this experience where we're feeling like we're floundering or we're lost is that we're getting support and help to know where to go, but we're not tuned into that support or help. Sometimes that help is coming from our higher self or a friend or a loved one or some other source of wisdom in our lives, some other source of direction in our lives, but we're sort of like ignoring it because it's more convenient and easy for us in that moment to just like be like, la, 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 I got this, everything's fine. You know what I mean? And we end up like losing ourselves in the process. But let me see what I wrote here. So we have, you've strayed from your path. Perhaps you're avoiding an obvious truth, ignoring internal or external guidance, or just not sure which direction you should be going in the first place. If you're confused or feeling lost, now is the time to pause, look around, and get your bearings. The right path may be right in front of you, waiting for you to notice it. I think it's just perfect for that. You aren't, so this is a self-worth message. You aren't a failure simply because you've lost your way. The path you need is close at hand. Believe in yourself, and you'll find it. So the journal prompts here. Where in my life do I feel directionless? What truth might I be avoiding because it feels too uncomfortable to face? And what small step could help me regain clarity and a sense of purpose? So when you're talking about moving into another phase in your life, a lot of times that's because we recognize the need for a shift. We recognize the need for transition. We're at a turning point. But when we hit a turning point, we still have a choice to continue in the same way we've been continuing, kind of like doing the same thing, expecting different results is the like meme about it, you know? And there could be some of that going on. So when you feel this, when you feel like you're kind of off, like to the side kind of thing, then when you feel that way, that's the time to slow down, stop, and really examine your surroundings. What are the opportunities around you that you might be overlooking or that you might be missing? That's really important to kind of pay attention to. Okay. Okay. So just to follow up on some questions in the chat, sorry about the Audible thing, y'all. Again, it could be a sort of discount that's only accessed by some people. Barb spotted it this morning, mentioned it, threw it in the chat, but none of us are in control of Audible, so I don't know. I didn't initiate a sale on the audiobook because I don't own it. So just for clarity, y'all, here's how the audiobook works, in case this is helpful to you. Essentially, an audiobook publisher bought the rights to my book. Now it's theirs and they're doing it. There's no like ongoing relationship between me and the audiobook. It's like there was like a one-time purchasing the licensing, which my publisher gave me my portion of. And that's it. Done and dusted. I have nothing to do with it. I didn't even know it happened until after it happened, because that's all in my contract, that my publisher can go ahead and sell that right to an audiobook publisher. That was already baked into my contract. So essentially, I have no idea. not in control. I'm not connected. I find out about these things the way y'all find out about these things. So I'm sorry for those of you who were hoping for a discount and can't find it, but I can't do anything about it. I'm so sorry. But it is good to let people know. It could just be that maybe only like, don't forget, these algorithms are wild. They might look at your purchase history and based on that offer you specifically a discount. They might offer a group of people in a geographical area a discount. So I don't know that it's like across the board. But it's always nice if somebody spots a sale to mention it so that other people can check. But yeah. Oh, you see it on Amazon.ca, not the actual Audible app. Oh, because you can buy Audible books through the Audible or through Amazon, right? Yeah, exactly. Barb goes through a lot of books. That might be why. Totally. Oh, that's an interesting question. I can answer that. Phoenix was asking, what's it like being on both sides of the publishing table, both as an indie with tarot decks and traditional with indie books? Interesting. Actually, the process is totally different. So I self-published my first book, The Self-Worth Path, and I'm traditionally published with Unlocking the Tarot. So I have a publisher. I would say the experience is just completely different. When it comes to tarot decks, when I was originally going to make Unicorn's Journey Tarot, I actually went to a publisher and asked them first. And I got one no. And I was like, I need to publish this myself. I need to have control over things like cardstock. I care too much about those sorts of details. I need it to be the way I envision it. And so I need to do it. I will say indie publishing gives you all of the creative control. When you are working with a publisher, all the final decisions for things like covers and layout and even some of the like editing decisions are not ultimately yours. But I will say my publisher was great. They asked my feedback. I was involved in the process of all those things throughout. They wanted me to be happy with it, obviously, but they were the final say. So the buck stopped with them, not me. Also, it's a lot less work to traditionally publish because once it gets to certain phases, there are people that are taking care. There are people that are poring over the text with a fine-tooth comb. We still miss stuff. It went through like 4 editing stages and we still miss stuff. But with my original self-published book, I went out to beta readers. I had friends helping me edit. I had all kinds of feedback. And that was its own thing that I did because I'm a perfectionist. But you don't have to go through all those stages if you don't want to. And you get to decide exactly how you want it to be. I feel like for me, traditional or mass market publishing makes sense if I'm at a phase where I can't do the work of indie publishing, because again, it is a lot more work. So like if I ever got to a point where like I really just can't anymore, then I would probably look for a publisher for projects that I want to stay out in the world and stay available and not go out of print. But some projects kind of just hit a point where I think you're ready to put them to bed too. And I think that's a valid choice for creators to make. It's why we see projects go out of print. Sometimes the vision is not for mass market, and sometimes mass market publishers don't want something. So there's that too. But I feel like both are rewarding in different ways. I don't think you missed your reading, Sophie. I've still got some in the list. I was just pausing to answer a question, but yeah, so I think both can be good. I think that from a strictly, if you were to look at it from a dollars and cents perspective, it is more financially rewarding to self-publish. At least I would assume, based on what I know of the little bits behind the scenes. But when it comes to books, I have to say traditional publishing was the dream. I do not want to self-publish another book. Yes, please. Let me write the text and you figure out the layout and you figure out all the other stuff. I was so happy to farm that out with a book, but I would have agonized about a deck in that same world. I don't want to hand over my deck, baby, and you tell me what cardstock it's going to be on, because if I hate the cardstock, I'm going to be so crushed. And I'm a cardstock snob, so, you know, it was way better that I did my own. It was just daunting. It was daunting to learn how to self-publish a deck. It was a lot more so many more moving parts and so much more logistical stuff to figure out. But oh my gosh, the end result's so much more rewarding for me personally. Anyway, let me see where we're at on the list. I did Jolly Little Teapot. Next up is Fina Ray, then Kagwana, and then Sophie, just so you know where you're at in the list. And I'm going to also get to your actual question Sophie too in a second here, but let me do this next reading and then I'll bounce back and forth. Okay, so Fina Ray, I'm in the process of expanding my counseling practice to also include more tarot and energetic work. Should I go into all of this slowly or just jump in head first? So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to pull one card for what you need to know about going in more slowly, and then one card for what to know about jumping in first. Okay, so first, what does it look like if you go slowly, or what do you need to know? Depletion. Interesting. So this card is about running out of resources. So in this card, it's fatigue, dwindling resources, and running on empty. So this is not burnout. I actually have another card that deals with this. This is more like you're trying to kind of like, what is the word? Squeeze water out of a stone kind of thing. So here we have our gnomes and our earth unicorns tend to mine together. They mine crystals. You'll see that in the Unicorn's Journey Tarot. And in this card, we have a gnome who is just really feeling like the work is not, it's so much work compared to the result. So this wall has only a few crystals. The basket is like low. The yield is low in the cart here with the earth unicorn. They're not getting a lot out of what's in front of them. There's not a lot coming back to them from this effort. They're not getting a lot of reward for the effort put in. They're just in a spot where they're not able to get. Now they could actually go to a different spot that has more rewards to come in. But there's a little bit here around, there's a lot of work and exhaustion that comes with pouring yourself into something and not getting a lot back. So when I think about this in terms of going really slowly, what could happen is that it could feel a little grindy. Like you're not getting that part, that exciting part of the work. And so you need to ask yourself, what is the reward for the work? If it's counseling type stuff, is it a happy or well-adjusted client who you can see the difference? Is like when you think about going slowly, does that mean building up to something slowly so that it takes a long time before you get the result that's going to actually drive you forward in the work? Because if that's the case, then this might feel, like I said, a little grindy. If you've ever played a video game where you have to go like collect 200 of a specific thing to move on to the next stage, and you're like, I've just mined crystals for the last like 3 hours in Disney Dreamlight Valley. Like I'm done now. I'm not going to find another red crystal for the rest of my life. And like you get so frustrated. You want to avoid those grindy things. So that to me tells me that's how that might feel. So you need to be aware of that. Make sure you have a way to get some reward from that slow build effort. And then going more quickly, this is interesting. The card I pulled is Wounded. The correct title for this is going to be Woundedness because it's a state of being, right? It's a state of being wounded. Unresolved pain, hidden trauma, and triggers. I love this image so much because this is Mystic, and Mystic looks totally fine. But in the reflection, we see the wound over Mystic's heart space. It's this idea that we carry our wounds within, and we know they're there. Other people don't always know they're there. So the question about going full bore is that going to put you in a place where you get kind of triggered by the activity of it, or you get thrust in too deep, and that triggers your imposter syndrome, or that triggers your inner critic to be like, what are you doing? So a lot of what these two cards are showing me is that you need to go whichever path you choose, slow or jumping in head first. You need to be very self-aware and really lean into that self-awareness. Really trust that you know yourself well to pick out the path that is right to go forward. If you choose to go the slow route, make sure you bake in doing the work in such a way that you get some of those rewards as you go. Like, and again, rewards are not necessarily monetary or physical, like material rewards, but like the rewarding feeling you're chasing in the work itself. And then the Wounded card for going in head first is make sure you don't bite off more than you are emotionally, psychologically capable of chewing. I feel like I mixed metaphors. Don't bite off more than you can chew. So if you go too head first, you could overwhelm yourself. So be aware of what your limitations are. This is not a shame thing. This is like being aware of where you are going to need extra support in order to manage the workload or the work itself. So those are your two sort of options. Hopefully that was helpful. What did somebody say? I don't know if I've said that, but the artwork is everything. I know. I have to tell you, I didn't finish telling the story earlier about the process of this, but it was like spreadsheet, keywords, narrowing down the keyword list, then sorting them into energetic categories based on element, and then making sure that all the self-worth themes I wanted to cover were somehow covered by a card somewhere in this deck so that I didn't leave any sort of stone unturned for this kind of work. And you know this is an area of passion for me because it shows up in all of my projects, right? Self-worth path, Unlocking the Tarot, you can see it. Unicorn's Journey Tarot and this project all have this self-worth layer. But I wanted to make sure the Oracle covered the gambit. Like, again, no stone left unturned, right? And so in that process, once I figured out the themes, then I had to figure out how to illustrate those themes. So for every card, I sat with that energy and was like, how can I show this energy visually? And that's its whole process. That's a whole process. And then you play with ideas. And then sometimes I'm pretty set on an idea. And then when I see even just like a rough sketch of it, I'm like, that's not quite right. We need to tweak this somehow. I know I would love to get to 300 backers before I get off stream. That's the goal. That's the goal. Okay. All right. So Kagawana is next. I'm probably saying that all wrong. Do you need to be channel members to get readings? No, absolutely not. I do a reading day just for my magical and badass unicorns every month, but this is a free for all. We're hanging, we're vibing, we're playing around with cards. That's what we're doing. Okay. I want to know how things are looking out for me right now in general. Okay, Kagwana, are you still here? And if I'm probably pronouncing your name all kinds of wrong, so please feel free to correct how that is supposed to be said. Oh, you're welcome, Jolly Little Teapot. And it's probably, is it late where you are? It's okay if you fell asleep. I'm glad you found the reading. Jenny, are you telling me to share the link? Because it's on there. It's pinned at the top. It's in the description box too, which is great. There we go. Okay. All right, Kagwana. This is a time for examination. So this is a time for slow thinking. So earlier we had the wisdom card, which is more about tapping into wisdom. This is about information gathering. So wisdom is sort of like that inner sense of knowing and knowledge and using your experiences. And those things are helpful. But right now you're in a phase where what you really need to be doing is gathering information, looking at things closely, paying attention to details. The card I got for you is evaluation. The supporting keywords are appraisal, choices, and scrutiny. I love this image so much because I just love what Francesca does with light, and this one has a candle and it makes me happy. I love these kinds of cozy vibes. You'll see a lot of this kind of thing in Convocation of Witches too, because I just love light. Anyways, so let's read the guidebook. Thank you, Ashley. Oh my gosh, I appreciate that so much. Okay, so evaluation. Here's what it says. This is a time for slow, patient, and careful consideration. Take your time and scrutinize every detail, but don't forget to also trust your own intuition. While this may not be the time for impulsive action, remember there is no perfect solution for most situations. Sometimes good enough needs to be good enough. And the self-worth message, you don't have to rush. Your ability to evaluate, question, and choose wisely is a strength. Trust yourself to make the right call at the right time. So that is the full kind of concept of the message, right? You want to gather information. You want to scrutinize details. If you get a contract, you want to actually read it, right? You want to go through all of the details and make sure you've checked the boxes. But at a certain point, you got to go, this is good enough. This is good enough. So that's kind of the premise of the answer. Augustina's up next, then the bird nest, and then Sophie. You're welcome. Hey, babe. Is there something I can like nibble?
I bet you there is.
Can you get it for me? Okay, babe. Food. She's being dirty.
Food. You're hungry.
I don't think you wanted me to nibble you on stream. She probably wouldn't care.
I think there's people watching that wouldn't mind.
Wow. Do you see what she said about y'all?
Tell me I'm wrong, people.
Way to make it dirty.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I don't know. Oh my God, it's nearly 6. This live started at 3 a.m. Oh my God. Jolly, go to bed. I know. She's a very easy read. She almost always gets real
I don't have
dirty.
a lot to choose from over here.
Can you, what about one of those little craft cups?
I was just looking at them going, I wonder if you're going to want that.
You fill the water up to the inside line and stir it because there's a powder. If you don't stir it, it doesn't cook right. And then it's 3.5 minutes. And then I just take a little teeny bit of butter in there after it's done. Not that I'm picky.
You?
Yeah, that should be perfect because I can have a few bites here and there.
So I put the water in first, then the cheese, and water.
No cheese yet at all. Just water to the line. And give it a good, and then stir it. Because there's a powder already in the noodles.
Oh.
Like a little white powder that I think keeps them from sticking or something.
White powder, like cocaine or something?
Yeah, it's cocaine for sure. No, you just a little bit of water to the line, stir it, put it, and no lid. It just goes in. Okay. And it cooks right in its cup.
Cool.
I'm helpful. You sound like me knowing exactly how it needs to be done. Yeah, they're like little like craft dinner cups. They're like little craft macaroni and cheese cups. Yes, Michelle, you're cleared to go home. Yay! I did do a reading after all, and I'm so glad that she got you your timestamp. That's amazing. Okay. She mentioned she did that, which was perfect. Okay, sorry. Augustina. I said it was Augustina's turn. Okay. General advice card. Okay, are you still here, Augustina? Bye, Paulina. Or Pauline, sorry. Bye, Pauline.
Here.
Thanks, babe. Yeah, and then I just stir the cheese in with a little dollop of margarine or butter or whatever. At the end.
Margarine, not worth butter.
I'm not worth butter?
No, you're worth butter.
Oh, I have whipped butter in the fridge. Since you offered.
You're gonna bat your eyelashes?
Yeah.
You're trying really hard not to blink.
I'm trying really hard not to blink. Okay.
Predictable.
That's so predictable. Oh my god. Okay. General advice for Augustina. What number did I say I want to get to before I'm done? I feel like we passed it and I just wasn't paying attention, but maybe not. I'm not done yet though. I'm definitely down to hang out for a bit. Okay. Okay. General advice, practicality, realism, resourcefulness, and common sense. So here's the story. Here's more of our mining earth unicorns and gnomes. And they're all hanging out like, what do we do now? It's raining. We don't want to get wet. But we also have all of our crystals. And normally the unicorns, earth unicorns will pull these carts. And so it's not really practical because the carts will fill up with water. And it's like a whole thing in my brain. Like clearly I have headcanon about this. Okay. Anyways, but this particular little team, we're like, wait, we can figure it out. I'm going to empty my crystals from my little basket. I'm going to put them in your saddlebags and ride back. But then I'll carry the umbrella so we both stay dry and we can get everything back. We just might have to take more trips. And these other ones in the back are like, yeah, we're just going to wait for somebody else to solve this problem for us because we don't want to deal with it. You know what I mean? Like there's an element of like, you've got an obstacle, you've got something ahead of you, you've got something that's representing the stopping point or a hurdle that you have to jump over. And the answer for how to get through that experience or get past it is to just think practically, use what you have, use the resources around you, and you can come up with a solution that's going to get you there. So let me read what it says in the guidebook. Practical solutions is kind of the general gist. Common sense and resourcefulness will help you navigate your current circumstances. You might need to work with what you have, adapt, or come up with a creative solution. Think practically about what makes the most sense to solve your problem or make progress, and you'll find the solution that was waiting for you all along. The self-worth message: when things feel impossible, remind yourself that you have what it takes to find a realistic solution. Yay! You just got the Unicorn Tarot? Thanks, Perfect Princess. That's awesome. Thank you so much for the support. Oh, you're back from tests already? Cool. What did you miss? More readings, I guess. Hopefully that was helpful, Augustina. Bird Nest, and then Sophie, and then She Phoenix. So if you did not ask a question yet, and you have a question in mind, let me know. Oh, wait, actually. Wait. Hold on. Ignore me for a second because I messed up my list. I was going to answer Sophie's real, non-reading question. And then we're going to get back into line for readings. And it's actually, it is still Sophie next either way. And then it's Jennifer and then Bird Nest. I got the order wrong. Sorry, y'all. Okay, so anyways, do you think having a platform helped with the publishing thing, or does it not make much difference? Totally okay if it's too much to ask. I think yes, absolutely. I wouldn't pretend that didn't have a role to play because really my conversations with my publisher happened more organically. Like I was presenting at a local conference. I connected with my publishers acquisitions editor there. We met, we had coffee, we talked ideas together. I think that being connected certainly helped. I think that at the end of the day, it's being willing to put yourself out there and go ask somebody if they're interested in your idea, for sure. And then going from there. I don't know anything about things like agents and like I just wanted to put my work out in the world, y'all. Like, I was not coming at this from a real trying to turn this into my career kind of place, if that makes sense. So maybe that made it all feel much more easeful and creative and loose in a way that was really nice. But yeah, I'm sure that having a platform was helpful. I can't imagine it wasn't. And certainly it was helpful in the sense that, like, when you do publish through a publisher, any kind of work, there's only so much they can do to market you. You have to be willing to market yourself.
Well, and they have to cherry pick who they are going. If they're publishing multiple titles, then they will only pick the certain ones.
Yeah. So, and one of the things you do as part of a book proposal, which is part of the process, or a project proposal, is you need to show how your work both is different than what they already have in their catalog, but complementary, and also how it stands up against like competition also. So that all kind of goes into it. There's definitely many things they consider before taking on a project. And I've gotten both a no and a yes before, so I know what both feel like. And I think sometimes it's like, it's just not the right fit. Sometimes it's not the right fit because maybe they have other very, very, very similar things and they don't want that stuff. So yeah. Anyways, that's what I'd say about that. Your reading question. Week ahead. Focusing on friendship and health. Okay. And Mother Whiskers, let me add you to my list. Okay. So after Sophie, it's Jennifer Abe, then Bird Nest, and She Phoenix. Currently, that's the setup. Okay. So request for the week ahead for Sophie. Thank you, Sophie. Yeah, they're like, this is the same color I wore for the launch of UJT. It's my favorite Mooncat polish. It's called Midsummer Night's Dream, I think. It's like pink with like a little bit of blue shift, which is so perfect for this deck. It fits even better than it did for UJT. I know the shuffle sound is the best. Oh, thanks, Mother Whiskers. Okay, frustration. We pulled frustration. I love this card so much because there's so much personality in it, but irritation, discontent, and impatience. Here we have one of our air sylphs, and they've gotten caught up in some viney mossy stuff that's hanging from this ledge. And they're frustrated and they're kind of fighting against it. And it kind of reminds me of like when you fight against something, it just kind of holds on tighter. And they've balled their little, I don't know, can you call it a fist? Because they're more winged than like hands, but like balled it into a fist and literally wants to punch it in its stupid face. Like, have you ever felt like that? You're like, I just want to punch this situation in its stupid face. That's the vibe. So when it comes to frustration, it's definitely a mood. But underneath that, we have irritation, discontent, and impatience. So let's see what the guidebook has to say. Thank you so much, babe. No, you can't throw it. I will spill it for sure.
Well, yeah.
Oh, you put real cheese on top. She loves me, guys. She really loves me. She put real cheese on top of my like little craft dinner cup. Oh, my polish is sold out? Oh, that's not okay. Thanks, baby. Wow, spoiled as heck. Oh my god. Okay, I have like a little lunch here, which is perfect. Okay, let's read what the guidebook says about frustration. Frustration is so real, says Sophie. Yeah, valid. Okay, here's what it says. This is a time for slow, patient, and careful consideration. Take your time and wait, that's evaluation, Lisa. I was like, that sounds familiar. Here we go. Let's try this again. Something is really irritating you. That sounds more on point. Maybe it's been one thing after another, or maybe you just feel so stuck in your current situation. Every bone in your body may be urging you to fight and struggle, but that won't get you anywhere. Try a little patience and a few deep breaths. The solution is closer than you realize. The self-worth message, be patient with yourself also. You don't need all the answers right now. Give yourself the space and time you need to find the right solution. If you want to dive deeper into this, here's your journal prompts. What is the root cause of my frustration? What force am I misapplying to this situation? And what will help me find the calm I need to take measured steps forward to a solution? Hopefully that helps. It's not real cheese. It's that liquid cocaine we were talking about. No, there's actual added real cheese in here. See, you can see stringies.
And you are easy to please if that's all it takes.
Baby, cheese has always been a way to my heart.
That is true.
This is not new.
That is true. I can remember to put cheese on everything.
Put cheese on everything.
Can you hand me that deck? Yeah, put some cheese on it.
Put some cheese on it. Cheese and chocolate. It'll get you everywhere. Jennifer, reading if not too late. Definitely not too late. Yeah, that's the goal, Perfect Princess, is that with the story that accompanies the cards, it's meant to make it way easier to understand what each card is about so that it's easier to kind of learn it. But I would recommend if you're new to tarot, definitely spend time in the guidebook. It will really, really, really guide. It will really help. I swear I know more than 7 words in my whole vocabulary. Okay. Message for the week ahead to get back on track with your writing project. Okay. Let's see. Wait, no, Sophie. So basically all I have to do is destroy the world and everything in it. Cool, done. Obviously joking. It is still live, Elf. Okay. So Jennifer, unity, connection, oneness, and solidarity. This is so funny because this came up for somebody else asking a creative question earlier. And one of the things I leaned into and I think definitely applies to this situation is to connect to who the work is for. I talked about that then. Have a connection, feel that connection, that unity between you and your audience, you and your reader, right? You talked about a writing project. Who's reading it? Why do you want them to read it? What do you want them to get out of it? And then connect deeply with that. And then find out if that helps shift something for you. Because for me, it always does. When I connect with who I want to benefit from the work, it's easier to move forward because I'm not focused on me, if that makes sense. I'm like shifting the focus outward to the reader. And doing that makes so much of a difference. Yeah, we're hoping to get 300 backers before the end of the stream. Totally. So yeah, think about how you can really stay grounded and connected. And that will make all of the difference. So connecting with the why, connecting with who you want to read it. Let's read what it says. But like that is the most important piece here. And I think will often help shift you. Also read Big Magic if you haven't read it. I will tell everybody in the world. If you're stuck on a writing project, go read, or a creative project, go read Big Magic. If you've never read it, if you have read it, reread it. It's like medicine for stuckness in creativity. Anyways, unity. Solidarity doesn't require that everyone be the same. True unity does, however, require that we recognize our differences as strengths that bind us together. This is the time to strengthen the bonds of your community in order to support and be supported. There is strength in coming together, in holding space for one another, and in knowing that you are never truly alone. Lean in. Self-worth message. Being willing to stand alongside others doesn't make you weak. It makes you strong. Your presence matters. What was that book called? I'm hard of hearing. Big Magic. I'm going to type it for Zoe. There. I'm going to end up throwing this fork on the ground. Oh. Totally eating on camera. But this is how we roll. By Elizabeth Gilbert. Yes. That's an important point. Who it's by matters. Sorry, y'all. I totally didn't have breakfast. I was way too nervous about all this. I don't know why. I get nervous every time. I can't help it. Okay. Hopefully that was helpful, Jennifer. Bird's nest or bird nest. Question. Am I going to find the help I need to pack and organize my house? I have severe rheumatoid arthritis. I tend to avoid yes, no questions. So I would say let's kind of lean into this question around how can you find support or support yourself through this move and the prep for the move. Is it a move? No, pack and organize my house. I'm assuming for a move because you said pack. But regardless, how can you find and tap into the support you need to get through this regardless of your challenges? Sophie, yes, but give me a second so I'll have to shift gears in a minute. Okay. Okay. Okay, this is really to the point. So, one of my favorite cards in the deck, actually. I'll reveal it in a second, but here's the punchline. If you need that kind of help, if you're going to have to put yourself out there as vulnerably and authentically and honestly as you can. That may mean making yourself a little bit uncomfortable to request the help you need. It may mean reaching out even. Let's say you don't have a personal contact that you feel like you can ask this of. Then it might mean reaching out to local moving companies and see if they have any programs for assisting people with disabilities and getting their houses ready for a move, for example, or looking at what services may be available in your area that have something that they can add as support. So it may mean putting yourself out there again more vulnerably than you're strictly comfortable with. Obviously, do lean into your personal contacts and don't be afraid to share that you're really scared, that you really feel like you can't do it by yourself. Be really honest. So let me show you the card. It's authenticity, sincerity, unmasking, and honesty. So in this card, we see two little sylphs, and one has a scar on his or her face, and the other sylph is reaching up and like sort of touching the scar. And you can see that the sylph has pulled the mask down. So they've unmasked themselves and are sharing this part of themselves with someone else. And in that process are being really seen. So let me read what it says here. This is an air card because we have our little sylph. We're in the air region. And be yourself fully and unapologetically. It's time to lower your masks, speak your truth, and allow the parts of you that you've hidden to be seen. It's not your job to shrink or shapeshift in order to make other people more comfortable. The right people won't be threatened by your fullness. They'll be drawn to it. Self-worth message. When you show up as your true self, you'll attract the kind of people who can meet you as you are. In other words, showing up as your true self will help you to access the help that you need because people will be seeing you, as your true self, right? Does that make sense? Hopefully that helps. Let me scroll up and see if I can figure out, Sophie, what you were getting at, and we'll go from there. Hopefully that was helpful, Bird's Nest. Oh, and let me add, I saw another question pop up. So let me just add that for Leslyn. I got you. Jenny's like, while we've been on stream, I put 40 of my decks, or 10 of my decks, sorry, in new deck order. So you can compare. Nice. I'm not sure what you mean about clarification on the health, because I feel like what I spoke to with frustration for you, Sophie, was related to both areas. And bottom line, it was like, don't try to force your way through the problem. Like the net result of that reading with frustration was about leaning into acceptance, not in a way where you're like giving up, but leaning into acceptance in a way where you're like allowing things to unfold and you're calmly seeking solutions where it makes sense, but you're not just railing against the machine. You know what I mean? Like you're maybe seeking out support, you're seeking out answers, you're seeking out remedies, but you're not doing that in a way that is like aggressive. Aggression isn't going to get you where you need to go. Hopefully that does make sense. Oh, you just pledged and got 2 Sassy Dragons? That's amazing. That's awesome. You got 2 NSFW? Nice. That's awesome. NSFW is going to like legit sell out before any of my other decks, I'm pretty sure. Oh, and as a side note, when we're talking about health things, when you see that kind of aggression, fighty energy, think about things too like blood pressure and stress and the ways those things affect your health, and prioritize moving into focusing on things that are going to lower blood pressure, lower stress, bring your parasympathetic nervous system online so you can calm the body and the mind. Things like meditation, yoga, anything, massage, anything that will bring those systems online that will help you. Because don't forget, your parasympathetic nervous, this is my yoga teacher brain, I'm sorry, I can't help it. Your parasympathetic is the system that will rest, digest, heal, restore. Maybe restorative yoga could be worth looking into, which doesn't require any stretch whatsoever. Anybody can do restorative yoga. Look it up. Look up some restorative yoga. Okay, wait, let me back up. Proper restorative yoga you should not feel a stretch in restorative yoga. It should be the kinds of poses that support you, make you feel held. It's so good for the nervous system. So good for the nervous system. Anyway, absolutely, Mystica Mini. Let me add you to the list. I got you. Okay. Already, I added an extra NSFW and Classic Sassy to my pledge and a second UJO. Yes, I have a problem. Hey, like, I appreciate the support, but just make sure you're supporting yourself too. Oh my God, Jennifer, you're a doll. Thank you. Yes, do not destroy the entire world. We've been over this. But for real, understand you and I will look it up. Yes. Yeah, look up restorative yoga. It's brilliant. I may have a restorative yoga practice or two on my old yoga YouTube channel. Why are you both? I'm still eating it. You can't have the bowl until I'm done eating it. You got to let me eat it first. Deal. Wait, what are you talking about, Artie? What are you talking about? Did I miss your reading? Or did I do your reading earlier? I don't know what you were asking. I know my question was late and therefore important. Yeah, I don't know what you mean. So if you need something from me or if you had a reading on the list or I don't remember if I read you or not already, but I'm happy to read you again. Just throw the question in again. It's definitely the puppers and not Peggy. Bruno is down here like begging because he thinks I'm done with my dish and he's like, why aren't you giving it to me? It's like, because I'm not done with it yet. So you're just going to have to deal. You just got to deal. No, stop making eye contact with me. Stop it. Go look at somebody else. It's only a matter of time before he literally jumps on the couch next to me because he can't cope. You budgeted for this. You're all good. I'm so glad. Okay. She Phoenix. Okay. I'm super socially anxious and shy, but I really want to put my years of tarot practice to use working with people. How will I know when I'm ready or if I ever will be? I'll pull a card first and then I'll give you my opinions because I always have opinions on this subject. Lay down. Lay down. No, lay down. I don't have food. Okay. Yes, I always have pets. Can you lay down, please? Oh, no. No, you're just going to sit closer and stare, make aggressive eye contact. Oh, and now he's going to tap me with his whittle footy. He's like, tap. Oh, my gosh. Okay. Oh, I love this. Okay. You said you're really super anxious and shy. And the car, hello? Where did the car go? There it is. I mean, the question. I love this card so much. It took me forever to find the right concept for illustrating the nurturing card, and this was the one I settled on. It's like an older water nymph with a younger one in her arms, and she's pointing up at this little like grouping of fish who are forming a star shape because we can't stargaze underwater, but we can stargaze underwater. You know what I'm saying? And that's the vibe I wanted. You might have to repost your question, Artie. You can repost your cheeky question. Repost it. It's all good. Anyways, so the supporting keywords here are self-care, support, and comfort. Let me just read this real quick. And start there. And then I will share my opinions. This is a time for gentleness, support, and kindness, whether that means offering care to another or tending gently to your own needs. One of the most powerful ways to show you care is to create an environment of emotional safety by being truly present when you offer your support to others.
What you doing?
Self-worth message. Remember, you are best able to care for others when you first care for yourself. So self-care is key. Thing is, when you talk about whether or not you're ready, that's the question. It's not, are you the most skilled tarot reader of all time? It's, are you ready to hold space for somebody else's vulnerability? Because at the end of the day, that's what you're doing as a tarot reader. You're holding space with somebody else's vulnerability. Maybe they're feeling nervous about something and that's why they're coming to you. Maybe they feel anxious. Maybe they feel fearful for their future. Maybe they feel disempowered in their life and they're looking for some empowerment, some guidance, right? So remember that that's your job first, is to offer that empowerment to your clients. And if you can do that effectively, then you're already like 90% of the way there. The other 10% is confidence with your cards, working with decks you know really well so you don't feel like you have to stumble. Reminding yourself that when you read for others, you don't have to give an answer the second the card is on the table. You can take it in. You can tell your client, which I do all the time, hey, I'm going to put cards down and then I'm going to look at them for a couple seconds and kind of formulate my thoughts. And then I'll start speaking. Because typically what happens for me is I pull the card, I take it in, and that's gotten faster over the years, obviously, but I take it in and then I sit with it. I do not panic if I don't have an answer right away or if I don't know what it means right away. I just tell my client, hey, I'm going to sit with this for a second because I know that once I start talking, like you can tell now, I'm not going to stop. Like it'll just flow. But I need to take the time first to tap into what I'm getting from the table so that I can then flow, right? Hopefully that makes sense. Yeah, I'm going to have some more bites because apparently I'm torturing my dog by not finishing my crap dinner. Okay. Hopefully that helps. Was I nervous? Oh, hell yeah. Go watch my early videos. I don't even seem like the same person. I'm a totally different human. Literally. I don't ever take content off my channel. Something has to go wrong. Like I get in trouble. Like I think I had a video that was like more adult or whatever that I took down. I had a couple things that were related to like interpersonal stuff that I took down, but 99% of my content's still there. Go to my channel, sort my oldest videos, and watch how I talk. That's when I was so shy and I felt like I was talking to a camera. It took a long time before I felt like I was I shouldn't say it was a long time. I was pretty lucky because I had a lot of really friendly people from the beginning. But in the beginning, it takes a minute before you feel like you're not talking to a camera or device. Once I started feeling like I was talking to people, to like you all, then it got so much easier. I did throw cards around, but also you can see me. I'm very like I'm trying to shrink myself. I'm scared to be myself. And you can definitely see that at the beginning. I'm trying to be like, kind of like, you can just see it. You can see it. So if you go watch my Tarot Memoirs series, because even by then I was starting to do better, but like, you can totally see me come out of my shell throughout my YouTube journey. It's kind of crazy, actually. Like I'm very outgoing on my channel now. I'm very comfortable on camera, but there was a whole arc. In the beginning, I would film videos and not watch them. I would film them and post them. I would not edit them. I literally filmed, post. Because if I watched it, I would get self-conscious and I wouldn't post. So film, post, film, post. I didn't care what it was. Film it, post it. I filmed on a tablet in front of my bedroom window. And it was an old tablet. But yeah. Oh my God, 295. You guys were so close. We're so close to 300. Okay, sorry. Let me grab Elizabeth's. I want to grab these questions. I'm going to grab Artie's question. I want to grab Elizabeth's question. It's totally possible I miss some folks, right? Oh, thank you, Mother Whiskers. Oh, yeah. It's just like, actually, YouTube's been so good for my self-worth journey in a lot of ways because creating an online space, and my rule for this space was I have to feel good here. This is my space first. It's my the way I used to say it, and I'll still say it if asked, is that this YouTube channel is my sandbox. I get to decide who gets to play in my sandbox. If you're not playing nicely, I don't have to let you play here. So giving myself strong boundaries around my channel really helped. I had to grow into those boundaries and feel confident enough to protect those boundaries. And then establish them first and then protect them, I guess is a better way to express it. And then as I figured that out, I realized that because it's my sandbox, I get to be myself here. And if that doesn't resonate with other people, that's cool. I don't feel resentment for that or sad about that. If I'm not your people, that's okay. Please go find your people. But it allowed me to see that I could be appreciated or accepted as fully being myself, which was really good for my self-worth. Really good for my self-worth. A lot of people start their channels top down, hands only. It's way less vulnerable. It's a great way to dip your toes in. But yeah, anyways, I'm like all in. Barb says, just as long as you don't start using your sandbox as a litter box, that would be just weird. Legitimately. But yeah, if you go watch my older content, it's one of the reasons I leave it up there because I love telling people to go look at it because you can see the change. You can see as I grow into myself. And I think it's neat to be able to show that and to remind people that I never expected my channel to have any subscribers. I got so excited. You can probably find the video where I talk about it. When I hit 100 subscribers, it was the biggest moment. It was so exciting. And then 1,000, it's unfathomable. And the funny thing is that in the grand scheme of YouTube, if you go just browsing on YouTube, my channel is tiny, but we measure ourselves. We tend to compare ourselves all the time. And I'm like, yo, it just happened. It's not I don't know. I never was out here trying to be let me have however many subscribers. I just want to have fun. That's what the space is for. I want to have fun. I want to talk to people about shared interests. I want to have a place where I can just be myself. I want a little respite from a lot of the worldly stresses that are out there and just have a space. It's not about that I can just go and be. So yeah. Anyway, I got bubbly. Oh, thank you so much, Artie. I'm still going to call you Artie 90% of the time. I don't know why. I just like it. that's a big part of it, Augustina. I think too, that's part of it, is like, imagine just how impactful it is when we let ourselves be ourselves and let that be okay. Like flaws and all, warts and all, whatever, however you want to express that. How showing up that way gives other people permission to do that in their lives. And that sounds really grandiose. I don't really mean it to sound like that, but that's how it was for me. The channels I still watch today that I gravitate to are just people having fun on YouTube. It was so funny. I was on vacation. I was in West Palm Beach, Florida with Danny, who I finally got to meet for the first time in person after years of friendship, and Don Michelle. We were in West Palm Beach, Florida, so that I could present at the StarCon conference early this year. And we were all together. I had a purpose to this story. Oh my God, I think I lost myself. I've lost myself.
You're fine.
I forget what I was going to say. Okay? I was going to say something and I forgot it. Dang it. Oh yeah, let me show some stuff. I can show you guys some stuff. Okay, you know what? I better take this last bite so I can give this dish to my dog because he's losing his mind. Bruno, come here. Bruno. Do you want that? Figure it out. There you go.
Okay, it's all done.
I forget what my story was going to be. Most fun stream, you were all yourselves. Yeah, we had so much fun being ourselves, but there was some other story there. Anyway, there was a punchline to all of that. I forget what it was. Oh, no, I remember now. That's what it was. Dawn and I were talking. I think Danny had just flown home because Dawn and I were there like one extra day, I think, from when Danny had to get back to Louisiana. Oh, $2.99. That's amazing. Anyways, and Dawn and I were talking, and I was like, you just have this kind of like cognitive dissonance because I've been watching a lot of the same people on YouTube for years. And we were just talking about like, she said, like Dawn, one of us made a comment to the other one about, I think she made a comment to me. I'm pretty sure she made a comment to me. Yay, we just hit 300. That's amazing. Thank you all so much. Dawn made a comment about how TerraTube has changed a lot and how there's only a couple channels that have over a certain amount of subscribers. And I was like, no, there's like, and I started rattling off names. I'm like, there's this person. I mean, all these people I thought were like well over like say 10,000 subscribers. Like, yeah, there's this person, there's this person, there's this person, there's this person. And she's like, no. And I went and looked it up and it's so funny because like, I perceive us all being kind of like at the same like number because I don't really care about that. So I guess it was like, I was shocked. I was like, what, why? So y'all, this is just a reminder to go subscribe to all the people you appreciate and love on TerraTube because there are so many great channels out there that have been making content for years that people who started their channels around the same time as me and Don Michelle and Danny Mystic and all these people. And like, I look at that and I'm like, I know the same people are watching us and like, it's who knows the reason for the algorithmic drama that happens on social media. But it was surprising because I was like, I thought we were all at the same spot and it was just really, really weird. So yeah, it's just a reminder that like those little things that we do on somebody's YouTube channel do make such a difference. And there's so many people out there making amazing content and just need maybe some more comments or maybe some more likes on their videos or more subscribers to maybe recognize how many of us appreciate their content. And I know I can always do better in that because I do a lot of watching and I don't always comment, but man, it's kind of like surprising because you just expect that there'll be more. Anyway, I'm babbling, but I'm just saying like fabulous channels out there. I'm out there. I'm always bouncing around on TerraTube watching different people. And so, yeah, look at all the celebrate emojis. You guys are amazing. And we're over halfway to our next, like halfway between our last stretch goal and our next one already. And I only launched like 4 hours ago. So actually 3 hours ago, because we launched it like around 11 something my time. And it's 2 something my time now. So that's exciting. Okay, anyways, back to my list. I'm sorry. I was waxing philosophical or something. Oh, we were going to pause and quickly show everything real quick, just so I don't forget. And then it'll be Mother Whiskers. then Leslin, then Mystica Mini, then Artemisian, just so you kind of know where we're at. And then Elizabeth Selk. And that's all I have left on my list. So if you want a reading and you're not on the list, throw your question in. Daughter wanted to play D&D. I think that was an excellent choice of use of your time, Elf. Did you level up? What happened? Did you win a boss fight? Like, I need to know. I want to know now. What was I going to say? Oh, I was going to show stuff. Okay, right. Okay, so quick peek at the box. It doesn't have its rose petal finish yet, and this lighting is not the best. I've made this a little bit bigger. I fixed Francesca's name is not nearly as visible here as I want it to be, so I fixed that so it looks a little bit more like the UJT. Where's my UJT box? See how like on this one, you can see Francesca's name way easier. I need to fix this one so that they match. And then I need this title to be bigger, kind of like that on the front. But otherwise, that's the box. We've already unlocked the stretch goal for magnetic, thank goodness, because I didn't design a 2-piece because that's how much confidence I had. I was like, we can definitely meet the first stretch goal, right? There will be a certificate of authenticity. There is a quote on the inside of the box. What else? And then we have unlocked the stretch goal for the gold sparkly suns on the back. So we will have holographic sparkle gold foil on this sun, which has a circle and also little rays coming out from it. The rays are not picking up on camera perfectly, but you can kind of see them there. There's little rays coming out. The next stretch goal is at 40K Canadian will get us these blue colored card edges. After that, there's only one more stretch goal, and it's for spot gloss, the spot gloss accents in the box, which you can kind of see here if I tilt it. Probably easier to show on this because this has the rose petal. You see how they're kind of, the letters are kind of a little bit raised, and they've got like little bits of shiny. It's just a little like quality upgrade that just makes everything look a little sharper and nicer. So that's our final stretch goal. Unless things go way wild and crazy, and then I'll just have to think of something. But we're trying to keep it simple. 330 GSM black core cardstock and casino grade coating. Oh, thank you so much, Mirana. Casino grade coating so that everything like fans and shuffles like just perfectly. Anyway, there's a reminder of everything. And if you have any questions about the campaign, throw them in anytime. I'm doing readings, but I'm also happy to answer questions about the campaign as well. So hit me up and let me know. Okay. I grabbed Nicole's question. Remember UJT when you were shook when you I think I cried. Didn't I cry for UJT? I think I almost cried for Sassy Dragons. This one I've been so spun up. I'm like, I just want it to happen. And I was originally hoping for like an April launch. And as it was, we're like way past that now, but that's okay. It's okay. Things happen in the time they're meant to happen. I know we will get the blue edging. I have confidence. We've still got 3 weeks. And I haven't even put up a video like going through all the cards or anything yet. So, because I just got my prototype yesterday. Like it was waiting for me when I got home from work. But do you want my fork now? What is your deal? Do you want that? He's like, I'm a little diabetic doggy and I want to lick the flavor. That's all I have. I have nothing else. You're going to have to talk to Peggy about it. Yeah, you've got to talk to her about it. Anyways, these just showed up yesterday. Like they were actually not supposed to be in until Monday or Tuesday next week. And then FedEx was early. Otherwise, I wouldn't have even had the prototypes in time for today's stream. I didn't think I was going to. So shout out to my printer for making it happen. Poor thing. I was like, on my contact, I'm like, when are you shipping? Because like, I really want to, and my Kickstarter's launching in like 4 days. And they shipped like the next day. So that was amazing. I am still on something witchy. Oh, and Lisa was, how stable is my job? Let's grab that question. There are lots of bundle options. That is true. And I think at a certain point, you can use the pay over time. So you have an option. If you're spending enough, you can pay over time. Otherwise, you have to pay in full. But just keep in mind when you back, you don't pay till the project funds, like at the end of the funding period. So on August 9th or whatever, when the campaign closes is when all your credit cards will be charged. And then if there's any payment processing issues, just so you know, Kickstarter will try. They'll give you a couple days to get it sorted out. Otherwise, it drops your pledge. But last campaign, I worked with my pledge manager to try to give those people another chance to like capture their pledge. So we have options, but they're just more hit or miss after the initial campaign. Excuse me, Mr. Man. Why are you growling at me? Growl at her. I'm being growled at.
I know he's been doing this for a while. I gave him a couple of
Maybe he's ready to go, you know where.
Do you need to go potty? You need to go outside? I'll take that as you'll take what you're given. And it's like, boing.
Yeah. Thanks, babe. Okay.
Come. You wanna go potty?
Let me throw it on the list, Sophie. If nobody else takes that slot, I will continue to. That's fine. I don't care. It's all good. What's a lovely idea, Mother Whiskers? I missed it. Oh, how about your final reading as a collective one for everyone watching? That's a great idea. I'll definitely. I'm not hopping off yet. It's not like I hit 300 and I'm like, okay, peace out, y'all. I'm just hanging out until I really, either my voice or me just quits.
Keep her distracted and she'll stay there for the day, guys.
I think Peggy wants
Just
to
tell her she's pretty once in a while and she's yours for the day.
Baby, that works for you, not for the internet. I don't care if the internet says I'm pretty. I mean,
Just
like, thank you,
remind her
but
that I say she's pretty and she'll stay for the day.
no, you need to tell me.
Lisa, Peggy says you're pretty. Now do some more reading.
Pretty much. Oh my God. By the way, this is a good time to check in. Are we liking how this is reading? I mean, this is a good time for feedback. You don't have to blow smoke up my butt. Like, what do you think? How's it going?
We have no plans for the day, so your duty is to your duty or your opportunity, no matter how you see it, is to keep her distracted and online all day.
You know why she's saying that? Because she doesn't want to have to deal with my neurotic ass for the rest of the day. You could have hesitated for like.
I mean, that's not it.
So convincing. So convincing. Oh my God. Sophie says, Lisa, you're amazing and talented. And Peggy says, you're the hottest dang thing. Keep going.
There we go.
Great. Look what you've done.
See, look.
I know.
Flattery by proxy.
I know we want the edges. There's always a chance we could get them before the end of the stream. It's possible if I stay on long enough. I want to make sure I haven't missed any other questions in all of the chit chat. It plus you equals amazing. Oh, thank you so much. Oh my gosh. We love this. Can we stay live till we unlock the next goal? I mean, I'd like to. We'll see how I do. It depends a lot on my voice. I should actually keep hydrating. That'll help. I got you, Pamela. Yeah, if you don't hear me acknowledge that I've starred your comment, feel free to bug me because, yeah. And just, I mean, like, this is what it looks like. It's like one full page for every card. It's the only reason this is half the size as Unicorn's Journey. Why am I holding that? The only reason this is half the size as the Unicorn's Journey Tarot Guidebook is because the Unicorn's Journey Tarot Guidebook also had about half a page for story, for Mystic Story, and about half a page comparing the, I don't know if you know this about Unicorn's Journey Tarot, but in the Unicorn's, in fact, let me just show you. In the Unicorn's Journey Tarot Guidebook, which again is almost exactly double the pages, how the page entries are in here, right, is we get a paragraph in italics on the left-hand page for every card. This is the story, right? So if you read the Unicorn's Journey Tarot Guidebook cover to cover, just those first paragraphs, you get the entire arc of Mystic Story. So the majors, each suit, all the adventures Mystic's having, and you get the happily ever after, which happens on the 10 of Pentacles. The court cards are like added different perspectives on what's happening in the rest of the story, but they're all part of the story. So you have the paragraph about that. This chunk underneath the story literally compares the imagery on the Unicorn's Journey Tarot cards to the Rider-Waite-Smith and explains the symbology in the imagery. So this is sort of like the link between what I've done in the Unicorn's Journey Tarot and what the RWS is. So this piece will help link those two pieces of information. If you know the Rider-Waite-Smith Tarot or you're familiar with it, this will help you bridge the gap between my deck and the Rider-Waite-Smith Tarot. And then on this side, this is basically like what we've done with the Oracle, kind of. We have an upright keywords and a meaning, a reversed keywords and a meaning, and then we have the self-worth message. So compare the anatomy of this to the Unicorn's Journey. Look at these two side by side. There's something about me in blue apparently in my guidebooks. But anyways, in the Unicorn's Journey Oracle guidebook, what we have is we don't have a story because we're playing with the same characters, right? So we don't have the story, but we do have the title and the keywords, a visual description of what's happening in the card, because whether it's obvious or not, I want you to know what I was thinking when I designed the card to look that way. And then we have inner reading, which is your meaning. Now, because it's an oracle and there are balanced cards, some of which are more uplifting, some of which are more neutral, some of which are more shadowy, I don't need uprights and reversals. You can use the deck with uprights and reversals if you want, but it's designed to basically be a balanced deck. So you don't have to add that layer to it if you don't want to. And then we have our self-worth message. And then we have 3 journal prompts, which you can double as it says journal prompts or 3-card spread. So that is the anatomy of the Unicorn's Journey Oracle guidebook compared to the Unicorn's Journey Tarot guidebook. And the Unicorn's Journey Tarot guidebook also has a few spreads in the back. This doesn't have that because there's a spread for every single card. And yes, so in Unicorn's Journey Tarot, you can easily navigate to fire, water, air, earth, spirit by the color. So of course, I did the same thing with the Oracle. So you can easily go, okay, I'm in the fire section. Let's go to red. And then alphabetically find my keyword. So it's super fast and easy to get to the card entry. I have always, so do you want to hear a story about the colored card edges? If you don't know this about me, if you watch some of my earliest talking about decks, I stopped doing this a long time ago, but I used to do it with every new deck I got in. I would get markers, red, purple for majors, red for fire, red for wands, blue for cups, yellow for swords, and green for pentacles. And I would take the edge of my book. I still have some guidebooks that have this on it. And I would basically take my marker and I would section out the pages that are the majors. And I would just color a little tab like this on the very edge of the page. And then I would take my section for my next suit and I would color so that when I'm looking at the book this way, I could see that's where the majors are. That's where the swords are. That's where the wands are, etc. Right? I did that so it'd be quicker to get in and out of the guidebook because I love working with guidebooks. So I designed my personal guidebooks to kind of have that baked in because all you have to do, look at this, all you have to do, it's not colored on the edge technically, but if you look, you can see it. And if you just bend the guidebook a little, look at, because it's right there for you. So you just bend it and then you can flip to whatever you need. Super easy. It's just, I want things to be functional. I have so many opinions about things like this because I want them to be functional. So yes, all of my decks will probably have that feature in some fashion. And I've seen other creators do similar things. There's also the idea where you can have the entire page kind of fade in a lot more. I just don't want anything obscuring the text. There's only the tiniest bit of like overlap over the text. I've got a little bit more overlap in the Oracle than I did in the Tarot because I think it's pretty, but I don't want anything obscured anyway. So yeah. That's where that started is because I just, for ease of use, I was coloring the pages of my book. So when you get to design your dream deck, you get to bake these kinds of things in and it's the most magical, amazing thing ever. I love it so much. Anyway, and yeah, it looks great. I did not perfectly shade match between the Oracle and the Tarot, just so you know, because I was using a completely different set of design programs when I made the Unicorn's Journey Tarot. I was using Affinity Publisher, Affinity Photo. It's a different program suite, but I've switched to the Adobe suite for all my other projects since because it's easier to communicate with others if I'm using Adobe. It's also easier to look things up if I get stuck on how to do something with Adobe. It's way more expensive, but I did make the transition to Adobe. And because I did that, I wasn't able to perfectly shade match. I probably could have if I really figured out how, but I did not. So anyway, okay, let's do another reading. I'm happy to share all the behind the scenes stuff. Like my members know, whenever I get on live, I'm like always sharing some random bit about creative projects and what I'm working on and what's going on. And I am legitimately an open book. I don't know how to keep secrets. I'm really bad at it. Everybody knows I cannot keep secrets.
No, you can't.
Moira, it took 2 minutes and 47 seconds from the point I pushed the button and there was a little bit of a delay. So
there's always a lag.
But we'll just call it under 3 minutes. We'll just call it under 3 minutes. But yeah, Nicole, I totally could have used the hex codes, but I would have had to reinstall the old software to get into the original design files in order to open those up and then grab the hex codes. And granted, that probably wouldn't be that hard, but like, I figure nobody would care if it's an exact match. We're not out here
you
like,
care, you notice, you're going to agonize later. It'll be fun.
She's not wrong, but that's okay. We don't need to worry about it. I'm not going to worry about it. I mean, I guess I could still open up Affinity and like find the hex.
Okay, babies, time for work.
Am I going to agonize about it right now? Maybe. I mean, I could technically tweak it. Anyways, whatever. I'm gonna change the subject. I know, legit. That's how we live our lives. I get so frustrated, Jennifer, just to your point. I get so frustrated by guidebooks that are difficult to navigate. It can actually ruin a deck for me. There was one Oracle deck that I really liked, but it was so impossible to figure out where anything was in the guidebook. Like there was no logical order. I'm like, at least make it alphabetical, or like my cards aren't numbered, but within each suit, they're alphabetical. It's not perfect. I could probably have made it even easier. There's definitely things I could have done, like adding numbers to them or something, but I didn't want the text on the card and whatever. But like, so sure, you make some concessions, but like, I just can't handle it. If it's super hard to do, if it's like way chaotic ordering, it drives me crazy. I don't think people are going to notice. I know you're right. You're right. Nobody's going to notice. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I don't need to agonize about every single detail. The amount I've already tweaked, I redesigned the cards 3 whole times differently, like laid them out separately because of tiny tweaks. So once you do a tiny tweak, you have to do it to everything so it all matches, like the banners and stuff. It's the whole thing. Okay. Anyways, yeah, well, now you're going to notice because I pointed it out. But only those of you who have been here for hours are going to have like tapped into that information, or who happen to be logging in right now. Yes. Hi, Shayla. Did you want your breakfast now?
Huh?
She wants her bowl now.
You guys are just being fun today.
Okay, what's the next question? I'm sorry.
That's
Mother
fine.
Whiskers, are you still here? I'm so sorry.
She is looking me in the eye going, I fucking dare you.
She's like, do not give me a bath. I would like my food, please. Just don't forget to kick it under her face a couple of times until she agrees to eat it. Nicole says, once you get the hex codes, you can save them onto libraries under UJT. I really should do that because there's swatch libraries, right? I should really do that. Now that I'm in Photoshop, I should definitely create swatch libraries for things like that.
That's it.
Do you need me to kick it at her? Because I will kick it at her. She knows if I do it, she's not getting away from it. Chase her with the bowl. Chase her with the bowl. Eat your food. Oh, she was hoping for...
Can you hand me that napkin?
Yeah, I can. Here.
I don't know why I'm asking you to hand me something that's closer to me than you.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, Mother Whiskers. Yeah. A lot of it is I'm really new to these programs, and I have to... If you imagine how much work it takes for somebody who has design experience and knows these programs really well to create this book and these cards, just imagine it took me like 5 times as long, because it definitely did. Okay, anyways. Oh, you thought you were going to be productive? Jenny, please. Okay, anyways, I'm sorry, Mother. Mother Whiskers. Clarify exactly what my intuition is ignoring. What aspect of life, please and thank you. Okay, let's just see what comes through. I'm so glad you're having fun. Hang with us. Oh, this is kind of funny. I don't think it's your intuition ignoring something. It's you ignoring your intuition. I mean, I'm just saying. Card I got was trust. And the supporting keywords are surrender, integrity, and honor. By the way, for those of you who are font nerds, that is the same exact font for UJT on the top line. And I use another serif font for the supporting keywords. Anyways, trust. Let's read what the guidebook says. I'm just going to let this card speak for itself. Now, understand that this is now speaking to your relationship between you and your intuition based on how I intuitively read the card when I pulled it, right? You're not, the issue is between you and your intuition, not what your intuition is ignoring, but what you're ignoring that your intuition is telling you. Does that make sense? I may pull another card. We'll see where we get with this first, though. Okay, so here's what it says. Now's the time to lean into trust, but that doesn't mean tossing your instincts out the window. Blind faith asks you to ignore your gut, but real trust is built through consistency, respect, and showing up with integrity. When someone or something truly feels safe, letting go and leaning in will feel right. Self-worth message. You don't have to keep waiting for the other shoe to drop. If someone's earned your trust, it's okay to relax into it a little. So when you asked what area of life you are like not trusting your intuition with regard to, I'm going to literally just pull out the UJT for a second because I feel like it's my stream and I can do it because I want to. And we're just going to pull out a card to dig into where you're having trouble trusting your intuition. Decisions. What decision are you being called to? And you know the freaking answer, but you just don't like the answer your intuition is giving you. Like, you know exactly which direction you need to go, but you don't want to. And so you're like, nope, intuition's wrong. It's wrong. Can't trust it. Yes, you freaking can, and you know it. You know it. 100% lock into your heart space. Remember that intuition is something you will feel in your gut, and trust will never ask you to ignore your gut. You know, you just got to lean in. You just got to lean in. Yeah. That's what it was. I just can't pinpoint what intuition is trying to tell me or which aspect of life to look at. Yeah, so hopefully that helps. But it's definitely related to decisions. Why are you clawing at me, little man? Do you want to come up? I will pick you up. And then you're going to walk down because I know you. Okay. Oh, I'm glad, Sophie. Okay, good. Bruno, come on. Come on up. Come here. You want up? Come here. Are you just upset that I'm on stream this long? What's going on? What's going on, little man? Okay, let's hang out. Yeah, you're here now. You're locked in. Put on your little puppy seatbelt because this is where you live now. This is what you wanted. You guys got to see this. He's just like, oh, are we going to shovel nose me now? I'm going to shovel nose, so I have to pet you instead of shuffling and playing with my cards? Okay. Okay, here's what we're going to do. Okay, you can be a little unicorn. Here, unicorn puppy. What do you think? I think it suits you. It does. Why are you pawing at me? He's so cute. Oh, he just collapsed on my hands. Leslyn? No, I'm ignoring the hex code thing. I mean, probably. Do I even have the affinity program? Oh, I technically do. We'll just... Hi, what are you doing, buddy? Okay, stop. You're fine. I promise you're fine. Are you good? Oh, wait, I think I made the guidebook in Affinity Publisher. Yay! Oh, I'm so glad, Michelle. That's great. Yay for getting discharged. Okay. Ignore, please. Why don't I have it on here anymore? What are you guys doing to me? I shouldn't be doing this right now. Just Goober. Can you not for a second? Hi. Hello. There it is. Let me just put it on here. Hold on. Okay. Oh my God. I can't focus, y'all. I can do it. Okay, sorry. Oh, you mean I have to leave the live? Oh, wait. You'll probably be leaving the hospital before you leave the live. Jenny, you're ridiculous. I can't believe you. I mean, you're not wrong. It's fine. I'm just like reinstalling Affinity Publisher or whatever. I'll see if I can figure it out. I'm not going to agonize though. If I cannot figure it out easily, I'm not going to like stress myself out about it. Looks like it's going to work. We'll see. I'm just going to pin it. Let's see if we can figure that out. Anyways, okay. What can I do to be more consistent in my spiritual practices without feeling pressure? Oh, that's a good question. It's scary, isn't it? Leaning in. Yes, Mother Whiskers, for sure. For sure. Okay. Yes, but this is what we're doing now, buddy. You're a good boy. Okay. Oh. So I got arrogance, which is interesting. We're going to unpack this together. So this card, arrogance, ego, entitlement, and narcissism. So this comes up. The question was, what can I do to be more consistent in my spiritual practice without feeling pressure? And the first place I go when I see a card like that come up in response to that is, why are you expecting your spiritual practice to have all the answers? Or rather, why are you expecting you to have all the answers? But let's see what the guidebook says for this and go from there. Okay. Ego is clouding. Look at this pompous little dragon, by the way. Isn't he so cute? He's like, you are my underlings. Anyways, ego is clouding someone's judgment, yours or someone else's. Confidence is a great quality. Where did I go? Confidence is a great quality, but when it tips over into arrogance, it creates distance, blind spots, and unrealistic expectations. Insert some space between you and this ego influence, and you'll find it easier to determine the best step to take next. So I think the punchline here is the blind spots created when you think like you know what all the cards are saying to you. So one of the things I just assume cards, but it doesn't have to be cards. When you talk spiritual practice, if you already assume you know the outcome to a practice before you do it, then why are you doing it? What are you getting out of it? But how can you come at your practices with more of a, I don't know it all, beginner's mind kind of vibe? Because what happens then is you open it up to actually speak to you again. If you want your spiritual practice to feel nourishing, you need to give it space and room to bloom. That was unintentional rhyming issue. I couldn't think of a better word. So like if you come at a card reading is a good example, right? If you're pulling cards, and you're like, well, I already know what the Two of Swords means, but you don't sit with it in that moment, in that question, in that energy, it might be telling you something else. But if you come at it with well, I already know what it means, so I don't need to think about it more deeply than that, then you're not going to get what you need out of it. And that, I think, is the punchline. Hi, buddy. Do you need a snack? Are you hungry? I don't know. Are you conning me? Is that what's happening? Are you conning me? Let me check your ears. They're good. Okay. I don't have anything here for you. I have pop. Do you want to smell my pop? You're welcome. Sorry, I was a little scattered there, Liz. I'm distracted by my doggy. Elowen says you can rationalize not doing it by thinking that if you leave the guidebook colors as is, then they will match the UJT guidebook. Well, they don't perfectly match, which is all we were talking about. It's like, could I make them perfectly match? I probably could. Then again, there's also variances between printers and print qualities and print inks and whatever. So it's probably still not going to perfectly match. So there's that. I got nothing. You can just stay with me. You're allowed. Okay, let's see. Mystica Mini's up next, and then Artie. Oh. Good grief. You're so cute. Okay. Mystica Mini. Are you still here, Mystica? Let me know. Let me know if you're still here. Yes, go forth and snack, Barb. That is a valid use of your time. Let me know. While I pet my doggy, apparently. Goodness. Why won't your cats make you a snack? You need to train them better. You do. Oh, who did I ask for, Sophie? Mystica Mini. I'm going to do Mystica's reading regardless, but I'm just curious. I'm just going to do a general one-card pull. Whatever you need to hear kind of deal. Okay. Aww. I'm sorry, Artie. You'll be home again soon. would say do it if you have time, with the thought that pulling everything into Adobe sets you up for the next project. I mean, everything's in Adobe now. Oh, you mean pull my old UJT book into Adobe? I can't because it's not the right file format. I have to like literally open it in Affinity, grab the hex code, then go over to Photo or InDesign, and then change the hex codes is how I'd have to do it. Okay, Mystica, your one card reading is about intuition, inner compass, guided awareness, and instinct. So this is a time for leaning into that intuition, trusting it, vibing with it. Buddy, what are you stressing about? Are you stressed out? Okay, let's see what the guidebook says. Do you need a treat? Do you need a calm? Would that make you feel better? Okay. Sorry. This card is a reminder to trust your inner knowing. Intuition often appears as a subtle nudge, a quiet pull, a feeling that defies logic but proves true nonetheless. Not everything requires proof before action. Sometimes you simply have to trust that you know more than you realize. There's no need to second guess yourself. The self-worth message is trust yourself. Your instincts are guiding you in the right direction. I'm going to do another reading, but I'm going to first see if I can bribe the doggy. Okay, let me just, so it will be art. Actually, let me do this. Let me do this really quick because he's, baby.
Yes.
Can you either consider filling up a KO&G for him or bringing him something I can give him because he's acting super needy and I don't know what he needs?
His sugar is probably really high because I gave him a couple of the pill pockets.
Oh,
sugar.
that was smart. Yeah.
I want to make sure his sugar went back. High sugar is safer.
Oh, then he probably doesn't need FOD. He needs to just be distracted.
He needs to wind down. He's been getting way too many treats today, and now he's super alert, hoping for more.
Yes.
Actually, at this time of the day, he's usually sound asleep.
Yeah.
If you plunk him down beside you on the pillow.
Okay. See if he will settle a bit.
He should, especially if you can. I can take him over here and plunk
Come
him
here,
down
baby.
beside me.
Lay down, dear. Oh God! He immediately rolls over for a belly rub.
He's a little sleepy.
He's like overtired, so he's doing that sleepy toddler thing.
He's overstimulated.
There you go, baby.
He's overstimulated and his sugar is high, intentionally. So.
Yeah.
So he does this once in a while. He does this once in a while normally anyway, and with us both home, he's already going to be overstimulated. So
the way he's looking at me, y'all.
Just try to ignore him. As long as he's comfortable, he'll pass it.
All right, we're going to do Artie's. The way Bruno's sounding like my niece right now. I know, right? Like... Okay, Artie, let's do a self-care reading. Carry you through the night. You need to sleep.
Bruno. Go sleepies.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Rooted. Groundedness, stability, and solidity. I think that card we've gotten it a few times today. Shayla.
She's fine.
All right. I think I'm like hyper vigilant about my doggies now. Okay. Things are solid and stable. They may not feel like it right now, but this is a very affirming message. Things are solid and stable, and you can be sure of yourself and what supports you. You have deep and sturdy roots. The certainty you have in yourself and all that surrounds you keeps you strong no matter what life throws at you. When life feels uncertain, reconnect with what makes you feel safe and secure. The self-worth message: you don't have to prove your place in the world. You are already part of something bigger, strong and steady, just as you are. There you are, Mystica. You might be behind. I just see yes in the chat. I'm like, oh, you are still here. She's going to town on something. I'm about to throw something at her. Shayla.
You mind your business. I've got them.
All right. Yeah, Mystica's definitely behind. I'm going to respond to her in chat. Okay. I follow you, Jennifer. He's like, I'm tired. I need a nap. He's literally like an overtired toddler. Okay. How can I best support myself in the month ahead for Elizabeth? How can I best support myself in the month ahead? Let's see.
Stay here for that boy.
You're welcome, Artie. Oh, okay. Oh, this is one that I color corrected slightly. I made the body of this unicorn a little bit easier to see. So the newer version should be a little bit less dark than this in this corner. But anyways, none of that matters. Let me do your reading. Supporting yourself in the month ahead, we have initiative. So this is innovation, proactivity, and intention. So this is like taking the initiative, right? How can we go forward? How can we move our life forward in a direction? And this is from the Fire Suit. Initiative is... Okay. This is a time for action. Perhaps you're pursuing something new, torn between options, or hesitant to step outside your comfort zone. In that case, it's up to you. Wait, in this case, it's up to you to take the initiative. The door is open and the path ahead is clear. All you have to do is take the first step. You don't need it, and this is the self-worth message portion. You don't need anyone else's permission to pursue your dreams. It's time for you to shape your own future. So a lot of this is about you taking the initiative, about you choosing to take steps to move forward on your path. That's the vibe. So make sure that you take that time to pay attention to where you can move your life forward and then take those action steps. Don't hold yourself back because you're afraid you won't get there or whatever. That's kind of the feeling for that. How can I decide whether I should keep pursuing my creative career or change paths? This is Nicole. Creative career or change paths. Let's see. All right. Time for some perspective. The question was, how can I decide whether I should keep on my current creative career or change paths? You need to zoom out. You're too close to it right now. So the supporting keywords here are context, wide view, and mindset. So this is about pulling yourself back, looking at the big picture. So you really need to zoom out. And I'm sure that's language I used in the book, but let's just see. Perspective. This is a time to shift your perspective and take a wider or more zoomed out view of your situation. If you can step back emotionally, mentally, or even physically, or all three, you'll realize that what feels impossible is just a matter of perspective. A wider view and more context will bring clarity and a necessary mindset shift. So something has to shift for you to really know how you can make that decision. You can't know when you're too close to it. It's kind of like when you're like making a painting or a drawing, or even when you're working on a written creative work, like a book or something. You have to pull yourself back and look at all the moving parts, because when you're close to it, it looks like trash. At least it does for me. You have to like pull back and be like, oh, there's a bigger picture. There's a bigger story being told here in my life. Pulling back lets you get out of the weeds of the details, which is someplace I get stuck a lot. I'm sure that's a huge shock to so many of you, but I get very like bogged down in details when I'm up close to something. Sometimes pulling back and looking at it as a cohesive whole is so much more helpful. So much more helpful. Ooh, Barb, that's fun math. We're so close to the blue edges. I really like, there's a part of me that's like, we can totally do it this stream, but we still got a little bit to go. That's 35. That's a good number of people to find. That's like over 10%. That's like 12%. What we already have has to come wandering on in here. We can do it. I believe in us. Okay. So hopefully that was helpful. But yes, zoom out, get some perspective. That's the punchline. The journal prompts, in case they're helpful here, are: where in my life am I too close to a situation to see it clearly? What can help me pull back to take a wider view? And what new mindset shift awaits me once I get some perspective? And that would be useful to use those prompts for pulling tarot cards or something around this same question. Lisa's reading. It seems so weird when I call somebody else Lisa. Like, I'm the only one. It's such a common name, and yet I'm like, there's another Lisa. That's so weird. Let me grab Kath's reading before I lose it here. Okay, Lisa, how stable is my job looking in the coming year? We'll just see what card comes up. Artie says, not sure how much longer I can stay, so just wanted to thank you. Oh, you're welcome. Thank you so much for being here in spite of everything and letting us keep you company. That was such a gift. We are here, and I'm glad we could keep you kind of distracted and keep you company. All right. Remind me what card I pulled for you, Mother Whiskers. I don't, a lot of my members know this, but I sort of trained myself to kind of forget readings as soon as they're given. So it's very rare that I can actually circle back after I've done a couple. But if you can remind me the card, I can tell you if I got a vibe or not. Okay. For Lisa, I'm sensing stability with a caveat that you need to keep your ears to the ground. It's almost like something, you need to pay attention to what's happening. Oh, Elowen, you were here for so long. Thanks for hanging out. You did not need to hang out for the whole thing. I appreciate that you came by at all. But thank you so much for all the time you spent here. That was super fun. And for all your support. I really appreciate it. Everybody go subscribe to Elowen. Okay. Let me, I'm trying to tab Katarina's reading.
Bruno.
He thinks he needs something. I just don't know what it is. Okay. What I was saying is that basically keep your ear to the ground. It's almost like your job for the next year at your job for yourself, like for looking after yourself and like being like taking care of yourself basically, is to pay attention, listen for everything. There's a certain element of like attentiveness that's required so that you don't get caught off guard by anything. So it feels like just pay attention, take all the information in, all that stuff. So the card we got is communication, and the supportive keywords are connection, listening, and responsiveness. Excuse me. And I'm going to go into the guidebook and just remind you what it says. It came up earlier today, but I don't know if you heard it. It's communication, not listening. Communication is about more than speaking. It's also about really listening. Make sure you're expressing yourself clearly, and make equally sure that you are listening to understand rather than only to hear. When both sides of a conversation feel heard, trust blooms and connections deepen. Your voice matters. This is the self-worth part. Your voice matters, and what you have to say is worth hearing. Just remember to give others the space to be heard too. So hopefully that is helpful. Oh my goodness. Sorry, guys. A little yawn coming through. Okay. So next up is Sophie. Oh, Sophie, can I be super cheeky and ask for a secondary reading? Is now the right time to start a channel? That's a very fixed yes, no question, but let's just see what comes through when I shuffle and draw. Yeah, it's caffeine. It's just not coffee caffeine. It's like soda caffeine. Okay. Courage, bravery, fortitude, and boldness. Gee, I wonder what the answer is. Let's just read it. What did I say? Courage. In the heart of the Colosseum. Oh, this is the description. I don't need to read the description because we can see what's happening. In a reading, being brave isn't about being fearless, but about moving ahead even when you're afraid. Now is the time to take a bold step forward, trusting yourself to move beyond your comfort zone. While the situation you find yourself in may seem intimidating or beyond you, you've got this. Remind yourself you have what it takes to see it through. Self-worth message. You are capable of more than you know. Your fear doesn't define you. All you need to do in this moment is believe in yourself. Oh, you're welcome, Lisa. You're catching my yawns while you drink your coffee. That's amazing. Jennifer, my AirPods died. Oh my God. And my new food dehydrator arrived. Ooh, have fun with that. So I'm going to go start learning how to dry plums. Are you making your own prunes? Wild. Thank you so much for your reading. For my reading. I'm reading it like in second person. I don't know what I'm doing there. But anyways, you're welcome. I hope you have a beautiful rest of your day. Zoe. What should I keep in mind during the last 2 classes of my degree? Ooh, are you still here, Zoe? I feel like it wasn't that long ago that you asked, but maybe it was. I have no concept of time. What is time? Time is an illusion. Oh, you know what? I gotta go check something. Sorry, I'm totally gonna shuffle this, but also I realized that like 2 hours ago, my video preview from the Kickstarter went up on YouTube, and I'm just curious if it has any like feedback. I just want to know. Also, it's because it's a short and I don't usually post shorts. So I want to make sure it actually went up. It did go up. How do I tell if anybody's like watched it? It's got a couple likes. I guess that means it's being watched? Question mark. What about Instagram? We're gonna go check there too. Just me checking in on my stuff. Home. Me. Oh my God, I hate ignoring the dog. But like we have to ignore him so he'll go sleep. Aww. Okay. 30.7 more decks till blue edges. I am loving this countdown so much, Barb. So much.
Bruno, do you have food over there?
No, I have nothing.
What do you think you do?
Yeah, I've got nothing. He's been up here. He knows I have nothing. I mean, I've got my coffee cup. If you want to take that away just in case he's smelling that. It's got to smell. Maybe let him smell it. Is this what you think I have, buddy? Bruno, is it this? Is it that? He's as soon as you're getting up, he's following you. It's like he wants to go back, you know where. But it's not that. And he's doing his twitchy thing.
Yeah. He's tired.
He's way overtired. Yeah. 100%.
He's overstimulated for some reason.
He's probably soaked up all my overstimulated energy and is like not sure what to do with himself. Anyways, okay, sorry. Back to you, Zoe.
Okay.
Back to you, Zoe. Thank you so much, Jennifer. Oh. Okay. Is he falling down?
No, he's just following me.
Oh, okay. Maybe make him go pee again and see if that... No?
No, that'll stimulate him all over again.
Oh.
He's overstimulated.
I'm sure it's my energy. Hi, Don! Pull a card for Bruno. I mean, we know what he needs. He's like literally acting like a 2-year-old who has another nap.
Yeah, he's overstimulated and won't take his afternoon nap.
Yeah, 100%.
He's like a toddler. He's a very predictable toddler.
We sure have, Jenny.
Keep going.
Okay. Oh my God. Okay, sorry, Zoe. If you're here, I missed your comment. I'm so sorry. I've been distractible. But what should I keep in mind during the last 2 classes of my degree? Oh, we finally pulled the card from the front of the box. I think it's the first time all day. Thank goodness. This is the Divine Connection card. I can't wait to read this in the guidebook. Anyways, spiritual oneness, faith, and limitless. Let me read this. If I could flip my camera, I would, because she is literally holding him like a sleepy toddler. Like she's trying to put him to sleep, and it's really freaking cute. He wants to be cuddled right now and held and rocked like a baby.
He's literally like a toddler that's too tired to sleep.
Yeah. Anyways, let me read this card, Zoe. Okay. Mystic, I'm going to read the whole thing. Mystic stands in the center of the ancient stone circle, facing an ethereal unicorn that looks just like them, right down to the delicate sprig of jasmine woven into their mane. Mystic is connecting to an undeniable divine presence from within or without. You are always connected to something greater, whether that be the divine, the universe, or your own higher wisdom. You're being called to acknowledge, you're being called to acknowledge this higher wisdom and remember that you are already connected to something vast and limitless. Reach out, up, or within to connect to the divine. It is always close at hand. You are never separate from the divine. This is the self-worth message. You are never separate from the divine, whether you call it your higher self, the universe, or something else. That presence is always with you. So in relation to this question, what should I keep in mind during the last 2 classes of my degree? To me, this is a meeting of your higher self. This is a recognition of your own like bright light that you have, your magic within. Things that I say on the channel, I'm just saying. This is about meeting yourself in that way as a force of the divine, right? And I think the premise here is, especially with relation to your degree, is to just hold on to your limitlessness, understand the fullness of your potential, and hold that close to you as you move through these last 2 classes. You've got this. You've got this. So just do it. You'll get there. Yeah. And that is why it's on the cover of the box. Oh my God, Barb said, what is birth? Don Michelle Crystal. Oh, wait. There was something about 30. Oh, no, Don says, I don't think I know 30 people. Oh, yeah. Stardust, do you have 30 friends interested in an Oracle deck? I don't know 30 people either. I mean, I know you guys, but you guys have already backed the deck, so thank you.
There you go, baby.
We'll get there. We just got to be patient. It'll happen. Okay. Next up is Moonstar Blue, Pamela G, basic reading. Are you still here, Pamela? I feel like 0.7 a person right now. You poor thing. You've had a day. It's going to get better. My wish list is out of control. I know. I just live my life in that space. Oh, I threw a card. It's happening. Oh boy. Oh, but the sparkles look real good on my carpet. It hit the light just right and it got sparkly on the back. Stardust, we all know the same 30.7 people. I mean, this is the issue. We need people who don't know us to find it. Find the campaign, find the stream. Oh, I haven't checked comments. Do you guys want to look at comments together? Oh, somebody just backed it. That's very nice of you. Thank you, mystery person. Okay, comments. Oh, there's 2. But I'll take it. No, there's 3. Sarah says, congratulations. Thank you. Lisa from Mythical Witchery says, congratulations on an incredible launch. Thank you. And Cecilia says, thank you. Wait, that was like 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And Cecilia says, go Lisa. I love the rainbow. That's amazing. Thank you. And Rain Win says, congratulations on another successful campaign. Having a blast in the launch party. But want to come here so the message wouldn't get lost in the chat. Oh, thank you. Does it send an auto update when we fund? No, I don't want to do a survey right now. Okay, it doesn't. So I got to do an update to let everybody know, hey, we funded. Congratulations, us. I'll do that later. Oh, you couldn't see? Oh, I thought it was on the shared tab. Oh, you couldn't see because I have it cut off, so you can only see the funding amount. That's okay. I read them for the most part. But you can go look at the campaign if you want to read them word for word. Well, thank you, Mother Whiskers. Yeah, the YouTube algorithm is terrible. I forgot it was you again. That's okay. All right, here's your basic reading, Pamela, since I know you're here now because you were talking about your need to be independently wealthy or win the lottery. All right, let's see what we got going on for you in the cards. Oh, lost. What is on my screen? Oh, it's me. Never mind. Hi, I'm the problem. It's me. Anyways, lost is your basic reading. So we have lack of direction, avoidance, and denial. What you avoiding? What you avoiding? We probably already know. Usually we know what we're avoiding most of the time. Anyways, this says, Mystic wanders through the darkened part of the forest with their bunny friend who is currently tugging insistently on Mystic's mane while pointing toward a trail they have unknowingly passed. Mystic continues on, oblivious. In a reading, you've strayed from your path. Perhaps you're avoiding an obvious truth, ignoring internal or external guidance, or just not sure which direction you should be going in the first place. If you're confused or feeling lost, now is the time to pause, look around, and get your bearings. The right path may be right in front of you, waiting for you to notice it. You aren't a failure. This is the self-worth part. You aren't a failure. I'm going to say it again. You aren't a failure simply because you've lost your way. The path you need is close at hand. Believe in yourself and you'll find it. So often when we feel lost, when we feel like completely out of our normal rhythms, it's because we're lacking that personal belief, self-belief, right? We're lacking that inner sense of like, I've got this. And that lost card reminds you to tap back into that energy so that you can find your way again. And you will find your way again when you tap back into your confidence. It's kind of like a chicken and egg scenario, right? You need your confidence to find your way, but you can't find your way if you don't have your confidence. I don't know if that's the same thing, but like, you know what I mean? Good night, Twirl. Oh my gosh, I hope you have some good sleep today to catch up on the sleep you lost. Excuse me, being here for launch. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for all your support. Yes, you aren't a failure. I think sometimes when we feel disoriented, that's how we internalize it. We're like, oh, I guess that's me just being a failure. But it's not. So yeah. I need better light. I really like the blue edges and I'm just looking at them. I'm just looking at them. They're so pretty. Where was I going? Kath, what direction is my life journey going to take me next month? We do share pixels. We definitely do. Okay, so the question was, what direction is my life journey going to take me next month? And we have bloom. So this is potential blossoming and expansion. Look at our adorable. Look at the cute. This card gives me cute aggression. Okay. I love our earth unicorns so much. I don't know if everybody knows this, but when I was looking for an artist for Unicorn's Journey Tarot initially and Fighting Francesca, it was the earth unicorns were the first unicorns I had in mind. Like I knew how I wanted Mystic to look, obviously, but I had a very strong vision for how floofy I wanted the earth unicorns to be, like short, like dwarfish and floofy. That was the vision. They're very short. You can't really always tell unless there's objects around them, but they're very small. They're small and they're fluffy and they're floofy and they're adorable and chunky. Chunky unicorns. Anyways, bloom. This is a time of expansion and potential. Just like flowers in full bloom, this is a time for you to fully express your gifts, talents, and even emotions. Growth is happening all around you, and you are being invited to embrace it. Remember that you won't be in a season of blooming forever, so grasp this opportunity with both hands. The self-worth message: you are in a season of growth, and it is safe to let yourself shine. This is your moment to be seen and to flourish. Bloom, baby, bloom. I love that. I love this card so much. Yeah, when you're talking about what direction your life journey is going to take you in the next month and you get a card like this, it's taking you in the direction of growth and expansion. Everything's going to get bigger and bolder, and you just need to lean into that energy. The floofy Shetland ponies of Luminaria. Pretty much. Yep, that's the vibe. That's the vibe. Okay. Okay, I'm going to do these last 2 readings on the list, and then I think I'm gonna have to call it because I'm on the other side of blooming. I'm starting to droop. But I want to do these last couple. So we have Katarina. How can I stop feeling fed up and cynical in my personal life to feel hopeful again? Girl, listen. Sometimes we just hit a phase or an age and we just get real cynical and fed up. In my world, we call that perimenopause. That might not be what you're feeling, but like I'm just saying, it's a phase. It's a thing. It's a thing. But let's see how to get through it and get out the other side of it, which is such a good and healthy question to ask for sure. Okay, so let's see what we've got. Rooted, groundedness, stability, and solidity. So you need to lean into those connections and those support systems around where you can feel that sense of solid ground again, that sense of solidity and connection and stability. In my world, we call that life. I know, right? Rooted. Okay, here's what the guidebook says. A massive oak tree stands tall, its enormous roots weaving in and out of the earth. 2 gnomes sit comfortably atop one of those great roots, nestled into its curves. The giant roots a steady presence that has stood the test of time. Things are solid and stable, and you can be sure of yourself and what supports you. You have deep and sturdy roots. The certainty you have in yourself and all that surrounds you keeps you strong no matter what life throws at you. When life feels uncertain, reconnect with what makes you feel safe and secure. Self-worth message. You don't have to prove your place in the world. You are already part of something bigger, strong and steady, just as you are. Journal prompts. What makes me feel the most grounded in my daily life? When do I feel most at home within myself? How can I nurture a deeper sense of stability even when life is uncertain? Those are questions to ask and lean into. Gosh, you know what? I have to say, I have been looking at this guidebook and reading from it all dang day. And there was only the one time I saw wording that was wrong that I needed to make a pencil note on. So I think I might not have too much. I mean, I have read this thing a bazillion times and edited it a bazillion times. So in theory, that should be the case, but it's never the case. I feel like when I got my UJT sample guidebook, I had so many edits that I found. So who knows? But yes, tomorrow is my decompress live stream. We're going to be playing Bratz. It was going to be Bratz or Tabs. It was just a matter of which game it was going to be. We are playing Bratz, and it's great decompression time for me. It's like a what do you call it? I was telling Dawn it's like a tradition now that I decompressed from stream day by playing game the next day. Okay, Justine Seek, Sieck. Are you still here, Justine? Shout out to Justine if you're here. You're welcome, Katarina. After this, I'm going to do a reading for the collective. And we're going to call this a wrap. This has been a very successful launch day. Thank you so much to everybody who's been hanging. Justine's still here. Okay, so after Justine, we'll do a wrap reading, which was Mother Whisker's suggestion, and I appreciate it so much. I was able to star it as a reminder that I wanted to do that, which is super handy. So, all right. Aggression, confrontation, hostility, and combativeness. We haven't seen this card. So your question was, how can you learn better body acceptance? No, I have time. It's fine. This is such a good and powerful question. This is such a very interesting answer. So we have 2 fire unicorns going horn to horn here, duking it out. And I can tell you this from my own body acceptance journey. Before we even get into the guidebook, I will say this. The thing about body acceptance is that we start out in a state of war with our bodies. Okay, let me back up. We're at a state of war in our bodies when we struggle with body acceptance, right? There's this contentious relationship. It's hostile. And that hostility breeds discontent with our bodies. When you feel like you're locked in to this feeling of frustration with your body because maybe it doesn't function the way you want it to, or it doesn't look the way you want it to, these things create dissonance and tension and aggression between us and our physical body. For me, my body acceptance journey, I tell this story in my book, The Self-Worth Path, in the body acceptance section, I'm pretty sure, or in the intro, I don't know. But for me, there was a moment at which I intentionally made peace with my body. I'm like, I'm not going to fight with you anymore. We're going to have peace. in this relationship. And from that moment of choosing peace in that relationship, everything began to shift, because there was no longer me trying to make my body do things. There was no longer me trying to force anything. It was this gentle allowance, gentle softening, compassion, leaning into compassion for my body, leaning into grace for my body, understanding for my body, like extending my body love, and like being like, oh, and like gratitude for my body. Like, how lucky are we that we get to have a body? It's really powerful when you can start to lean into that. So let me read what this says about aggression. Okay. So I'm going to just read the whole page. 2 fire unicorns lock horns in a standoff. And that word standoff is powerful. Okay, anyways. Okay, in a standoff. They aim their horns at one another, their muscles tense. The energy crackles between them. Neither is willing to back down, and both are fueled only by their own point of view and personal perspectives. In a reading, you may feel like you need to defend yourself, assert dominance, or prove a point, but is that truly necessary? Sometimes aggression is a reaction rather than a solution. Consider whether this fight is in everyone's best interest. The self-worth message: walking away when you're tempted to dig in your heels is still a power move. You have nothing to prove. Journal prompts: where in my life am I feeling defensive or combative? What old story might I be reacting to in this moment? That's a very useful one for body image work. How can I express myself in a way that is productive rather than destructive? And so when you're looking at this energy through the lens of your relationship with your body, you can tweak the wording of those prompts to actually work with that work. But definitely looking for more peace and compassion will go a long way. It's even in the way we speak about our body. Have you ever noticed that? I used to literally do public speaking on body image stuff, so I'll try not to soapbox for too long. But you'll notice that when we have issues with our bodies, like appearance-wise or physicality or pain, chronic pain, what do we say? We don't say, I have a disability. Well, we do sometimes say that. Some of us do. But a lot of us that struggle with body image will actually say, I have a bad back. I have a bad knee. I have bad hips. Well, our body isn't bad. It just is, right? But we assign this value proposition to the things about our bodies that we're unhappy with. We use really harsh negative language about our bodies. It's really hard to retrain you to talk differently about your body, but it can actually make a difference. You know how they say that, like, if you hover over your green plants, I don't do this. I'm a black thumb. So this is like, do as I say, not as I do kind of moment. Okay. But if you lean over your green plants and you say sweet, kind things to them, they grow better. This is proven. This has been tested. And so our bodies are the same, right? When we speak loving words, words of compassion, words of gentleness, when we change our language, we change the way we think about our body. And when we change the way we think about our body, we change our relationship with our body. And next thing you know, you have this like more harmonious relationship, and it's not so hard won anymore, but it's a long road of practice and changing your language and shifting the way that you speak about yourself, or catching yourself when you do it. And then like, you're trying to change your brain chemistry about how you relate to your body. Like, that's kind of the goal. Sophie says, I've learned from many years of having health stuff going on, being very matter of fact and neutral language wise when talking about it really helps. Yeah, totally agree. And the other thing too is like, give yourself permission not to love your body. There's plenty of people who I have compassion and love for, who I accept as they are, who I don't love. Does that make sense? You can find a space of peace and harmony with something or someone without having to tie yourself to it in that way. And I think sometimes body image work is so hard because we think we're supposed to love our body. No, you don't have to love your body, but you do have to accept it's the body you have. So then how can you create harmony and peace within that understanding of like, this is the body I have. How can I create peace and harmony in that relationship? But telling yourself you need to love it, that's why I always say body acceptance and not body love. Because I think the love your body movement can be toxic in its own way. Like, what if I don't want to love my body? What if I never love my body? You might not ever love your body, and that's valid, but you can't accept your body. You can't learn to live with your body. Kind of like a roommate, you need to like come up with like a relationship with that is respectful and mutually harmonious, but you're not going to necessarily be in a like love relationship with your roommate. But you are stuck with them, like theoretically. So you might as well figure out a way to like live together. Same thing with your body, you know? And then if love comes down the road, like if you begin to really like luxuriate in and love your body, cool. But like, let's not make that the goal because like that's not always attainable. So yes, exactly. Like I have back pain, not I have a bad back. Do you know what I mean? I have a misalignment. I have scoliosis. I have MS, or these things are things that I deal with. Or I struggle with this. And also thinking of words that are less fixed. Sometimes the temptation, like even words like I have, right? I struggle with this. I suffer with this. This is a current trouble for me. Yeah, know me exactly. Kind of like body neutrality. For me, body acceptance is like if we're in a spectrum and we have hate your body over here. Well, I guess the way you're looking at the camera would be hate your body over here, love your body over here. In the middle, there's body neutrality. There's body discontent, kind of between neutrality and hate. And then there's body sort of contentment, body acceptance between body neutrality and body love. You know what I mean? It's a spectrum. So the goal is to, for me, the goal has always been just to move the needle just slightly forward of neutrality, just slightly more positive than pure neutral. But pure neutral is a great goal if you're already in the body hatred place, you know, move towards neutrality. And then as you get more comfortable with that, you can eventually move that needle a little more in the positive direction. Yeah. Woohoo! Thanks to our new backer. But yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking of when I say body acceptance. Okay, let's pull a card for the collective, and then we're gonna wrap this baby up. I will show the Kickstarter video one more time, I think, just for funsies, and then we'll wrap it. So first, what's the message for us all to take into the rest of our day? Oh, do not let your fear be in charge. So this is the fear card. We have anxiety, discomfort, and uncertainty. And so let's see what the guidebook has to say. This is another really cute one because we got, of course, an earth unicorn with a danger noodle. So that's a whole thing. Fear is in the green section. Here we go. Excuse me. An earth unicorn rears up in alarm, but her wide eyes fixed on a small garden snake slithering through the vegetable patch. The snake itself is harmless, yet fear has taken hold before reason has had a chance to step in. In a reading, you're letting fear influence your thoughts and behaviors more than is helpful. There might be a valid reason for your fear, but your energetic response is out of proportion to what is truly happening. Ask yourself if you are responding to what is happening now, or are you reacting based on a past experience? Self-worth message. When you get caught up in a fear, remind yourself of all you have overcome in the past. You are stronger than your fear. Face it. Journal prompts or a 3-card spread. What fear is currently holding me back? What about that fear is based on a past situation rather than the present? Common thing that happens. And what does this fear have to teach me? Yep. Stardust says, one of my favorite sayings is do it afraid. It'll be in my deck. I love that. I love that. Yep. Feel the fear and do it anyways. I talk about that a little bit in the courage card in here too. Same kind of vibe, right? So thank you all so much. I am going to pop our Kickstarter video up for one last little collective watch through. I'm going to remove our counter, but thank you so much. We'll be keeping an eye on the campaign for sure. Where are you?
Because you're like,
I'm talking with my hands. I'm a girl that talks with my hands. My arm's like way out here, and Peggy's like reaching out to like, anyways. Okay, let me find it. That would be helpful. So let's go watch the video. Let me put me on this view.
What if your whole story, the easy parts, the hard parts, and everything in between was sacred? That is the heart of the Unicorn's Journey Oracle. Hi, I'm Lisa, and I created the Unicorn's Journey Oracle deck, a 70-card beginner-friendly oracle designed to help you reconnect with your magic and your worth. This deck is divided into 5 suits, each representing a different part of life. Spirit for healing and spiritual support, fire for passion, drive, and confidence, water for relationships, self-care, and emotional awareness, air for communication, thoughts, and self-expression, and earth for managing your responsibilities and staying grounded even when life feels uncertain. And just like real life, the topics covered in these cards are balanced between uplifting, neutral, and shadowy themes, because every part of your experience matters. Each card has a title and 3 supporting keywords, so it's easy to work with right out of the box. But if you want to go deeper, the guidebook will include a visual description, an interpretation of the card's meaning, a self-worth message, and 3 journal prompts for every card. These prompts are designed to help you go deeper into your practice or to support you by creating a framework for a 3-card tarot reading to accompany your oracle draw. Whether you're reading for yourself or offering guidance to someone else, this deck was made to work beautifully all by itself. But if you're the kind of reader who loves pairing tarot with oracle, my first deck, the Unicorn's Journey Tarot, makes the perfect companion with or without the guidebook prompts. I created this deck to support you through it all, the easy days, the hard days, and everything in between, because your journey is worth honoring exactly as it is. If you'd like to see this deck printed and out in the world, then I need your help. So please consider backing the Unicorn's Journey Oracle on Kickstarter today. Thank you so much for your support, and may your magic always shine from the inside out.